The shadow of the Ripper. Rain lashed the dreary London street, forcing Molly McGlave to shelter behind the soot-stained bricks of an alley wall. It was late, past 2 a.m. A gas lamp burned halfway down Derwentwater Street, and Molly was thinking she'd make her way back to Crossingham's doss house. She rustled in the cloth pouch she kept inside her shirt and took out the grubby coins. Gazing at them in the poor light nestled in the palm of her hand, she saw she had threepence. If she got one more punter, she could stop in at the Blind Beggar's lock-in and buy herself a gin or two. As suddenly as it came, the rain stopped. Though the deluge had ceased, water still dripped from faded signs and gurgled down broken drain pipes. The rain had flushed onto the roadway, clearing away some of the shit that lay there. Molly shivered and pulled her poor shawl tight around her. It was so cold, you wouldn't think it was still supposed to be summer, even if it were past midnight. She heard a tap-tap and thought maybe this was her chance, and she stepped out of Buck's Row, but it was no punter, it was a copper with his bullseye lantern. She dipped back into the alley, but he saw her. He yelled, "Here, girl, don't be lurking in the shadows. Time for you to get back home. Pretend you're a decent woman keeping regular hours." "Too late for that," she said, her voice sounding very Irish even to her. He was good-natured. "Get on with you now, get to bed. I don't want you coming home on these dark streets." "I can look after myself, so I can," Molly said, but all the time she made as if to walk down Winthrop Street. When the policeman had gone on his way, the sound of his heavy steps fading into the distance, she ducked back down Buck's Row. She was parched. She really fancied a gin. Being drunk helped with sleeping in the doss house with its farting and snoring and coughing residents each and every night. A drink then, and if the Blind Beggar had no lock-in tonight, maybe the frying pan would be open. But she had enough money for her doss, but no more than that. She sighed. Pity she couldn't find a punter to help her get gin, but it was late, and she was tired. She gazed around the wet street. Nobody much about, though at least the rain was holding off. Just the drip, drip, drip of draining water, the gurgle of it in the gutters, a little gusting breeze blowing down the street, chilling her further. Then there was an odd noise. She started, a fluttering like the wings of a trapped bird, and a smell, a strange smell like hot metal. She looked all around. Where were they coming from? The noise got louder, fluttering and rustling, and the smell more acrid. It really was like metal burning, like heated iron in the blacksmith shops, like a furnace. Molly stopped, alone on the street in the small hours of a London night, and she felt afraid. The noise and the smell were all around her. She turned, instantly aware of an unseen gaze. Spinning on the soles of her broken-down boots, she saw a man up close behind her. Where had he come from? How could he have got so close up to her without her noticing? He didn't speak. Tall and dark, a top hat on his head, a heavy black overcoat down to his ankles. She couldn't make out his shadowed face with the gaslight burning behind him. He watched her, silently. She swallowed. Still, this was what she wanted, a punter. He must be a punter. What else would a man be doing on these streets at night? From his garb, he looked like he was decked out for a night on the town, though everything was long since shut. Maybe he'd been looking to finish his fun with a woman, and she thought, why not a pretty young Irish lady like herself? Still, she hesitated. She opened her mouth to speak, but there was something about this man she didn't like. All the girls got a sense of danger, the blokes who would be nice, the blokes who would be rough, the blokes who were just bastards from beginning to end. The man waited for her to speak. She pursed her lips. She was going to call over to him and ask him if he wanted any business. She told herself another threepence and she'd be in the lock-in. If she got lucky, maybe somebody would buy her a drink, and then if she threw in her doss money, she'd be in the pub till dawn, and tomorrow was another day. This bloke would probably be quick. They could nip down Buck's Row. But still something told her to be silent, to turn and hurry away. Her mouth opened, lips dry despite the rain, and then she span round on her shabby boots and ran, lifting her skirts with both hands so she could run faster. She'd do without the extra gin. And then she saw Mary Nichols coming towards her the other way. Nichols was a prostitute like herself, and she was dead drunk. Molly saw that from the outset. Though she was called Mary, for some reason she preferred Polly. "Hiya, Molly, you fenian, oh, how you doing?" Polly didn't wait for Molly's reply. She gave a bold wink. "I got my doss money 3 times today, and I spent it." I've got to get some more. Molly stopped, still mindful of the man not far away. She said, Drink'll be the death of you, Polly. Come with me and get to bed. Nah, I don't take charity. She smirked and rolled, her shoulders stooped with drink. A dirty cackle broke from her. Well, I do, but if I could just get one more job, then I'd be sorted. Molly went to take Polly's arm, but Polly shook her off. Just one more job. Then she laughed. Maybe two. She could hardly stand. She lurched back against the wall, steadying herself with her hand. Molly was more insistent. Come with me now, Paul. Come on. Polly knocked her arm away, suddenly aggressive. Molly knew how quickly drunks could turn from friendly to fighting you. She didn't need that. With a snort, Molly said, Suit yourself, Paul, but don't say I never offered. Polly laughed. I'll be fine, you Irish tart. Fuck off now and leave me be. Then she staggered on the way Molly had come from. Molly stopped and called, Don't go that way. There's a man. Over her shoulder, Mary yelled, That's what I'm after, you stupid cow. Polly, Molly called again. But Polly Nichols had staggered off into the darkness. Molly heard her singing drunkenly as she went, the clatter of her boots echoing down the empty street. Then it started to rain again, hosing it down, bouncing off the cobbles. It rained and rained and rained, and it had not stopped by the time she got to her lodgings. It was after 11 next morning when Molly woke at the Doss house. Molly had a single room with a weekly change of bed linen. Her windows had to be open at 10 a.m. to air them according to the rules, but she slept through, as she always did. She made her way to the communal kitchen to see what scraps she could filch from those who called her friend. In there, she met John Dove, a sly man, a burglar by trade. He said, I heard one of yours got it last night. He drew a dirty finger across his dirty neck with a sound that signified the cutting of her throat. It was not so rare that a prostitute was killed, but she thought she'd have heard something in the frying pan when she'd been in earlier yesterday, unless it had happened later. Who, Molly said, taking a piece of cheese from an unguarded plate. The cheese was hard and green, but better than nothing. That Mary Nichols. Polly, get away with you, Molly said, swallowing the morsel of hard cheese, but she shuddered anyway. The sense of foreboding returned. I seen her last night. She was fine, so she was. She weren't fine in the end. They found her down Buck's Road, cut open real bad. Dove enjoyed seeing the alarm on her face. Still a good Catholic girl, Molly crossed herself. It was the man she'd seen that had done it, she was sure of it. The man who'd appeared from nowhere. It could have been her. Her throat tightened. Cut open, you say? He done it like he was a butcher or a surgeon. You girls better be careful. They ain't caught him. John Dove raised a warning finger. Sure as eggs is eggs. He'll kill again. Molly remembered the copper. Maybe she should find him and tell him she'd seen the man, but it was dark, and she could only give a vague description, and it wasn't her business anyway. And on top of that, when had she ever trusted a policeman? And why would they listen to a common street whore, and an Irish street whore at that? Lots of reasons to do nothing. But she was sweating. She leaned on the table. She knew it could have so easily been her cut open real bad and left dead in an alley like a bag of bones. She felt faint. Did you just nick my cheese, you fucking Irish bitch? The harsh Cockney voice of Annie Chapman, Dark Annie they called her, assaulted Molly's ears. The old instinct to fight flared up. Molly turned. What? Your cheese? Why would I want your fucking cheese, you fat cow? Dark Annie's eyes narrowed. I seen you take the cheese off my plate when I was coming across the room. Don't fucking lie to me. And then it was fisticuffs. A flurry of slaps and a punch, scratching and grabbing of hair of the ugly cow and smacking her down. Molly knew the best way to attack was to attack first. It always came to fighting eventually, and they all expected you to back off, not run at them. So hit them hard first. The men pulled them apart. They enjoyed that, getting their hands all over the women for free. And you can fuck off too, Molly snarled at John Dove, making the filthy little burglar back off, fear in his eyes. I'll have you, Molly McGlave, Annie Chapman hissed, still being held back by two men, and pretending she would have been at the fight again if they'd let her go. But she had a big lump on her forehead where Molly had cracked her, and blood on her lip. Molly laughed theatrically, playing to her audience. You can try, you wee dwarf, but it'll take a better woman than you to beat me. Molly made a great play of taking her time to get ready, but as soon as she could, with dignity, she left the lodging house. She wandered the streets, she couldn't settle. Eventually, she got herself a gin and sat in the Blind Beggar for a while, talking to whoever was in there. It was too early to be working, so she took it easy. Everywhere was full of the gossip of Mary Nichols' murder, and each account given was bloodier than the one before. Molly was shaken by it. She was surprised at herself. Nothing much touched her after all these years on the street, but she remembered the noise of flapping wings and the smell of hot iron and the sheer unnaturalness of the man who had appeared from nowhere. She had decided she wasn't going to the police, but she had a strange need for the comfort of authority, so she went to church. The Church of the English Martyrs lay a scant distance to the west of Whitechapel near Tower Hill. They had built it after England allowed emancipation of Catholics in 1829. She vaguely knew a priest there, Father Sheehan. She found him and asked him to take a confession in the dim church that smelled of incense, shadowy and lit by clusters of brass-sconced candles. Boys sang hymns in the dim wooden choir as Molly settled herself into the confessional. Father Sheehan was from Donegal and Molly from Inishkeen in Monaghan, but they had a language in common. Molly's family had spoken nothing but Irish in her youth, and it was in this language that Father Sheehan heard her confession. She found her words running away with her. She gabbled. "There was something unnatural about him, Father. That man. Devilish. He scared me to death. And then he killed Polly Nichol." The priest tried to calm her wildness. "You don't have proof of that, my child. You can't be sure that the man you saw was the murderer. Better leave such suppositions to the English police. But can a devil walk among men, Father? The flapping of the wings and the smell of iron?" To be sure, the devil does walk among men in disguise, and also sure he was once an angel and was cast out of heaven. "And so would he have wings, Father?" "The common belief is that angels have wings, my child, but there is no authority for that, neither scriptural nor papal." "So could this man be the devil, Father? This man I saw?" The priest sighed heavily. "I think it's best you forget this, Molly, but I want you to repent of your sinful life and give up the ways you've taken to. If you can, you should give up the drink, but most of all, give up your sinful practices with men." "Yes, Father," Molly said, although other than saying the prescribed prayers, she had no intention of doing anything else he suggested. Father Sheehan said, "You should leave this sinful city, Molly. It'll be the end of you." "And where would I go, Father?" He shrugged behind his screen. "You could go back to Ireland, to your family." "Aye, I could go back to Ireland and starve." "Molly, I tell you, these streets will be your death." And Molly did not go back to Ireland. She went back to Whitechapel. The clouds cleared and the weather grew warm. It was September 1888, and Molly went back to work. And after she had earned enough, she drank gin in the Frying Pan public house. But as she held her glass, everyone saw how her hand trembled, though they just put it down to the drink and didn't know the black fears that ran through her. The first week in September, the weather was mixed. The entire summer had been a washout, cold with heavy rain, but there were days when it wasn't so bad. After her fight, Molly changed lodging houses to Thrall Street. This was the lodging house that Mary Polly Nichols had been living in just before she was murdered. The talk of her death and various theories of the residents about who had killed her unsettled Molly's nerves. They were calling the murderer Jack the Ripper and claiming he had killed many others and that he would kill again. The streets were full of fear of him, but girls had to work if they wanted to eat and drink, even if all they drank was gin. But at least that bitch Dark Annie wasn't there. Dark Annie was out to get her, and whenever Molly saw Annie Chapman, she avoided her. After Polly Nichols' murder, Molly moved her pitch a bit a little further west to Hanbury Street. She did all right there, getting money for doss, for gin, and for the odd baked potato too. She spent the time she wasn't working sleeping at the doss house or in the pub, generally the Frying Pan, but sometimes the Beggar or the 10 Bells. She almost forgot about the wicked man with his flapping sound and his smell of iron until the Saturday. It was a bright morning, though Molly didn't see much of that lying long in her bed. When she roused herself and got out, it was early afternoon. The weather was fair but threatening rain. First, she had a drink. Molly set to work and got her first client around 4. He was a docker who'd been on an early shift and then gone to the pub. It was a brief and rough coupling down an alley. "You all right, you?" he said. "I'll be back." Molly smiled and thanked him and put the pennies in her linen pocket inside her blouse. More came after. She took a break for gin and stayed in the Queen's Head until it was getting dark around 9 p.m. She felt safer away from Brooks Court and that end just off Whitechapel Road, and Hanbury Street seemed to give her good trade. She stood waiting for work against the wall as raindrops pitter-pattered and she had another client, then another, and then more drink until she was half cut, and then more clients, and then a lull and a chat with some other girls whose talk was still full of murders and the Ripper and death, so Molly shivered and wandered away. Then, late on, she saw Dark Annie and her heart fell. The fat bitch flounced up the Whitechapel Road with her missing teeth, and Molly wondered how she got work. But then men were pigs, so what surprise was it they went with a sow? Annie sneered. "You've been avoiding me, you Fenian slut." She wagged her finger, a foul smile on her face. "You've been making yourself scarce, ain't ya?" Molly set herself up. She wouldn't show fear. "So, I haven't been avoiding you, Annie. Why would I avoid a pathetic, rattled old hooer like yourself?" "'Cause you're scared I'll give you a kicking, and so will you, bitch. If you want to try, Annie, just make a start. Why don't you fuck off back to your own country and let an honest Englishwoman get on with her own work? You fucking tags is always coming over here. It must be a right shithole back in Paddyland. You English seem to like it well enough. If you didn't, you'd have left us alone to have our own country." Annie laughed. "Here, word is you've got a nice little patch up Ambry Street. Little business up there, is there?" Molly shrugged. "It's as good as anywhere." "You better not be trying to keep an honest Englishwoman out. I think I'll go and take a look." The last thing Molly wanted was Annie Chapman stealing her patch. She moved to block the way. For a minute, she thought Annie would fight her there and then, but there was something in the other woman's eyes and a faint trembling of her lip that showed she thought better of it, at least until she was full of the courage more drink would give her. Annie laughed. "Changed my mind for now, but I tell ya, you foreigners don't got no rights here. I'll walk up Ambry Street if I wanna." "Off you go. Good on you," Molly waved. "I'll be seeing you then," Annie Chapman called over her shoulder. "Not if I see you first, bitch." And then Dark Annie turned and walked the other way. The rain fed up and Molly found her way up Hanbury Street. It wasn't so busy and it got quieter as the hours advanced. Molly heard the church clocks chiming the hours after midnight, and as the air cooled, the fog gathered. River mist thickened by the coal of banked-up fireplaces coiled and writhed like a grey snake, invading the streets and alleys. It got so thick she could hardly see anything, but she knew it was dangerous to be out on a foggy night, and especially after the murder of Polly Nichols, everyone was on the edge with talk of the Ripper. But still, as more and more of the girls dragged themselves to whatever roof they'd be stopping under that night, it meant less competition. If Molly had a fault, it was that she liked money, though many others have that fault too. One more trick and there'd be a few more pennies in her pocket. She thought she'd just wait another quarter of an hour, and if no knight in shining armour turned up, nor even a scabby barrow boy with a couple of pennies to spend, then she'd make her way back to the Doss house and bed. It came through the air, faint at first. She heard it through the fog. The sound of beating wings, as if the trapped wings of an angel struggling to be free. And she smelled it again, the scent of hot iron, the scent she now recognized as the smell of blood. Molly's heart rose into her throat. Her breathing grew tight. Her hands trembled ever so slightly. The sound and smell came for her, seeking her out. Molly hurried away towards people and pubs and the safety of the Doss house, but he appeared in front of her. He slipped through the wall like he was oil. He coalesced and formed and grew into the shape of a black-cloaked man, top hat, opera cloak and face in shadow. She could hardly make him out through the fog, but she knew he was there in front of her. She darted left within touching range of his fingers. She heard a moan in his throat. He radiated wickedness. This was no man. Her first supposition was right. This was the devil himself. No mortal could emerge through a wall. No mortal took shape like a nightmare from nothing on a foggy street. She was past him. If he reached after her and snatched at her, she would scream. She hurried, and she heard his steps come after her. She went faster, and his pace quickened. She broke into a run, and he ran. And finally, she went full pelt, her hands in her skirts so she didn't trip. She lost him in the fog. He was still behind her, but out of sight. She ran through wreaths of obscuring mist, her ragged breath and the ricochet of her clumping boots sounding in the narrow street. And then she saw Dark Annie emerge from the fog in front of her. The other woman's face was fixed. What you running for, you stupid Irish bitch? Molly couldn't speak. She was so out of breath. She stopped, gasping. She had to warn Annie. She couldn't get her words out. She was so scared. Scared of the man who now lurked in the dark, stopping in the shadows, scenting an easier catch than Molly. Dark Annie said, "Don't be telling me I can't go up Ambry Street, you slut. I go where I wants. And now Paddy tells me I can't go as I choose in my own city." "Annie," Molly said, finally getting enough air to form words. "Don't go. There's a man there." Dark Annie laughed long and loud. "Really?" Molly reached out to grab Annie's arm to hold her back, but Annie was already walking off. She shook off Molly's grasp with a snarl and turned and struck Molly full in the face. Molly reeled back and Annie said, "Don't you ever fucking touch me again." Annie had hit her hard, burst her lip, blood ran down her chin. Molly put her hand to her mouth, and as she did so, Annie walked off into the fog. From afar, she heard the woman's muffled call, "Hello there, sir. You looking for business?" Terrified, she heard the indistinct voice of a man but couldn't catch his words. She could just see Annie and him in the gloomy street, as shadows against shadows in the fog. Fear running through her, she called out, "Annie, don't go with him." But all Annie did was turn and yell, "I thought I told you to fuck off, now get yourself gone." Molly stood trembling and bleeding as Dark Annie disappeared into the night with her mysterious stranger. Annie Chapman's body was discovered a little before 6 a.m. by John Davis, a cartman who lived nearby. Her murderer was never found. The Mirror. That autumn, we took a road trip to Northumberland. Since we both retired, we had plenty of time to go and see places we'd long wanted to visit, and we didn't have kids, so we could avoid the school holidays and go when it was quieter. It was the end of September, getting colder, and probably our last break before Christmas. Northumberland's a beautiful place, England's most northerly county, bordering Scotland to the west and the cold North Sea to the east. The coast is a long sapphire necklace of yellow sand beaches, stone-built fishing communities, ancient castles, and rocky islands. Lindisfarne, or Holy Island, was the home of a Dark Age monastery, and the monks are still there. The castles, such as Bamborough, standing on its rock above the sea since at least the 6th century, are breathtaking. Inland are the rolling barren hills of the national park, more curlews than people, empty glens echoing to the memory of ancient bloodshed and long-dead feuds. We drove up the coast and then found our way back towards Wooler. The autumn day was bright and cold. There was a wind from the east as we made our way inland. We stopped at a magnificent castle, still lived in by the family who built it centuries ago as a bastion against the Scots raids and a springboard for attacks of their own into Scotland. The times of the Border Reivers were bloody and lawless, and thank the Lord, long gone. The castle was impressive, though we couldn't be shown round all of it as the family were there in their private rooms. Our guide was knowledgeable, and I enjoyed the tour, but somehow the cold seeped into my bones from that old place, and there was a feeling about it I didn't like. My husband, George, didn't seem to notice the atmosphere. He wanted to stay and take some photographs, but it was about 4 p.m. That meant it would be getting dark soon. I managed to drag George away by reminding him he wanted to go to the second-hand bookshop in Alnwick. It's built in an old railway station, and it's enormous. It's famous all across the north, and he'd wanted to see it for some time. We got there just before it closed. I was glad the place had a coal fire in the sales area, and I sat down on a leather chair there while I waited for George to browse. The place smelled of old books. I don't like that musty smell. If I'm going to buy a book, I want it to be crisp and new, or better still, an ebook that I can carry around in my Kindle and which weighs nothing. George was gone a long time. I'd occasionally see him down the rows and aisles picking up a book to add to the pile already in his arms. Sometimes he put them back, retracing his steps to make sure he got them in precisely the place he'd taken them from. That was George, a thoughtful man. Eventually I got bored, and I went to peruse the antiques section. The girl behind the counter told me that they were just venturing into antiques. It was mostly furniture. I guess they got it at auctions and then stripped down the wood, cleaned it up and revarnished it. There was a lovely big oak table, but it was hundreds of pounds. I was standing there looking at the furniture when George returned. "About ready?" he asked. "Just looking at this table." I could tell he didn't care for the table. He nodded and glanced around, still clutching his books. He nodded again and said, "That's nice." It was a mirror, the kind that stands on its own legs. I think they call that a cheval mirror. It was about 4 foot high and you could angle it. The silver mirroring was spotted a little as it was so old, but it was a beautiful piece. It was more than we could afford. I told George that, but he said, "Margaret, it's lovely. And we deserve a treat now and again. Don't forget we can leave it to the children as an heirloom." He wouldn't be dissuaded. It wasn't that I disliked it, but he loved it, and he was happy to part with his cash. The girl behind the counter was lovely, accommodating, a pretty little thing with long auburn hair and a Scottish accent. "It's a bit big to wrap," she joked. "No, we'll just put it in the car," said George. "Thanks for your help." Our long weekend in Northumberland came to an end and we were back home. At first, things seemed to be much as they were before. Then I noticed that George was spending more time in his study. He had his computer there and he was doing a bit of family history research. He usually went in there with his books and papers. I knew he looked things up on the internet and discovered long-lost cousins in Canada. But since we'd come back from our trip, he was always there. He stayed there long into the evening, when we had previously sat and watched TV together. I even grew suspicious, and one time when the weather outside was howling, I walked up to the door of the study and listened. I heard George talking. It was as if he was having a conversation, but I couldn't hear the other person. I guessed he was speaking with his sister Jean in Auckland on Skype. If he had headphones on, I wouldn't hear her, only him. When George eventually came back through, I said, "Is Jean okay then?" He frowned. "My sister Jean? You're making me feel guilty now. I haven't spoken to her in weeks." It was my turn to be puzzled and a little jealous. I had the idea that it was a woman. "Weren't you on Skype before? I heard you talking to someone." "Me? No, just been looking up some surname histories." And he sat down to watch TV. The next time I noticed something wrong was when I woke in the middle of the night. I don't know what disturbed me, but I realised George wasn't in bed. I sat up. He must have just gone to the bathroom, I thought, but it was a long time. In the end, I put on my dressing gown and went to look. He wasn't in the bathroom, but I saw the light was on in his study. Curious, I went to the door and pushed it open. George span round guiltily. He was just standing there in the middle of the floor. I said, "George, what on earth are you doing?" The computer was off, so it wasn't that. I felt slightly relieved. He said, "Nothing." I wondered if he was getting ill or confused. Something to do with his age. Then I saw that he'd moved a mirror into his study. It was right there, tilted so he could look into it, which struck me as odd. I knew he liked the mirror, but to get up and admire it in the middle of the night, that was peculiar. Eventually, he came back to bed with me. I made an appointment for him to go to the doctor. Our daughter Nicola and I accompanied him. Sitting in his clean little surgery room, the doctor asked him what the problem was. George said there wasn't a problem. I told the GP that I'd heard George talking to himself, and then found he'd got up in the night and he was just standing in the middle of the room. The doctor seemed to find this significant, and he got out a memory test questionnaire. George scored perfectly. The doctor then took his temperature and a urine sample, and they were all fine. "I can't find anything wrong," said the doctor. I felt George had made a liar of me. The doctor said, "Well, we'll take a blood sample just in case, just to make sure we catch anything that isn't obvious. All I'd say is that you look a little pale. How are your energy levels?" "I feel a bit drained, but I put that down to getting older," said George. After the consultation, Nicola and her father went out talking to each other. I followed along behind. They'd always been close. When I was younger, I was jealous of their relationship, but she was such a daddy's girl and always had been. Our son John was different, but he was in London and rarely in touch. That night, I woke again to find George wasn't in bed. I was angry this time. I marched down to his study and he was standing there. As I approached the door, I tried to be quiet. He was talking again, having a conversation, and it almost seemed he was flirting. He had adopted the tone of voice that a man assumes when he's talking to a pretty woman. It was ridiculous, the old fool. I stepped into the room blazing angrily. "George, what the hell are you doing?" He stood facing the mirror. It was that he'd been talking to. He turned on me, his face twisted in rage as if I'd interrupted him. I was suddenly frightened. For a second, I thought he'd strike me. I stood my ground. "George, I'm worried about you. Who are you talking to?" He snarled. "You wouldn't understand." And when I looked into his eyes, I saw something strange. Something that wasn't him, not George. There was a kind of reflected evil in his eyes. I stepped back. "Come to bed, George, please." I reached out and touched his arm warily. As if my touch was not welcome, he let me take it. Gently, I tugged him. "Come on, please." He let me drag him away. When I woke again, just before dawn, he wasn't in bed. I knew where he'd be, but I couldn't face him muttering, still talking to someone who wasn't there. The next time I went to the doctor, it was just Nicola and me. I didn't want George to know, and I left him at home in his study. The doctor referred him to a psychiatrist. The psychiatrist thought he might be suffering from a psychosis and said he would ask the local psychiatric crisis team to call round and interview him. That frightened me. I didn't want them to drag him off and tie him up in a straitjacket. But when they came, they were charming. It was just two girls. They didn't wear nurses' uniforms. They just asked him a lot of questions. Did he hear voices? Did he see things other people couldn't see? He denied it all, of course, but I told them about him getting up in the night and me finding him talking to that odd mirror. They suggested he come into the hospital for a couple of days, but he refused. They let him decline the admission, and I didn't want him to have to get the police. I just hoped that they'd give him some medication and he'd get better at home. The psychiatrist did prescribe him something, but once they'd all gone, he wouldn't take it. That night, I found him in his study. I said quietly, "George, you need to take the tablets I gave you." He snapped at me. "No, I don't. I'm not mad." "I'm not saying you're mad. You're just not totally well. I mean, George, you talk to people who aren't there. That's not normal." He looked at me with an icy glare. "You don't understand. You never understood me. She knows me better than you ever could." "She? Who's she?" It made no sense that he was having an affair. Who with? He hardly ever went out these days and very rarely alone. I would know. He didn't answer. A faint smile played on his lips as if he had some kind of secret. "It all dates from you buying that mirror," I said. He stared at me. "I think we should throw it out, sell it. I just don't like it," I said. He pointed his finger at me and said, "If you touch that mirror, I will take a knife and cut your throat." The shock of him saying that was like a punch. I was devastated, stunned. He'd never spoken to me like that in all the 35 years of our marriage. I admit I burst into tears. I turned and ran and shut myself in the bedroom. He never came to see if I was all right. He didn't come to bed either. Eventually I slept and I had a dream of a woman in white. She had a cruel face, skin the colour of bleached bone, long black hair, lustrous as the feathers of a carrion bird, and a mouth as red as blood in the snow. She watched me as I slept. I woke with a start and had the faint idea that there had really been someone in my room. George's side of the bed was cold. I knew where he'd be, but I didn't dare go and find him. In the morning, he was still in his study. He hadn't eaten. His cheeks were hollow, and there were black rings under his eyes. He hardly acknowledged me. He just kept staring at that mirror. "I'm going away for a few days," I said. George didn't look up. "You're frightening me, George. You need help. I'm going to stay at my sister's." And still he said nothing. He was stroking the mirror's frame as if it was something beloved to him. I rang Nicola and told her to go round and see her father. I told her she could ring the crisis team and they would come out. They might even take him to hospital. She asked me where I was going and I said I had to find out about the mirror. The first thing I did was ring the place we'd bought it. There was no one there who remembered it. I described the girl who'd been there at the counter. "Ah, Sally, she's on a day off," said the man. "Will she be in tomorrow?" I asked. I could hear him turning over the pages of a book, presumably with their rota on it. "Yes," he said. "What time do you open?" 9:30. I put the phone down. There was nothing much I could do but wait. I wasn't going to my sister's. I was going back to Northumberland. I drove all day and got myself a bed and breakfast in Alnwick, where the shop was. I rang Nicola and she said she'd gone round. Her dad was much the same, sitting in the study, staring at the mirror. She managed to get him to eat something and she called the crisis team, but he didn't really listen to them. They did get him to take some of his tablets and they said they'd come back the next day. Nicola said she'd stay there overnight with her dad. I could tell she felt I was running out on him. I didn't tell her that he'd threatened me. It was only because he was ill, and I didn't want to do anything to make her think less of him. I even felt I was running out. But then I told myself that this was all something to do with that mirror, and I had to find out about its history. The next day, I was there at the antique and bookstore before it opened. It was a frosty morning, and I stood there in my coat, my breath making clouds, waiting for them to unlock the door. "You're keen," said the owner, presumably the man who answered the phone. I pushed past him. "Is Sally in?" "Yes," he said, frowning. "Why?" Then he realised, "You're the woman who was on the phone yesterday. You've come in person. I got the impression you live miles away." "I do, but I have to know about the mirror." His frown deepened. "Sally handles the antiques. I focus on the books. You'll have to ask her." Sally was as helpful as I remembered her. "What's the matter with it?" she said. "It was a nice piece." When I saw her, I said, "Did you not think there was something odd about it?" She laughed. "Well, I did get it at an excellent price. I joked with the woman who sold it to us that it seemed like she wanted to get rid of it." "Where did you get it from?" She could see I was deadly serious. Her expression froze. "It came from the castle." It was the castle we had visited. I said I knew it. "Do you remember the name of the person there?" "Yeah, Dan Hetherington. He handles the visitor side of things. The owners have no commercial sense, so they leave it to him." "Thank you," I said, and I hurried back out to where I'd left the car. It took me 15 minutes to drive to the castle. The weather was heavy with low clouds and grey everywhere now. It matched my mood. The castle loomed ahead of me. I had to pay to take the car in, though I didn't intend to take the tour. My hand shook as I paid the man at the gate and then wound the window back up and drove through. I parked, got out, and pulled tight my coat. At the entrance, I asked for Mr. Hetherington. The guide there told me I needed an appointment. I even thought of bribing him, but in the end I just told him how important it was. He could see I was upset. Eventually, Dan Hetherington, who was a kind man, agreed to see me. "It seems urgent," he said, extending his hand. I shook it, and Mr. Hetherington asked me to sit down. He inquired whether I wanted a cup of tea, but I was in too much of a state to drink tea. I blurted, "I've come about the mirror." "The mirror?" he said. I nodded. "You sold a mirror at a knockdown price to the antique and book place in Alnwick." His expression changed. He said, "Are you a journalist or something?" "No." He sighed. "I don't believe in all that kind of thing, you know." I was inquisitive now. What kind of thing? The so-called cursed mirror. I didn't know it was cursed. "But my husband's not been well since we took it home. It's almost as if it's given him a breakdown." He pursed his lips. He paused and then said, "I don't know if it'll help, but maybe you should speak to Mrs. Elliot." I was bewildered, but if he thought it would help, then I'd speak to anyone. Mrs. Elliot was one of the general castle staff. She did a bit of cleaning and a bit of cooking for the tourists, baking cakes, making sandwiches and chips, etc. It turned out her family had been employed by the castle for decades, if not for centuries. Her grandfather was a ploughboy in the days before tractors. Her husband had been the night security man for the castle. "Does he still work here?" I asked. Mr. Hetherington shook his head and was about to speak, but Mrs. Elliot said, "He's dead." I felt a cold hand grip my heart. "Oh, I'm sorry to hear that," I said. "How long ago did your husband pass away?" "About a year now." She looked at the ground. "It was the mirror." Mr. Hetherington raised up his hand. "We don't know that, Diane. He had a heart attack. I don't think it had anything to do with the mirror." She turned sharply on him. "You don't know, but I do. Please tell me about it." She told me that her husband had been night watchman and security guard at the castle. He'd previously worked in the forestry, but had an injury with a chainsaw, so he couldn't do that anymore. The family had moved him inside. "It was kind of them," she said. "They could have just fired him." "He liked the work," explained Mrs. Elliot. She used to bring him a flask of tea and sandwiches about 10 p.m. to get him through the night. She said it had all happened the previous winter. The days were short and the nights were long and dark. The castle kept cold in it, a chill that felt almost unnatural, as if its centuries of blood weighed heavily. Mrs. Elliot said that there was a story that one of the family had married a woman from away. She was Scottish or Irish or something, but she wasn't English. and the local people hadn't taken to her. It was long ago, like a fable. Mrs. Elliot told me the story. The woman was pale and cruel with long black hair and a red mouth as if her lips were painted in blood. But Sir Humphrey had loved her. In fact, he was besotted with her. He never wanted to leave her side, and eventually he stopped eating and he sickened. All he would do was stare at her. When he died, the local people said she was a witch or worse, and that she'd killed him with black magic, that she'd sucked out his soul. But that didn't stop her. She didn't care what they thought of her. She used the money in the castle she'd inherited to do what she pleased, and it pleased her to bring men there. Young men, middle-aged men, old men. They all fell for her beauty, and they all disappeared. And so, eventually the countryside was in an uproar, and the magistrate had to act. They came and knocked at the castle doors that had been kept locked for so long, with her only having the key. But this time the doors were open. The magistrate and his men hesitated before they entered. There was such an air of foulness and despair about the place. Eventually they went in, but there was no sign of her. She was gone. Hetherington coughed. But that's just a silly old story. You're frightening our guest. I was terrified, but I couldn't stop listening. It was as if something in the story Mrs. Elliot told would supply the key to understand what was going on with my own husband. But she did exist, said Mrs. Elliot. Mr. Hetherington nodded. Some kind of 16th century gold digger. In any case, Sir Humphrey's brother came back from the wars in France and took over the castle, and everything was fine. Mrs. Elliot interrupted. But she was still there all the time. Where? I asked. In the mirror. Mr. Hetherington said, of course it's absurd, but that's what people believe round here. But what did that have to do with your husband? I said. Mrs. Elliot said, not long after he started being there on nights, he began to talk about a woman that walked in the castle. At first I thought he meant one of the family or their guests, but then he was talking about seeing the woman when they were all away at their house in London, the times when he was the only one in the castle. I told him he was being stupid, but he insisted. He started telling me how he talked to her, how she would come to him and how they would chat, and from the way he spoke, it was as if he was falling in love with her. This pale-faced woman with black hair and a red mouth. My mother said to me that I had to get him away from the castle. It didn't matter if he wasn't employed. She said that the woman was old Sir Humphrey's bitch, the woman who got all them men and ate them. Ate them, I said. This is beyond absurd, said Hetherington. What happened to your husband? Mrs. Elliot said. I talked to him time after time, and I even went up with him to the castle and sat all night, even though I had my own job in the day. And he would get up and go walking away from me, saying that she was calling him. But I wasn't going to give this up without a fight. I called her out, the evil witch. I even think I saw her once, but I can't be sure. Women don't normally see her. Mr. Hetherington let her talk. And so I got him to quit the job. The master of the castle said he'd find him another job because he was looking so ill. And it was obvious that the constant night shifts didn't suit him. He stayed home with me, but I would wake to find him out of bed just standing at the window, looking up at the castle. And then, one night, he got up and opened the door. I grabbed him, I held him back. I asked him where he was ganning. He said he was ganning to her, his mistress. He said she wanted to take him into the mirror. I screamed at him and tried to hold him back, but he was too strong, and he ran out of the house into the night. It was pouring down. I got my coat and ran after him. But when I got up to the castle gate, he was already dead. The gate was locked and he couldn't get in, but the woman took him anyway. My only comfort is that she didn't take him into the mirror like she did with all the others, and so his soul was safe, and she didn't take him into that place where she eats them. My God, I said. I was trembling. Mr. Hetherington tried to calm me. Whatever Mrs. Elliot thinks, there is a rational explanation. There are no such things as ghosts. Mrs. Elliot, sitting behind him, shook her head. She isn't a ghost. Then what is she? I asked. She's a demon. I phoned Nicola and said I was driving back. I'd be about 3 hours. She sounded worried and told me her dad hadn't been eating. She said she was pleased I was coming back. I could tell she didn't know what to do. I told her to ring the crisis team at once. They could maybe get him into a hospital by force if necessary, anything to get him away from that woman in the mirror. When I got home, Nicola met me outside. "Oh, Mum," she said, "he's locked himself in his study. I can hear him in there, but he won't come out." The crisis team nurses were there. A middle-aged, dark-haired man of theirs said apologetically, "I'm sorry, I can't get him to come out. I think we're going to have to call the police and break down the door." "Just do it," I said. I hurried through the house to the study door and banged on it. "George, let me in. It's Margaret. It's your wife." I could hear him in there, talking to that thing in the mirror. And I knew the woman would be trying to persuade him to come back into the mirror with her. I shouted, "Don't listen to her, George. Come back to us. Come back to your wife and daughter." But he didn't answer. He just kept talking to her, listening to her whispers and promises. I knew he was at least half in love with her and would believe her in everything. I banged on the door until my fist hurt, but George didn't stop talking to her. By the time the police came, there was silence. "Are you sure he's still in there?" asked the policeman. "It's very quiet." "He's in there," said the man from the crisis team. "He must be." Nicola was standing there, a look of sheer terror on her face. "I saw him go in. There's no other way out." "Are you okay, Mum? It'll be all right." But I knew it wouldn't. The police smashed the door in. Splinters of wood flew everywhere and the door sagged off its hinges. The policeman kicked the ruined door out of the way and went in. I could see past him. I heard him say, "No, there's nobody in here." In the study, the desks and the chairs were still where they'd been. So was the mirror. George never came back. Nicola never knew what happened to her father, but I took the mirror to a remote place. There I smashed it. Then I buried it, so that she would never again be able to drag anyone into the spot behind the mirror's silver eye, the spot where she eats their souls. The Frog God. Autumn's coming. I can see the leaves turning, catching yellow in the mellow sunlight. A breeze blows off the Thames, but the sun's still warm. It's Sunday afternoon in Greenwich, and we're in the central market area with its stalls and crafts and bric-a-brac. I smell chili dogs and French fries from the San Antonio street food stall and hummus with falafel from the Syrians. All good. I'm with Melissa. Melissa isn't my girlfriend, though that would be kind of nice. Melissa is my landlady. She inherited a house in Greenwich, so let me come to live there for a nominal rent. I couldn't afford to be round here otherwise. We met through a website called Gigmates because we share an interest in electronic music, Ghostbox and the Heartwood Institute and stuff like that. Melissa's pretty. Her father's Japanese and her mother's English. She has long dark hair and a face like a doll. Her boyfriend is equally attractive and rich and clever and really nice. As we walk, Melissa's attention is caught by a particular stall where a man with a leather hat and twinkling brown eyes is trying to sell a print of the coronation of King George V to an old lady. "Hey, I like that vase," Melissa points. "It's tall, it's got flowers on it. Blue ones, I think." I shrug. She goes up. The old lady moves on, King George still unbought, and he latches onto Melissa. They talk about the jug, but my eye's caught by a jade statuette of a frog. It looks Chinese. It's only about 3 inches high, and it's stuck right out at the front of the stall, like he didn't want to infect all the other bits of junk. Except this doesn't look like junk. I pick it up and turn it over in my hand. It's heavy, smooth, and warm. It feels like jade. He only wants £1 for it. Looks like a bargain. Then I get a weird sensation from the statuette, like I've just dipped my fingers in cold oil, tingly and smeary. I put the frog down, then I examine my fingers. But there's nothing smeared on them. It was a weird sensation, though. Melissa's still talking to the geezer in the leather hat. I narrow my eyes and stare. That frog must be worth more than £1. It looks like an antique. I get my phone and photograph it. I half worry that the stall owner will object to me taking a photo, but he's still talking to Melissa, his good sense undermined by her good looks. She gets that a lot. But then, just for an instant, I swear he glanced in my direction and clocked what I was doing, and then I think it's like he's deliberately ignoring my interest in his little frog thing. But I dismissed that as stupid. Why would he do that? A quick image search on the internet throws up similar images. Some aren't so similar, but a couple are. One is actually strikingly similar. It's almost a duplicate. The website about Chinese jade carvings says it's made from Zhiyuan jade from northeastern China. The one in the picture that looks like the one on the stall dates from the Han Dynasty and is of the frog god Qinghua Shen. Apparently, he exists to punish thieves. Amazing what you learn from the internet. More amazing is the frog god statuette I've just looked up sold for over £500,000 2 years ago. I'm breathing hard. I didn't mean to. Greed goes off like the fruit machine reels and they come up 5 cherries in a row. He only wants £1. Melissa's finished talking to him now. She didn't buy the vase, but he takes that well. He's just grinning at her. I clear my throat. Mate? The man walks off. He goes to talk to his pal on the stall behind that sells railway models. I raise my voice. Mate! He doesn't turn. I look at the frog. I could just take it. It's right at the front of the table. Melissa asks, what are you after? I point. The jade frog. It's horrible, she says. A nasty little piece. I whisper, it's an antique, I think. She lifts it, turns it over. It's got a maker's mark on the bottom, a Chinese character. It looks old. Ew, she says, putting it down in a hurry. It feels nasty and oily. Mate, I say, but he still doesn't turn. Melissa catches my elbow. Come on, I'm hungry. Fancy some falafel? I sigh. It doesn't look like he's heard me. He only wants £1 for it. She's tugging at me. Excuse me, I yell. He's deep in conversation with the railway modeller. He's deliberately ignoring me. It's rude. It's almost as if he wants me to steal the frog. Come on, Sam, Melissa says. He obviously doesn't need the sale. I look at it. £500,000. He's not interested in selling it to me. I could just snatch it and leave the pound on the table. I shout, £1, is it? This frog? He doesn't turn. I put my hand in my jeans and pull out a £1 coin. I slap the coin on the table, grab the frog and stuff it into my coat pocket. Thank you. There's £1 on the table. Melissa drags me off. Or a chili dog? Or hummus, she says. Melissa, I say, my heart hammering, I think this frog's worth £500,000. She laughs. She doesn't believe me. She says, get you, Mr. Bargain Hunter. Worth £500,000 and you get it for £1. What a steal. Later that day, about 7 p.m, Melissa announces she's going to her boyfriend's. Are you? Yes, I told you. We're going to see his parents in Harrogate. I'll be away all week. Did you say? Yes, Sam. Really, you never pay attention. She's smiling as she says it. I work 12-hour shift as a hospital porter. I said I couldn't afford to live in Greenwich at market rate rents. That means I get 4 days off a week. Today was my first day off. Looked like I'd be alone in the house for the next 3 days. She leaves and I go for a pint at the Cutty Sark. I know them in there. I just have 2 beers and read my book, and I go home. Our place is down a small cul-de-sac. It's not modern. The house probably dates from the early 1800s, but the street's quiet outside with an old-fashioned single sodium lamp giving out yellow light. The house is in darkness as I turn my key in the lock. The first thing I notice is the smell. It smells like the river's got in, really damp. I switch on all the lights and go looking for a leak, but the radiators are all okay. The boiler pressure's okay. I even venture down into the cellar to see if the water table has risen up, but there's no sign of water anywhere. Still, it smells like a swamp. I light a joss stick to drive the stink away and sit down in the front room with its old, comfortable leather sofa and chairs and bookshelves. Then I switch on the modern TV and watch a program about the Knights Templar and aliens. After a couple of hours, I go to bed. The jade frog is on the top of my chest of drawers. It looks innocuous enough, but there's something about it I don't like. As I take my clothes off and pull on my pyjamas, I tell it, you are going to make my fortune, good boy. I have a plan to get it valued by Christie's or Sotheby's. I'll do that tomorrow. Then I sleep. I wake up shivering. The room's really cold. The swamp smell is stronger now. I have the weird feeling that there's something in the room with me. I tell myself not to be stupid. It's just because I'm not used to being alone in the old house. I haven't drawn the curtains properly, so light from the lamp outside slants in yellow and catches the jade frog. It just sits there quietly. I look back at the window. I just can't shake off the feeling of a presence. I think maybe I heard something outside and that's what woke me. I throw back the duvet and slip out of the bed, stepping to the window and peering out through the gap in the curtains. I see nothing outside, just darkness and shadows. It started to rain slightly. I see nothing, but I still feel there's something there, lurking out of sight. I always was prone to irrational imaginings. This is another. I shake my head and turn back to bed. I catch the frog out of the corner of my eye. It seems like it's watching me. Of course, it can't be watching me. It's made of jade. It has no intelligence. As I sink into bed and pull up the duvet, I steal a glance at it. It's inscrutable, watching me out of its carved eyes. Then I think that it's the frog god who punishes thieves, except I didn't steal the frog. I paid for it fair and square. He only wanted £1, and £1 is what I gave him. Not my fault if he didn't know the true value. I don't sleep at all. I just lie there imagining the frog staring at me. I'm glad when morning light spills into the room. The frog's still there. I ignore it and go downstairs. When Sotheby's opens, I'm on the phone. Instead of brushing me off, the bloke sounds interested. I send him a photo of the Chinese character on the bottom, and he's very interested. I think you've got the real thing there, Sam. Can you bring it in? I say I can, but I don't rush. I want to make them wait for it. I don't want them to think I'm an easy touch. I want its full value. I say I'll take it in tomorrow. Another night, another trip to the Cutty Sark, more TV when I get home, except I can't settle. I keep thinking of the jade frog upstairs. When I get to bed, I put it in the sock drawer out of sight, but when I wake in the middle of the night by the gleam of the sodium lamp outside, I see the frog is back on the top of the chest of drawers where it was before I hid it. The stink of swamp water is incredible, but worse than that, I hear the noise of something breathing, something damp and old and huge. Last night it was outside, now it's in the house. I put the frog back in the drawer, lock the drawer, and for good measure listen by my door to the sound of whatever has entered the house. I feel it, I hear it, I smell it. Whatever's downstairs has come for me. I lock the bedroom door. I don't remember sleeping. I check the room all the time, but by morning, the frog is back on the top of the chest of drawers, escaped from the locked drawer, quietly watching me, waiting. The next day, I don't take the frog to Sotheby's. I take it back to Greenwich Market. I want shot of it. The bric-a-brac man with the leather hat is gone. I asked the railway modeller man next door where he went. He's having a break, mate. Won't be here for a while. Has he gone away? Why do you want to know? Just, I don't know how to say this. Just stay. Yeah? I stole something from him. Stole something from him, and now you got an attack of conscience. Should I call the coppers? I shake my head. Well, not stole, but I got it for a fraction of what it's worth. It's really valuable. He didn't know. The railway modeller laughs. I doubt that, mate. Giorgio's knows his antiques. If it was worth something, he would have known. I need to give it him back. 'Cause it's worth more than he thought? Yes, well, that's decent of you, mate. But that's business. Not many as honest as you. Does he live nearby? I can't tell you that. Please, I want to give it back to him. Then I think, or you could. I take the frog out of my pocket. I thrust it at him, but he recoils, hands up. Oh, that, he hated that thing. I stop. Why did he hate it? He never said. I don't think he'll want it back, though. Please, I don't want to rip him off. Just tell me where he lives. I can't tell you, mate. Sorry. So I go to walk off. Then I see a chipped sign on the empty table where Giorgio's had its stall. It says Attica Antiques, proprietor G. Kritikos. A bit of Googling later and a check in an online phone book, and I have his address. More than one G. Kritikos in London, but only one in Greenwich. It's not far. I hurry round, the leaves heaped on street corners, rubbish in the gutters, dirty shops with dirty shutters, and then a row of residential houses, just back from the main road. I recognise him as soon as he answers the door. From the look on his face, he recognises me too, which is significant. I thrust the frog towards him, but he steps back. I don't want that, he says, raising both hands as if afraid to touch it. You keep it. You bought it fair and square. You know it's worth a fortune, I say. He just stares at me hard-faced. You bought it fair and square. I didn't. I embezzled you. Not really. It wasn't a fair exchange. I'm fine, mate. It's yours. I pause. There's something wrong with it. He doesn't laugh. He doesn't call me crazy. He just tries to shut the door on me. I put my foot against the door so he can't push it closed. Hey, he says, I'll call the police. That's an idea. I say, call the police. I'll admit to stealing it from you. They'll take it off me. No, you bought it. At such a price, it was wrong. It was like theft. He narrows his eyes. You know, in Chinese law, theft isn't just plain stealing. Theft also includes fraud and embezzlement and plain old cheating. I got that from an old bloke in a house clearance. His son got it in China and then died, he told me. He was selling up because he had to pay for his care. I paid him pennies for it. I knew it was valuable. I was greedy, just like you. But it's yours now, mate. You knew what it was worth, and you paid far less, criminally less. So by Chinese rules, you stole it. With that, I withdraw my foot and he slams the door. My mind's racing as I go home. I guess the old bloke didn't get punished because he inherited it rather than stole it. Sounded like his son got it by sharp practice, though. About 2 a.m., exhausted, I fall asleep, the frog locked away. A noise awakens me. The house is cold, it feels damp, my bedroom door is open, though I'm sure I locked it. I glance at the chest of drawers. The jade frog isn't there. It must be in the drawer where I put it, but when I look, the drawer's open, and the frog is gone. The house is damp and cold, but I'm hot, burning up like I have a fever. I wonder if I've got a bug. I go to the bathroom and take some paracetamol. Then I think maybe the shower would cool me down. I set the water temperature to lukewarm, strip off and step in. Our shower is in the bath, so I stand there behind the shower curtain with the water playing on my head and shoulders. It doesn't really help. It makes it worse. I'm about to get out when I hear croaking outside the bathroom, the croaking of 100 frogs. I hear them moving, their life cold and alien outside the shower curtain. Then I hear a wet flop, then another, as hundreds of squirming frogs hop and jump into the shower. I scream for help, but Melissa is away, and if the neighbours hear me, they ignore it, like we ignore all things in London. I look at the floor, it's covered with squirming green and yellow of all different sizes. The frogs hop up onto and into the bath. I feel them cold and damp as they jump up against my thighs and hips. I press myself backwards and slip on the wet bath. I go down. They're going to bury me in their foul, bony bodies. First one, then another, until the weight of 20 or 30 or 40 frogs is on me. They jump onto my face and I feel their cold feet and see their eyes in the bathroom light. They're drowning me, cold, moving bags of hard bones. I scream again and jump up, scattering them. Wherever they've touched me, I have burns from the slime that covers their damp, soft skin. They're burning me, hopping at me. I run out of the bathroom, squelching them underfoot, and where their cold bodies squash, going between my bare toes, they scald me. At least I have the foresight to grab my trousers and shirt and coat as I run out of the door, leaving it open. The nurse practitioner at Accident and Emergency has never seen anything like it. Like alkaline burns, lots of them. What have you been up to? And how come you got no shoes? I don't tell her. How could I? She treats the wounds, dresses them, and gives me some painkillers. I get a taxi back. The driver doesn't speak. By the time I get to the house, it's day. The front door is wide open. It's a wonder we've not been burgled. There are the mashed bodies of green and yellow frogs here and there where I stepped on them, but otherwise no sign of the cold plague that hopped and jumped all over me. God knows what'll happen to me if I stay there tonight. I could run, but I have the feeling the frog god will find me wherever I go. The jade frog sits on top of the chest of drawers watching me. I dress cautiously. I'm in agony from my wounds. I snatch it and put it in my pocket. Then I head out. It's 9:30. I go to the first builder's cafe I see. It's full of men in high-vis jackets having mugs of tea with bacon butties or full English breakfasts. They're working on the construction sites. I hear Irish accents, a Geordie, some Jamaicans, and then Cockneys. I order a mug of tea with a bacon sandwich. When it comes, I bite into it, and the melted butter drips on my chin. The bacon's crisp, the bread's soft. I didn't realise how hungry I was. Surreptitiously, I take the jade frog from the pocket and put it on the formica top table. It takes me 10 minutes to finish the sandwich and the mug of tea. I stand up and step away. It feels good to leave that foul statuette behind. I get to the door when someone yells, "Oi mate, you forgot your thing." A builder's coming up behind me. He has a frog in his hands. He tosses it to me. "What is it anyway, ugly little bleeder? Feels greasy." I just grunt. He says, "You're welcome," then turns back to his mates. I find the Greenwich Tunnel and go down in the lift, the jade frog a hard lump in my coat pocket. My mind's spinning. I need to get someone to steal this off me. I walk and walk on the other side until I'm wandering the Isle of Dogs. This used to be a place of poor people. Surely someone will steal this thing from me here. I see a group of school kids hanging round outside a newsagent. They're a rowdy, multiracial gang and mouthy to the woman in the shop. I sit on a bench. A couple of teenage girls, one black, one white, makeup thickly plastered to their faces, short skirts way above the knee. They look really rough. "Got a fag, mate?" "No." "Got any drugs?" "No." "You're no fucking fun, are ya?" I just nod. They dissolve in laughter. I get the frog and put it on the bench beside me. I don't look at it. I sit for 10 minutes and get up, walk off, leaving it. I hope if they just take it, it counts as theft. After all, I didn't give it to them. I'm about 100 yards away when I hear a call. "Bruv, this is yours, innit? I think you forgot it. Don't you like it?" I half turn. I don't want it. Then I'm gripped by panic. If I say I'm giving it away, then no one will take the guilt of my theft. But I hear running feet. The black girl who wanted the cigarette thrusts the frog into my hand. I hardly want to accept it, but I do. She smiles sweetly. "You nearly lost this. Thought it might have sentimental value." "Thank you," I manage. When the hell did people get so honest? Later, I'm in Canary Wharf. It's mid-afternoon, but some well-dressed, suited financiers are well into their champagne at the wine bar. I go in. I try to order a beer. The bar steward looks down his nose at me and says, "We don't serve beer here, sir." "Give me a whiskey and soda then. Make it a double." It cost me 12 quid. I sit. I brood on my drink, then I get another. I'm anticipating returning to the house. I can't bear it. I take the jade frog out and place it on the table where it sits, looking at me. I watch the people go past laughing. The table next to me are talking about yachts and holiday homes in France. I get up to go to the toilet, leaving the frog on the table. As I go past the table with the drunken bankers, I overhear one of them whisper, "Hey, look at that. I bet that's worth something." I don't go back to the table. I head straight out the door. I wait outside as darkness comes. I want to see them leave with it, not leave it behind. I need someone to steal it. So if it's left, I'll have to go and ask if it's been handed in. I see them leave really drunk now, expensive suits. The blokes give each other manly chest bumps in an ironic way and air-kiss the lady bankers and part, each going separate ways. I really don't know if they've got it. I'm going to have to go back into the bar and ask the bartender if anyone's handed it in. I almost get to the door of the bar, the bankers still saying their farewells, and then one, a handsome blonde man, splits off and heads for his train down the concrete canyon between the towering skyscrapers, and as he goes, I see the shadow of a huge frog hop after him.
The Lighthouse. Sam Trafford had the devil's name tattooed on his shoulder to let the devil know he wasn't scared of him. It was like a taunt. Old Nick tried to get him once and failed. With the tattoo, Sam dared him to try again. The curling black letters spelled Iblis, the Arabic for he who brings despair. It was because of Fallujah. In 2004, Sam was in the 3rd Battalion, 1st Marine Corps. The insurgents ambushed his platoon while they were clearing houses. Sam was on point. He'd gone in first, but he didn't see the booby trap. The grenade went off on his right side, injuring his hand, destroying his hearing in his right ear. For 10 long minutes, he was alone in the house with the terrorists. Then Jean Nygaard came and saved his life. Later, Sam and Jean got tattoos done back in Chicago when Sam got discharged from the hospital. Jean got some lines from a Ryan Adams song. Sam got the devil. Sam could still see Jean looking at the name Iblis, a big frown on his face, as they sat in the bar on North Clark Street. He said, "Sam, my friend, having the devil's name on your arm is going to bring you nothing but bad luck." Sam laughed and bought him a beer. "I don't believe in luck, buddy," he said, "and the devil's got no hold on you if you have friends to watch your back." In the end, Sam lived, but Jean died. He went back to Iraq and was killed in action. Another waste, a steadfast, loyal man that the country could have used instead of the self-seeking politicians who profited from a soldier's sacrifice. Every time Sam saw his tattoo, he thought of Jean Nygaard and that house, and how Jean never left him behind. But now, 6 years later and a world away, Sam drove down the Pacific Coast Highway south from Carmel. His companion, Nadia, was in the passenger seat, hair combed back, Ray-Bans shielding her eyes. Her hand was out the window, feeling the wind, the charms on her hippie bracelet dancing and gleaming. The fine hairs on her arm were turned gold by the California sun. She wore expensively ripped denim shorts, an American Apparel no sweatshop t-shirt, and over it a blue floral kimono. He guessed no one would have put the two of them together. Sam looked what he was. Nadia looked what she wanted to be. They were chalk and cheese. Nadia happened to him like the sun rising on a new world. In the fall of 2009, he got a job as a technician in a lab at Berkeley. Nadia was an assistant professor of transpersonal psychology there. The first time he saw her was in a meditation class that his shrink told him would be good for his PTSD. Meditation was more her scene. Nadia ate superfood acai berries and had her chakras realigned every 3 months. When he saw her, he hesitated to speak. She was surely out of his league. But when you have the devil on your arm, and you should by rights be dead anyway, what do you have to lose? He struck up a conversation with her in the second session and got lost in her eyes by the third. He knew she was the one. He glanced at her now as he drove. She was looking out the window, lost in the view of the ocean, and who could blame her getting distracted by that view? Heading south towards Big Sur, the ocean was to their right. The rugged cliffs dropped to azure water. Kelp forests floated under the wave tops. Sea lions basked on the rocks. Nadia was by his side. Everything in life was good. Before he could react, the car entered the fog. It came up suddenly like a wall, and it enveloped them, making Sam hit the brakes, sending them sliding on the damp road. He got control and proceeded slowly through the wet cotton wool mist. It put the headlights on. The temperature dropped 10 degrees within a second, and Nadia pulled her kimono tight round her. "Something to do with the water coming down from Alaska," he explained. "I don't care what causes it," she said. "I want the sun back." She was shivering. "Sorry, babe," he said, as if it was his fault. He always wanted to make things right for her. She laughed. Her voice was deep for a woman's and sexy. "I don't blame you personally," she said. She squeezed his right hand with its missing fingers. He wanted to pull it away, feeling like a freak, but she didn't seem to mind his injury. A couple of miles further on the twisting highway, they saw their goal, the lighthouse. The fog had settled into a bank of low cloud rolling off the ocean. The lighthouse tower rose above it, pearlescent and gleaming like a fairy tale. "There," said Nadia. "That's it." "Yep," Sam grinned. When she was excited, Nadia was like a happy little girl. She smiled at him and clapped her hands in delight. "It looks like a dream," she said. "We need to get some provisions before we head there," Sam said. "There's a town up ahead. It doesn't look big from the map, but it must have a grocery store." Sam drove on. The highway took them away from the coast, and the sun reappeared. The town was beautiful. Fruit trees in blossom, pink jasmine, wisteria and laburnum all round the houses. The wooden buildings, painted blue and white and ochre, nestled on the edges of a forest that led to the mountains of the coastal range. There was a river at the edge of town, winding from the mountains to the sea. Sam parked alongside a neat and clean sidewalk and got out. Nadia watched him, smiling. She had her sunglasses on again and her teeth gleamed white between red lips. How he loved her smile. When she wanted him to do something, she just had to turn on that smile, and he melted. She was impatient to explore. Come on, slow coach. She beckoned, turned, and walked backward, grinning at him. Then, when he dallied, fumbling with his keys, she strolled away, tall, tanned, young and lovely. He watched her go. His father beat sheet metal for a living in Philadelphia. Hers was a neurosurgeon in San Francisco. She'd grown up in the sunny suburbs of San Jose with everything the good life could give her. He joined the army because it was the route out of the grimness of where he was from. But she was here with him, in the sun, on vacation. Who would have predicted that happy ending for Sam Trafford? 20 yards from the car, they found a grocery store. It sold local produce and they bought eggplants and zucchinis, olive oil, ripe tomatoes and onions and fresh garlic. I'll make a ratatouille, said Nadia. My dad's recipe. It's the best. They got milk, eggs, coffee, and bread, and wine. 6 bottles of local wine. They'd taken the Lighthouse for 3 weeks, ostensibly for Nadia to get quiet time to work on a research paper. Sam joked that he was there as her personal assistant. Yep, she said. Cook, cleaner, and handyman during the day. Red-hot lover when the sun goes down. I'm going to keep you busy. He thought he was up to the task. As they walked, she pointed, Let's get a coffee over there before we head out to the Lighthouse. The coffee house was a white-painted bungalow that fronted onto the main street. When they walked through the darkened bar, they found a sun-soaked veranda that looked out over an orange grove. They settled down in the low-striped armchairs and studied the menus. Sam knew what he wanted, just a coffee. He put the menu down and gazed at the fruit trees and gardens of the pretty little town. Swallows swooped and jinked overhead. Bees buzzed nearby. The day was warm. Nadia took off her sunglasses and placed them on the dark wooden table in front. He admired her hippie bracelet again as it caught the sun. There was an iridescent sheen to the tiny metal discs, and they shushed and susurrated as she moved her elegant hand. He bought it for her in a tourist shop on Pier 39 in San Francisco. The shop was one of the upper deck areas run by a guy from Bombay. The man had held a necklace in his hand, twirling the charms that hung off it, pentagrams and dream catches, the kind of thing she liked. Sam remembered how the owner's daughter had stamped Nadia's cheek with a star made of glitter after he got out of the bracelet, and the girl turned to him and told him it would bring his wife luck. Then Nadia kissed him. She looked up from the menu and said, You look like you've just seen something wonderful. I have, he said, not taking his eyes off her. You're so sentimental, she said, smiling. She squeezed Sam's hand. Let's not get too serious, though. She was looking at him with an expression of studied care. He tried to sound like he felt the same way. Sure, we'll live each day at a time. That's right. She looked away at the darting birds over the garden. I really like you, Sam. We're good friends. Of course, absolutely. Just good friends. That's how she wanted to play it. He gazed into the dark of the cafe to see whether the waiter was bringing her coffee. Flat black for him, chai latte for her. She punched his arm gently. Don't get moody. The waiter came. Nadia ran her hand through her sun-bleached hair and put her Ray-Bans back on. The waiter was a young guy, about 17. When he put their drinks down, he noticed Sam's tattoo, showing under his t-shirt sleeve, and took in the missing fingers and the scars on his scalp. Do you want to eat? He said. Sure, nodded Nadia. Can I get the chicken with the California sunset salad, please? The waiter wrote it down. For you, sir? Nothing, thanks. The waiter hesitated. Then he said, Were you in Iraq? He said. Just the Arabic tattoo. Sam nodded. He felt awkward, like he always did. Thank you for your service, said the boy with great respect. Sam said, You're welcome, but I was just doing my job. He turned his attention to the coffee. The waiter seemed to want to mend the awkwardness. You on vacation? He said. He is, said Nadia, running her hand up the nape of Sam's neck and into his short blonde hair. I'm working. She flashed the boy one of her big smiles. He flushed. Where are you staying? He asked. The Lighthouse by Punta de Lobos, Nadia said. A look came over the boy's face. What? Said Nadia, laughing. You look like you've seen a ghost. The boy waved his hand and smiled. Just, it's haunted. Nadia teased the boy. A fine young man like you, scared of ghosts. The boy blushed more deeply. Leave him, Nadia, said Sam. He knew what a flirt she was, and he knew she didn't mean it, but she shouldn't play with the kid. Haunted by what, anyway? Said Nadia. There was a guy lived there in the 1920s, said the boy. He was working for the Lighthouse service. They say he did some bad things. He disappeared. Since then, it's been full of evil spirits. Bullshit, said Sam. But it's a vacation rental. The boy looked grave. There have been deaths. A family drowned. Check it out. Sam looked away. The boy was annoying him now. The waiter turned, but as he stepped away, he said, You could get somewhere else. Why do we want anywhere else? Said Nadia. It's a bad place. The kid looked serious. Thanks for the warning, said Sam, fixing the boy with a cold glare. The kid finally disappeared. Nadia squeezed Sam's arms. What do you think of that? That load of horse shit? Not much. 2. When they got to the coast again, the fog had lifted. Sam and Nadia drove off the main highway down a sandy track through dunes and saw that the tide had risen and covered the causeway that led to the lighthouse. Unable to go further, Sam got out of the car and left Nadia sitting inscrutably looking at the ocean. Sam walked up to the lapping waves. He could see the roadway on the water for the first couple of feet, and then it disappeared. He figured the tide was at least 5 feet deep. They would have to wait. How long, he didn't know. The convertible roof was still down. Nadia smoked one of her colored Sobrania cigarettes. Sam looked at it burning between her elegant fingers, her bracelet catching the sun. He couldn't see her eyes through her Ray-Bans. What? She finally said. He shrugged and said, Nothing. I know you don't approve of this. She nodded at the cigarette. It's up to you what you do. She said, flicking the cigarette out the window. See? Gone. He smiled despite himself. Until the next one, he said. It's a little victory. You should enjoy it. You won't get many, Nadia teased. He laughed now and walked toward her, sitting down, leaving the door open. The breeze was warm. How long do you think until the tide ebbs and we can get across, she said. Hours, probably. How do you want to fill the time? We could sleep. Okay, she said. She ran her fingers along Sam's knee and grinned. Or we could fool around. Somebody'll see, he said, but he was smiling. She looked theatrically out of the car. Well, there's a horse or two over there, she pointed. She looked up at the blue sky and pointed again. And a couple buzzards up there. Don't think they care what we do, though. Her hand came up to his neck and into his blonde hair. Let's be friends, she said, or it'll be a long 3 weeks. He leaned in and kissed her. The horses and buzzards watched for a while and then got on with their business. The car was too cramped. They grew frantic and impatient to lack of space. Wait, Nadia said. She jumped out the car and went to the trunk and pulled out a blanket. Come here, she said. They made love on a blanket beside the car. It was a wild and lonely spot, and no one disturbed them. No one was even near. Then they slept in the sun, her head on his arm, hair spread round like a waterfall. When they woke, his arm was stiff, the heat was less, the tide had ebbed. Looks like we can get to the lighthouse now, Sam said. Nadia looked sleepy still. He liked her like that. He put his hand out to help her up from the blanket, and she took his fingers. You drive, she said, throwing him the key. The causeway was still wet, maybe an inch of water in the far end. Storms had dug holes in it, and Sam had to negotiate the route carefully. He saw Nadia laughing at him. You're so slow and steady, Sam. That's what you like about me, he said, not sure if it was true. That might be so, she said. There was room to park the car outside the front of the lighthouse on a small concrete apron. The key was in the envelope nailed to the old wooden door. The door's green paint was flaking. Nadia ran her hand on the smooth white wall of the lighthouse beside the door. "The stone's lovely and warm," she said. Sam opened the door with a creak. "Trusting," Sam said. "Don't think anyone comes out here." "Yeah, it must be the evil spirits that keep him away." He saw a shudder. He was surprised his joke bothered her. He apologized. "Someone just walked over my grave," she said. They entered the lighthouse. There was a chill inside the place, and it smelled of seaweed. A spiral staircase led up. They mounted it. The door of the first floor led into a kitchen. There was a small pantry. In it was a box of pasta spirals and some rice and a can of condensed milk and not much else. Sam brought the groceries from the car, and he put them on the utility top near the cooker. The cooker had a gas cylinder underneath. "Looks dangerous," said Nadia. "That cylinder just sitting there full of propane or butane or whatever it is." "Probably isn't. Looks like it's been here a while without causing any problems." "I believe you. Want to look upstairs?" Nadia said. "Of course. You go first." He checked her face to see whether she was joking. "Evil spirits." She punched him in the arm, right on his iblis tattoo. "That kid creeped me out." They went further up. Sam went first, and Nadia cautiously stepped behind him, looking like she was going to jump out of her skin at the slightest sound. It was weird that she was so unnerved. On the next floor was a living room. There were wooden chairs and a sofa with cushions and throws with local Native American patterns on them. A big picture window faced the ocean, and a brass telescope set up against it on a tripod. Someone had decorated the room with fishing nets, and in the fishing nets were hung big shells and dried starfish. "Oh, it's nice," Nadia said. There was a bookshelf with some books about sailing and a couple of yellow novels, some thrillers and romances. Sam picked out a Western and flicked through the pages. "I guess the bedroom's upstairs," said Nadia. She stretched up her arms and yawned. The hippie bracelet jingled as she swept it down. "I guess," said Sam. "You go first?" He laughed. "Again, what's got into you?" "Just go," she pushed him. On the next floor up, the room had a big king-size bed with crisp white sheets and a blanket. There was another window smaller than the one in the living room, but with the same ocean view. Sam stared out and saw the ocean planing out to the horizon, where its azure met the sky's powder blue. There was a ship out there, a long way from land. "It feels isolated," she said. "That's because it is. It's what you wanted. There's a table in the living room for you to put your laptop on. No cell signal, no landline. Peace. You can get on with your writing," he said. "I'm going to beachcomb." "You know, I think that life would suit you," she said. He went back to the window. "When I left the army, I didn't want to see anyone. I wanted to go to a place where I could just walk all day on my own with nature for company. So you chose Oakland," she teased. "Yeah," he said. "I'm perpetually confused about what I want." He gazed at her. "Mostly." She touched his arm and looked as if she was going to say something. Then she shrugged and chased the thought away. "The stairs keep going up," she said. "Go take a look." He gave a mock salute. "Yes, ma'am." He went out back onto the stairs. His feet echoed on the stone steps. He got so far, and then the staircase ended against a door. It was padlocked. He went and rattled the lock. No key. He turned and went back to Nadia. She was unpacking, putting her clothes in the armoire. "It's a dead-end locked door," he said. "I guess the lighthouse light is up there." "Yeah, they probably don't want anybody messing with it." "I can see that," he said. "Want some coffee?" "Sure," she said. "Go to the kitchen. I'll be right down." He went downstairs and opened the door to let the sea air in. The coastal mountains reared up landwards beyond the road and the forest. The weather had changed again, and tendrils of fog were drifting in from the sea. It just felt so natural and free. Being here would do him good. And then he saw a cat looking mournfully towards him, its ears pricked up and alert. What the hell was a cat doing here? What did it eat? Not much by the state of it. It was a skinny thing. It probably lived by eating rats or maybe even fish. It came right up to him and wrapped itself around his leg. He picked it up and felt its purr against his chest. They took it up to where Nadia was coming out of the ensuite shower in the bathroom. Her face broke into a broad smile when she saw the cat. "Oh, a little pussy cat. How thin it is." She extended her arms and he gave it to her. She cuddled it against her damp toweled breast. "Listen to it purr. Poor thing. Let's give it some tuna." They'd bought tuna amongst the other groceries from the convenience store. "I'll go open the can," Sam said. "I'm going to call it Misty, in honor of the fog that's always round this place," she said, still hugging it. Later, Nadia cooked them a dinner of ratatouille of father's recipe. It was good. They opened a bottle of the Napa Valley wine. After dinner in the kitchen, they sat in the living room. Nadia had her laptop on and began to write. Sam started the Western, The Shootist. They didn't put the lamps on for a long time, and gradually the day faded and darkness grew over the ocean. Then, the first piercing beam of light came from above them, flashing out over the wine-dark sea. "My God, what's that?" Nadia jerked her head up, pulling out the earphones. Sam laughed. "Wait," he said. "Wait for what?" And then, around a minute later, there was another beam of light. "Duh, we live in a lighthouse," he said. "Oh yeah," she said, annoyed. "Draw the drapes. That light's blinding." He walked past her to do so. The curtains were a heavy blackout material designed to keep out the blinding light. Then they lapsed into silence again. He went back to reading and she went back to writing. The wind rose and soon drove the rain against the window like a lash. Sam peered out through the drapes. It's dark out there. Nadia was engrossed in her writing, so she didn't hear him. He left the room and trotted down the stone spiral staircase to the front door. When Sam opened it, the wind blew in with a shower of salt rain, making him start back. He kept the door open against the wind long enough to see that the dark water had rushed across the causeway, cutting them off from the land. We couldn't get away now, even if we wanted, he thought. He closed the door, turned back, and was halfway upstairs when there was a loud banging. It seemed to come from high up in the lighthouse. He craned his neck and yelled, "Nadia, what are you doing?" She didn't reply. He ran up the steps to find her at the door of the living room. Her face was white. "What the hell was that noise?" she said. Sam frowned. "I thought it was you." "Doing what?" "It sounded like someone kicking a door in." She was looking up the stairs. "It was from up there," she pointed. "There isn't anything upstairs, just a light." There was another bang and then a repeated hammering. It was like something was trying to get out. Realization hit him. "It's from behind the padlocked door." "Go check it," she said. She was shaking. "Please." "Okay," he said. There was something unnatural about the noise, but he didn't want to look weak in front of Nadia. Sam flicked the light switch and the bulb came on above them. He mounted the steps slowly. His hands were balled into fists as if he expected to fight, but he told himself not to be stupid. What could be in there that could threaten him? He heard himself breathing. Nadia waited below. For a moment, he was halfway between Nadia and the padlocked door. It was the feeling he used to get when he was a small boy standing in the dark of his old house, afraid to turn on the light in case of what he'd see. "Is it okay?" she called from below. "Yeah, just give me a sec," he said. He exhaled and went on. He turned the corner, one hand on the wall, the other clenching and unclenching. This was stupid, but the noise was loud, crazy loud. And then he saw the door. The padlock was still hanging there, the steel rusty but serviceable. He went up close and reached out to the lock. Then there was an almighty slam on the door. It rocked on its hinges, as if whatever was behind it was taunting him with its strength. Sam fell back, almost stumbling down the stairs. He caught himself by the guide rail. Thank God Nadia hadn't seen that display of cowardice. Then it stopped. The banging ceased, but Sam's heart still hammered. He stared at the door. He had no key. What could he do? Nothing till he found the key. Breaking the door down was foolish. It made no practical sense. In daylight, he would recheck it. He turned and walked down to Nadia. It was still quiet behind him. but he had seen the door shudder with each blow. Something was on the other side. He got down to Nadia. She came and hugged him, clinging on but looking over his shoulder upstairs. "I'm scared, Sam." "There's got to be an explanation." "Do you think someone's got locked in?" "Someone? No. How long since anyone was here?" Sam said. "They'd have starved to death." The silence thickened as they stood there, waiting for the banging to start and dreading it. Sam's heart was back to normal. He squeezed it to him. "Don't worry, it's probably a bird," Sam said. "A gull. The noise was too loud. They're strong. It could be banging its wings on the door to get out." She said, "There must be a key." "We'll find it tomorrow," he said. "Come on down." "I won't sleep with that banging. It's stopped now." They undressed and got ready for bed. Sam tried to make a joke of the banging, but she wasn't laughing. She was uneasy. She hardly spoke. Funny how he always took her silence as a rejection of him, even when it had nothing to do with him. They lay there together in the big clean bed in the dark on the edge of the ocean. He pulled her to him, and she clung to him, frightened of the night. They had pulled the heavy drapes tight to keep the intense flash of the lighthouse out, but he felt its pulsing like a heart. Outside, he heard the wind that whistled and howled. He listened to the rain and the breakers smashing against the rocks below, and then the cat started to purr. He'd forgotten about Misty. The cat was nestled between them, and he leaned down to stroke her. The wind dropped, and the ocean was quiet. Sam dozed, but deep in the darkness, a long while after the sun had disappeared, and an eternity before morning, there was a cry from above. It was the cry of a lost soul, or something worse. At that awful noise, Sam's eyes came open. Nadia slept. He got quietly out of bed and picked up a wine bottle to use as a weapon, as there was nothing better. He stood there naked on the stone steps and went up, but the door was as it had been. The lock held. Whatever was behind that door was still stuck there. 3. In the morning, it was as if the sun had driven away all her cares. They were downstairs in the kitchen. "You okay this morning?" said Sam. "Sure." Nadia looked embarrassed with an air of puzzlement that he knew was put on. "What about?" she said. He was patient. "The banging last night." "Oh, that. It was just a bird, like you said, but it's stopped now." "You know, I'm such a scaredy cat sometimes. What a difference a day makes, or a night," she said. He turned to the percolator. "Want a coffee?" "No, I'm drinking yogi tea." "Liking Yogi Bear?" "No," she said, but she was smiling, as in the Brahmins and Hindu holy men. She did a little Indian dance with her hands in prayer above her head, waggling her head from side to side. "That's good," he laughed. "Quite sexy." "They're not interested in sex, Sam, unlike you. And me." She winked and sipped her green tea. "I'm writing this morning. What are you doing?" He felt dismissed. "I hadn't thought. You could go look at the beach. The storm is sure to have turned up something interesting." "Yeah, I could." He nodded, convincing himself he'd rather do that than stay with her. "I will." "Good. See you later." And that was that. Nadia went upstairs with her yogi tea to turn on her laptop. He put on his jacket and boots and stepped out. The sun was trying to burn through a wreath of fog. He could see it as a dim circle of fire, weak behind clouds. The ocean had thrown up flotsam and jetsam around the concrete square outside the lighthouse. He saw the storm had decorated the car with a shower of pebbles and some kelp on the mirror. He checked the vehicle over for scratches, but it seemed to have escaped unscathed. Sam noticed a path of broken concrete steps, half covered in wet sand, which led to the beach. Sam decided to wander that way, his boots sinking in and leaving his mark. The sea had gone back about 30 yards and was breaking in a white froth line on the golden sand. Sea pools studded the rocks across his route, so he veered and zigzagged to find the easiest way, and he was soon lost in the journey from pool to pool. He didn't think of Nadia for a while. Sam searched for and mentally catalogued the shells, crabs, and enemies that lurked under the rocks and in the clear seawater. Time went by, and he didn't notice. He strolled along the shoreline, away from the lighthouse. Then, about 100 yards up the beach, where the barnacle-streaked rocks came down to the water and closed off any further progress, he saw something half buried in the sand. It looked like a discarded satchel. Sam hurried up to the object and saw it was upside down. He pulled at it, and with a sucking noise it came free of the sand. It was somebody's old bag, but it wasn't empty. The canvas holdall had a name stitched on it, Hector Mendez. Sam undid the rusty clasps and looked inside. Half buried in wet sand contained in the bag was a sculpture. It was shaped from stone and about the size of a bowling pin, but more substantial. The rock was white-brown and decorated with strange petroglyphs. It looked ancient, and Sam grew suddenly excited. It might be valuable, and he was sure Nadia would love it. Then he looked at the sky. The sun was dim behind clouds that seemed to thicken as he looked out. The tide was turning. Tendrils of fog were reaching out from the ocean, cutting off his view of the land. As he looked down the beach, the sand became invisible behind it. Above the fog, the lighthouse still stood clear of the mist, straight and tall as a beacon. That was his mark. Sam hurried back, one eye on the incoming tide. It looked like the water was in danger of cutting him off from the steps he'd come down. He broke into a run, paddling through the shallow waves as they rushed in. About halfway, the waves were bursting by the rocks and there was no dry sand left for him to walk on. He sloshed through the water to get to the concrete. The sea came to his knees, but then he found the steps, and he was up above the ocean. His sudden fear of being cut off ebbed away, and his excitement returned. He was bringing a prize back to Nadia. He went in the door, kicking the sand off his boots, and then the boots themselves before he went in. He put down his little stone idol and hung up his jacket on the peg. He left the dripping satchel outside the door. Then he scooped up the stone carving and ran up the stairs. Nadia wasn't in the kitchen. She was probably in the living room. He yelled, but there was no reply. Maybe she had her earphones in again. He shouted louder. Still nothing. By this time, he was up level with the living room. Her laptop was open on the table by the window, her empty mug of yogi tea nearby, a stub of a Sobrania cigarette in a glass ashtray. "Nadia!" he yelled. He ran up the steps to their bedroom. When he got to the door, he glanced into the room. The window was half open, letting the sea breeze in, but Nadia wasn't there. He gripped the idol tighter, and then he glanced out of the window and saw the car still outside. The ocean flooded round the lighthouse again, drowning the causeway. Nadia must be in here somewhere. Sam thought about the steps that led up, but all they led to was that padlocked door. He went up cautiously, shouting out her name. As he rounded the corner, he saw the door. It hung open. Something had smashed the padlock into two pieces, and it lay broken on the steps. Sam stooped and picked it up with his left hand. The shackle had shattered, and the ends of the metal were sharp. What the hell had done that? And when? "Nadia," he shouted sharply through the open door. His voice echoed dully up the stone staircase. She didn't reply. Sam stepped forward through the dark doorway into the newly opened space. Stairs, not white like those below, but discolored by damp and algae, ran up further. Sam quickly mounted the stairs. Nadia had her back to him. She was stooped over a pile of leather-bound books and had her earphones in so she couldn't hear him. Behind her was the gleaming metal and glass dome of the automatic light, quiet and dead now, and waiting for dark. He went over and tapped her shoulder. She turned round with a start. "Nadia, you didn't answer. I've been yelling." She laughed, seemed happy. "I found these books. They're journals." "I was worried," he frowned. "Where do you think I'd gone?" She met his eye, and he saw mockery in her gaze, as if he was stupid or a fool to care about her. Nadia always looked after herself. A mutual friend told him that once. He'd shrugged it off, but he realized he was lower on her list of priorities than she was on his. You didn't answer. How did I know? Sam said. She turned back to her prize. These journals are fascinating. Help me carry them down. She picked up 3 of the books and held them out for him. Then she saw the stone thing in his hand. She raised both eyebrows and reached out for it like a kid at Christmas. Where did you find that? On the beach. It was half buried. Looks like last night's storm had turned it up. It looks ancient. She snatched it from him and turned it over in her hands, stroking the smooth stone. I don't know what it is, a Native American, he said. I know what it is, she muttered. He raised his eyebrows. You do? She nodded. She tapped one of the leather-bound tomes. It's in this book. So, what is it? It's a religious item. It's got magic power. He calls it the idol. Magic power, he snorted. Yeah, right. Then he saw she was serious. Like what? She was impatient. Let's take them all downstairs, she said. Nadia made him wait for an explanation while she made more yogi tea. She took Dad upstairs from the kitchen to the living room and he followed her. The books were placed on a wooden table next to the stone idol. She sat on the sofa and pulled up her leg with her hand. This is really cool, she said. She couldn't resist picking up the idol and stroking it again. Sam sat on the seat opposite. How did you break the padlock? I didn't. So how did the padlock break? I don't know. It was broken when I got there. The storm? And nothing else broke, he shook his head. I doubt it was the storm. Sam knew the door had survived the storm, but if he told her how he knew, he would have to describe the awful cry, and he didn't want to do that. I don't know then. I got bored writing, so I went up to see the door to see if the bird was still there. That was brave of you. She didn't look up at Sam. She held the stone thing in both hands. I know. Funny how you get scared of stupid things in the dark. Anyway, the door was hanging open and the padlock broken. It just leads up to the light. We should have guessed that. I guessed it, he said. Clever old you, she said. But I went up. The storm dislodged one of the wooden panels around the light chamber. I could see these old books in there. It looks like they've been there for years, but there were hand marks in the dust like someone found them, not so long ago, but had put them back. I've just skimmed a couple of them. I thought you were here to write your paper. I am, she narrowed her eyes. She took a sip of tea. The atmosphere had cooled. I thought you'd be excited, she said. So, who wrote the books, he said. A guy called Clark Ashton. Turns out he was lighthouse keeper in the winter of 1926. That's what I got from the little introduction. Her voice grew quiet and dramatic. But he really wanted to be alone here to practice magic. Magic like conjuring. No, black magic. Well, there are lots of weirdos around. I guess there were even then. I think he was odd. From his journals, that, Nadia pointed to the stone idol that sat innocuously on the table, was something he used. He used it? What for? I don't know yet. I have to read more. And how did it get down on the beach buried in the sand? It was in a bag with the name Hector Mendez on it. The bag wasn't from the 1920s. It looked quite modern. Maybe somebody lost it, she said. Or they were trying to throw it away. She laughed. You said that so dramatically. He stood up and went to open the window. The sea wind came in with the mewling of gulls and the smell of brine. The yellowed pages of the journal she had opened fluttered in the wind. She put her hand on them, shielding the old paper. Close the window, she said. He did so. You writing some more? He said, standing over her. No, I want a break, she said. Want to come to bed, he said. She shook her head. No, I want to read more of Clark Ashton's journal. You go for a nap. Maybe I'll come up later. 4. But she didn't. The day went on, and Sam tried to read but failed. He just watched the ocean a lot, and then went out for another walk. He checked the oil and the tire pressure on the car. He and Nadia ate separately. He couldn't tear her away from her journals, so he left her. Sam was asleep by the time she came to bed. He didn't know what time she finally turned in, but it was late. He couldn't rouse her the next morning. She turned and got irritated when he asked her if she wanted a coffee. He got up, dressed, and ate some breakfast. It was 11 a.m. He went to the bedroom door and looked in to see if she was up yet. Nadia still slept. Sam turned on his heel and walked out. The cat came halfway down the stairs with him, and when she saw he wasn't going to feed her, she stopped and let him go. Sam grabbed his coat from the peg by the door. He dragged it on and, standing outside, flicked the button on the key fob to open the car. The causeway was dry. He didn't know how long before the ocean came back and covered it. He would have to find a tide table. He stared back at the towering building, and he was angry. Part of him never wanted to come back to the lighthouse or Nadia, though he knew from experience that the feeling would fade, and he'd want her just as much as he ever did. He drove faster than he should over the rough causeway, sending stones flying up from his wheels as they slipped and bit the gravel and got traction. By the time he got to town, he calmed down. Sam knew Nadia never listened to anyone, least of all him. He wandered around a bit and had a coffee in a different place, and glanced in the windows of the stores. Then he saw the town's neat little library. The stars and stripes fluttered on a pristine flagpole outside. The library was small and compact, and he liked it. The librarian picked up her gaze from the book she was reading, The Flora and Fauna of the Galapagos Isles. "Well, hi there," she said with a big smile, taking off her reading glasses to see him better. "Stranger in town?" He nodded in greeting. "Yeah, thanks. We're staying at the Lighthouse." He gestured to a place out of sight. "Oh yeah, pretty spot." But there was something in her expression that didn't fit her words. Sam said, "I just wanted to know something about its history." "Really? Any particular period?" She rubbed her chin. "I think it was built around 1910. We have a couple books about the Lighthouse Bureau." "Well, more recent than that." There was an awkward silence. The librarian stared at him while he laughed unconvincingly. He wondered how he could bring this up without sounding like a ghoul. He said, "A kid in town said there were deaths there." She nodded, then she turned. "You'd be better looking at the local newspaper for that." She got up and walked away from the reception desk, down through the shelves of picture books. "Down here," she said, pointing ahead of her. He hurried to catch up. "You keep all copies?" She shook her head and didn't turn round. "No, it's all microfiched. We have machines to read it on." "Ah, okay." He was almost level with her now. She stopped by a metal box of a thing with knobs on either side. She flicked on the light switch and then busied herself getting the right microfiche film. She put the cartridge in the reader. "It's all yours," she said. Sam sat and she directed him so he could search through the back issues and focus. The black and white words came clear on the screen, along with magnified hairs and scratches. "It was July, if I recall," she said over his shoulder. There was nobody else in the library. Then he found a story. There were only a few paragraphs, the names, a family of 3 called Mendez. He sat back and exhaled. She watched him curiously but didn't say anything, so he read on. The Mendez family was from Santa Barbara, staying at the Lighthouse as a vacation rental, just like him and Nadia. "It doesn't say much, does it?" said the librarian. Sam turned on the swivel seat and faced her. "Do you know more?" "I can tell you what I know. Want a coffee? We aren't exactly busy." He let her make the coffee. She came back with 2 mugs and beckoned him over to a more comfortable seat. Gesturing, she said, "We put these in the library to make it look more like a coffee shop to entice more people in." Didn't really work. They sat down together. "So," he said. "I'm Mary Jones," she said. She extended her hand and he shook it. She said, "I'm chair of the local historical society." "Ah, right. Okay, thank you." "So, the Lighthouse. You've heard its bad reputation." "Just what the kid told us at the cafe." "Paolo, he's a nice boy, but you must remember that people mostly come and go without incident. They have for years." She took a sip but grimaced that it was too hot. She put the mug on the table. She was enjoying telling the tale. "But some people seem to have had a bad time." "What about the Mendez family?" She sat back. "Mr. Mendez came in here, like you. He was looking for the history of the Lighthouse." "And?" "He struck me as a highly strung man. He certainly appeared very anxious." "How many times did you meet him?" Just once, then I read about the drowning. He just wanted to know about the history of the lighthouse, and that's it? Not quite. Mr. Mendez had an interest in a man called Clark Ashton. I spoke to him about Ashton. Clark Ashton, said Sam, trying not to betray an interest. You've heard of him? He couldn't tell whether she was surprised. A little, not much. What happened to the Mendez family, anyway? Mary Jones shrugged. No one really knows. Their bodies were found separately, washed up along the coast further north. No suspicious circumstances, a plain old drowning, it would seem. Sam sat forward. But you have a theory. Mary Jones, a librarian, picked up her coffee and braved a sip. She smiled self-deprecatingly. My theory is that the Mendez family got involved with what Clark Ashton left there. You see, Ashton was a minor occultist. He published a book on ritual magic, and Ashton was a friend of Jack Parsons. The name didn't mean anything to Sam. Mary Jones asked, Do you know of Parsons? He was a black magician who worked for the Jet Propulsion Laboratory. Anyways, Ashton spent time down in Pasadena with Parsons working on a series of summonings. Then they fell out. Ashton wanted to do more than he did. He wanted to call something more powerful. How do you know this? Years ago, I wrote an article on him. I had an interest in the occult in those days, but there are some doors you shouldn't open, so I closed them. She looked uncomfortable. I don't bother with things like that now. When you say summoning, what exactly do you mean? Spirits, of course. Evil spirits. Some are. But what happened to Ashton? He just disappeared. In the fall of 1927, they noticed the light wasn't working, and when they went over, he was gone. The lighthouse was like the Mary Celeste. He was never seen of or heard from again. It seemed that was all Mary Jones was prepared to tell. She stood taking her coffee. Listen, I have to get back to my desk. You feel free to browse. We've got some great books on the wildlife of the area. She walked away, and Sam finished his coffee in a gulp. Then he waved her goodbye and was about to go, but just as he was at the door, the librarian said, Don't meddle, and you'll be safe. Good advice, he thought. He just hoped Nadia would take it. When he got back, Nadia was up, but absorbed reading the journals. She was making notes on a big white pad that she bought for her academic work. He wanted to talk to her about what the librarian had told him, but she was too engrossed. He made her a cup of coffee and put it down beside her. She thanked him, but hardly looked up. Nadia wanted to be left on her own, so Sam went upstairs to the bedroom. The sky had cleared outside, and the sun spilled in through the half-open white curtains that revealed the vast blue ocean stretching away to eternity. He picked up his Western. His eyes slowly made their way down the first page, and then he flicked that over and began the next. The story was good, but he made slow progress. Then his eyes grew heavy. He slept. He slept for a long time and didn't dream. When he awoke, it was dark. He'd slept all afternoon and into the evening, and Nadia hadn't woken him to eat. As he slept, his book had fallen onto the floor beside the bed. Sam's right arm had pins and needles where he'd lain on it. He picked himself up groggily and switched the light on beside the bed. The room was unchanged. It didn't even look like Nadia had been to bed. He stood slowly. He heard the clicking of the light mechanism from upstairs and then the flash of light. He was stiff, and he stretched out his legs to bring back the feeling in them. The sound of the waves came through the open window. He shivered and closed it. Sam went out of the room and down the cold concrete steps in his bare feet. The door of the living room was open. Through the gap, he saw a flickering of candlelight. Nadia sat cross-legged in a circle of tea lights. In front of her was one of Clark Ashton's journals. A smooth pebble from the beach was holding it open at a particular page. In front of the book was the stone idol. "What are you doing, Nadia?" Sam hissed from the door. She didn't hear him. His voice was quiet, and he could hear its uncertainty. Nadia focused on what she was doing. Sam watched her mouth moving, speaking out what she was reading from the book. The words sounded like an archaic language. They were rhythmic and repeated like a chant. "What are you doing, Nadia?" he repeated louder this time. She raised her left hand to silence him without taking her eyes from the book. The candles flickered. A cold shiver ran up Sam's spine. If this wasn't meddling, he didn't know what was. He buttoned up his shirt while he watched her. She often meditated, but this wasn't meditation. There was something sinister about the words. Their hideous sibilance slithered around the room, creating the illusion that something was in the shadows. Sam went closer until he stood just outside the circle of tea lights. He saw a verse written in Ashton's spidery handwriting in the book in front of Nadia. It wasn't any language he recognized. Nadia repeated the ghastly words over and over, her voice louder and more insistent. The words hissed like snakes. The curtains fluttered, and the room felt suddenly cold and threatening. "Nadia," he said, but her face was blank now, her eyes closed. She was in a trance with just her mouth moving, and her words were alien and menacing. The atmosphere grew heavy, as if a storm was brewing out over the ocean. Sam saw sweat beading on her forehead. Her head lolled forward, and the hands were clenched into fists. Then the banging started upstairs. It was more insistent than before, like whatever was up there could hear Nadia's chanting. Sam jerked involuntarily. He remembered the door was open. Whatever was up there could now get out. Sam edged toward the staircase. His eyes kept returning to Nadia as she chanted those inhuman sounds. His ears were unable to block out that hellish whispering, her voice mingling with the banging of the open door. He got onto the stairs. The banging was louder even than before. Without a doubt, it came from the light chamber at the top of the tower. What the hell was up there now? He looked around. There was the same wine bottle he had last night. He took it and gripped its neck and felt some comfort. It didn't make sense that the door was banging. There was no wind. It was like something wanted to come out, something kept there by a more potent power than the door. Sam went up the stairs, his heart hammered, but he was going to have to fix this. One floor up, and their bedroom was empty. The source of the noise was definitely further up, one floor higher. The noise was relentless, banging, banging. There was no sign of Misty. The cat must have gone to hide. Sam went up again. He slowed, going round the corner, knowing he would see the door. The neck of the wine bottle was sweaty in his grip. He had to go round that corner. There was the door, swinging like a broken toy, slamming on its hinges with no physical cause. The din of it crashed through the lighthouse and in Sam's head. The banging door was a sign that something was coming. The air was cold. An uncanny, numinous feeling filled the place like something was coalescing, as if Nadia's words were waking something that had slept for years. Sam felt its presence just behind his shoulder, invisible, insidious, and evil. He spun round, and then it moved down the stairs. He had a sudden fear for Nadia, who ran below. In the living room, the circle of candles was burning down. Still inside the ring of tea lights, Nadia's head was slumped onto her shoulder, her hair hanging down. She had stopped chanting. A thin dribble of saliva hung from her mouth. A palpable presence now haunted the room. Its evil filled the place. Sam went over and shook Nadia. Her head rolled sideways and her eyes opened to reveal the whites. He half picked her up and dragged her from the circle. The tea lights were swept out of the way, turning over, spilling liquid wax and extinguishing themselves. The acrid smell of burned wick filled the room. He pulled her to the sofa and laid her down. Then he shook her awake and she muttered something from deep within, whatever dream held her. "Nadia," he hissed. There was something in that room with them. but for some reason, it lacked the power to fully come through and manifest itself. It needed something more. Then he heard something from below. It was the unmistakable noise of the door opening. How was that possible? How could anyone be there on that dark night with the causeway covered by 5 feet of rushing ocean water? But it was definitely the sound of the front door opening. He knew it by the creak it made when you pushed your weight into the rain-soaked wood. He thought maybe the wind had blown it, but he knew in his heart that some intelligence had opened the door and come in. Someone, or something, was downstairs. "Hello," he shouted. His throat was dry and his voice died off in a hoarse wheeze. There was no reply. Sam kidded himself that it was the wind again, but he didn't move to check. "Hello," he yelled again. The greeting sounded stupid now. He must be mistaken. The door had somehow sprung open. He maybe didn't shut it properly. The sound of the waves was louder from below. He needed to go down and close the door, whatever he did. Otherwise, the wind and water would come in. The sooner he did that, the sooner he could minister to Nadia. He took a step forward, then stopped, and his hands trembled. What was he becoming? He'd walked into booby-trapped houses full of men with guns who wanted to kill him so they could go to paradise, but he'd never been as scared as this. He told himself to man up. He hurried to where he would just see the front door in one more step. His heart started hammering again. This was ridiculous, Sam. This is just dreams and whispers. And then he stepped toward the door. It was so unexpected that Sam looked twice and still didn't believe it. There, in the harsh electric light, was a girl. She was about 12. At first, she looked healthy. She was drenched, so much that she looked like she'd been in the ocean. She had her back to him, her long, dark hair hung in wet locks down her soaked dress. "Hello," said Sam. "Can I help you?" And then the girl turned. As her face came round, Sam saw raw holes where her eyes had been. She lacked lips, and wounds gaped in her cheeks where the fish had eaten through. Her old-fashioned dress was ripped, exposing the bones of her chest, and there was a washed-out, ragged, hardly pink wound above her heart. Sam heard his voice say, "Oh, damn." He stepped back, hands holding the stone sides of the staircase. His heel slipped up a step. He swallowed, "Oh, Jesus Christ, protect me." And that was the first prayer he'd uttered since Jean died. He stood his ground. "What do you want?" he muttered, willing the girl not to reply. She stared at him, and her mouth fell open. Sam heard a thump and noises from above. He glanced up as Nadia descended. She looked woozy and not woken from her unnatural sleep. Her hair was a mess and her mascara had run. He put up his hand to stop her from coming further. "Don't," he said. The dead girl was going to speak. "What?" Nadia said. She couldn't see the girl. The girl's mouth moved. It formed words, but they were slow and effortful. The dead forget the art of conversation. "Don't come down," Sam said. "Who's down there?" Nadia said, stepping down another step. "I told you, don't come down." But Nadia came anyway. At that instant, he heard the girl's voice. Her voice was dry as dead leaves whispering together. The girl said, "Call it." And then she vanished, and the front door slammed shut. What the hell? Nadia was level with him now. That door just closed on its own. He nodded. There was a girl. A ghost. He turned, expecting to see Nadia mock him, but she was smiling. She nodded frantically. Her smile was strange, and he did not like it. "What's the smile about?" Sam said, his voice hoarse. He felt a shiver run through him. Nadia said, "I summoned it. She was locked in upstairs, and I set her free." "You did what?" Nadia shrugged. It was apparent she was pleased with herself. She turned to hurry back up to the living room. He could hear her say, "I'm going to write a paper about this. I'll make my career." Sam slowly climbed after her. Nadia found a pad of paper and a pen, was about to come down to fetch him so he could narrate what he saw and she could write it down. He came into the room after her. His face was stern. "This is messed up. What are you playing at, Nadia?" She smiled like what he'd seen was nothing. She said, "I've been involved in transpersonal psychology all of my career. We do experiments to prove the existence of something other. Mostly, they prove nothing. And now," she raised her hand in a mock punch of victory, like some privileged college kid, "I've summoned something, and you saw it. Something. Technically, probably just a projection of the collective unconscious." Sam said, "I saw a dead girl." She patted the couch next to her. "Come and sit down and describe exactly what you saw." He didn't move. "Come, sit, talk." She had her pen ready. She looked like an excited teenager. "I can't believe it," she said, her face wrinkled in delight. "This is so great. I've summoned a spirit." He sat down where she indicated. "I'm sorry I don't share your delight." She ignored his anger. "So, what did you see? Tell me. I want details." "I saw a girl, maybe 12 years old. It looked like she'd been stabbed in the heart and thrown in the ocean for the fish to eat. She was soaked through. Her flesh was pale and wrinkled. I can't believe I saw it. But I did." His hand was shaking. Nadia nodded and started writing. The fact that she's soaked represents the unconscious. It comes from below." His shock made him irritable. He grew impatient. "What did you do?" She put the pen down, still smiling, still self-congratulatory. "Okay, well, this guy, Clark Ashton, was a ritual magician. You've got to understand that Western ritual magic is just the yoga of the West. It's a discipline of manifesting the divine." His mouth was a thin line. She saw how pissed off she was, and she rolled her eyes. She put the pen down, one hand that went up in a gesture of protest. "You mustn't take this all too literally. It's all symbolic. The unconscious is talking to us. Just pretend I'm stupid. I'm only a dumb grunt, after all." He didn't blink. He was mad at her, but scared for her too. She was so arrogant. She thought everything was her sandbox. But this was too deep. There was an old evil in this place, a predator, a hungry ghost. She waved her hands expansively and her bracelet shimmied. "Well, as I said, Western ritual magic. It's like yoga." He lost patience. "Skip the mumbo-jumbo. What did you do to bring her here?" She sighed. "Before I tell you that, I need to explain about Ashton." "Go on." "Ashton devised a ritual to summon a sorcerer from Atlantis." "Atlantis?" "I know you're skeptical. Ashton maybe thought Atlantis was real, but to me, it's just a place in the unconscious. It represents a suprahuman wisdom." "Or demonic folly," he said. "There are no demons, silly." She was gorgeous when she said it. She was vain, stupid, and shallow, and she still attracted him. She was so foolish. He had to protect her from her own sense of invincibility. The thing he'd seen in the little girl's form would devour Nadia, but her sunny upbringing, where she always got her way, made Nadia think that she could do what she wanted, and all would be fine. He tried to sound more conciliatory, because if he came out against her, she'd just block him out. He knew her that well. He said, "You shouldn't mess with this, Nadia, summoning things. You don't know what they really are. They're just parts of my psyche. I told you." He was incredulous. "A dead girl is part of your psyche. She represents sacrifice, a payment." Despite himself, he almost guffawed. "A payment? For what?" She narrowed her eyes. "A payment for wisdom. If I want to succeed in Ashton's footsteps, I must be prepared to make a sacrifice. I do the summoning, I write it up, submit a paper to the Journal of Transpersonal Psychology, and my career is on an excellent footing. I might get a chair at Princeton or Edinburgh or Heidelberg. So, for your career, you're willing to summon some god-awful demon." "It's not real, Sam." She spoke to him like he was stupid. It looked real. Simple folk all over the world believe in the realness of these apparitions. You have to be wiser than that. Just then, the cat, Misty, came through the door. Sam guessed it had been sleeping on their bed upstairs. It walked right up to Nadia, purring. She stroked it, and it arched its back. "Hello, baby. Did you miss Mommy?" Nadia said. Sam stood up, exasperated and angry. You've got to stop this shit. Her face was sour. Just go to bed and leave it to me. 7. It was about 11 p.m. when Sam went to bed alone. He woke in the middle of the night to find Misty in Nadia's place in the bed. He got up and went down to the living room. Nadia was asleep on the couch, one of Ashton's books open on her chest. He left her there. She finally got into bed at about 6 a.m. Once again, she slept late. Sam went into town on his own. He was thinking of leaving her there. He parked up and looked at the road snaking north out of town. He wouldn't take the car, he could hitch. He used to hitchhike a lot when he was younger. Maybe he could get a bus, but that would mean leaving her to whatever she was going to bring to the Lighthouse. Sam went to the library, but it was shut. Turned out it was only open 3 days a week. Apart from Mary Jones, he knew no one in that town, so it looked like he was on his own. He went to the area that served as the town bus station. Buses went south down the coast to San Luis Obispo or north up to San Francisco. Sam saw himself in the window of the store and thought he looked tired. His hair was tousled and he was getting old, and there was the name Iblis on his arm. He ran his fingers over the tattoo and thought of Jean. Sam went for a coffee in the place they'd first visited. The boy was there, but he avoided Sam. After he finished the coffee, Sam looked in the windows of the boutiques and jewelry stores. He wasn't much of a buyer. He rarely spent money on himself, but he wanted to buy something for Nadia, to make peace, to make her listen to him. He saw a ring in the window. He knew she'd like it. It was silver with the polished blue rain and oil colors of an abalone shell in its center, just her style. He went and bought it, and the woman in the store put it in a gift box and wrapped the box in a red ribbon. He paid cash. The woman looked pityingly at his missing fingers as he handed over the bills. She gave him a kind smile. "For someone special," she said. "Yeah, very. Your wife?" "Not yet." She grinned as he left the store. "Well, come back for the engagement ring." "If she'll have me," he said. "I'm sure she will." Sam stood at the open door. He was scared to go back to Nadia, scared of not saving her. The woman looked up at the sky that had clouded over. "They say there's going to be a big blow tonight. Make sure you're somewhere nice and warm with your loved one." Sam waved and walked back to the car. He looked up at the angry sky and saw the wind shaking the trees. He drove back west to the ocean. The weather was blowing in from that direction. When he got off the main road, he saw water rising up over the causeway. "Damn it," he said. The box with the ring was in his pocket. He had to try to get over or he'd be stuck for hours in the car. The night was coming. That's when she'd carry out her little ritual. Without him there, Nadia would be on her own in that damn place, alone to face the thing she summoned. Sam could still see the causeway's edges, so he gunned the engine and went for it. Sprays of water shot up from the tires and drenched the windshield. He put the wipers on full, but they struggled to keep the screen clear, and he could hardly see. If he went over the edge of the causeway, the car would maybe get stuck and ruined, never to run again. But he had to keep going. Halfway across, he gripped the wheel tight, leaning forward. He went slow, steady. Then he was 3/4 over. Out to his left, the waves were getting big. If he left it any longer, 4-foot waves would be sweeping over the causeway. He was nearly there now. The car pulled up out of the wet and onto the inclined strip that led to the concrete parking place. He thanked God that he'd made it. He exited the car and surveyed where he'd been. He wouldn't get back over now, not until the tide receded in 6 hours' time. Sam got to the old front door and pushed it open. He hated the creak as it opened because somehow it felt like a warning. It was like a warning. His stomach flipped as he stepped into the lighthouse, and he yelled up the stairs. "Nadia!" No answer. Nadia was either still in the mood with him, or she had her earphones on, or both. He had the ring in its box tightly gripped in his hand like a propitiatory gift. The cat came down the steps to greet him. "Hey, Misty," he said, stooping to give it a stroke. He scooped the cat up and walked up the stairs. Nadie was in the living room. She looked at him. He didn't know if she was going to tell him to get out. Their eyes met. There was an awful pause. Then she said, "Sorry we fell out." "I got you something," he said. He handed her the box. She undid the ribbon. "Oh, that's lovely, Sam." She took the ring out of the box and put it on her finger. She admired it by the light of the open window. Outside, the sky had darkened and the wind was lashing the waves. Sam closed the curtains as she turned away. Then she came close and gave him a big hug. And folded in his arms, they kissed. "Want to go upstairs?" she said. He nodded. They would make love, and after that, he would try to persuade her to throw those books away, to lock them at least where she found them, and he would put the idol in the canvas hold all and hurl it out into the ocean so that it would sink beneath the waves and never be found again. They made love in the big bed as the storm grew outside. The window rattled and the rain lashed on the pane. They lay there in the semi-dark, her head on his arm. Misty came in and started kneading Nadia's tummy. She stroked the cat. "She wants food," she said. "I'll get it later," Sam said. They lay in silence, just the cat's purr and the sound of the wind and the rain. Sam looked at the ceiling. He began, "Nadia, what?" She stretched and yawned, but didn't move to get up. You guessed she knew what he was going to say. "I don't like this occult stuff," he said. "I know. I want you to stop. You didn't come here to do this. You have your work to do. But this has presented itself. It's a gift. Something bad will happen. It happened to Ashton. It happened to the Mendez family. I don't see that it was because of the idol. And if it was because they couldn't control it." Her voice was steady and cold. "What about the girl?" "Ashton talks about the girl. I guess her spirit just got stuck here." "Are you sure she wasn't a sacrifice to your entity?" He felt her shrug. Another pause. Sam said, "I don't want you to do it." He put his hand on her shoulder. "For me." She was quiet for a long time. Sam heard her breathing. "For me," he repeated. "Okay," she said. He'd never expected her to agree, so he couldn't help himself smiling. "Nadia, I'm so happy you said that." Then she said, "I've just got one thing to figure out." He sighed. He knew it was too good to be true. She went on, "To summon the wise entity, Ashton says he used the red rose, but I don't know what that is." Sam stayed silent. He wasn't going to help her figure anything out. "It's not a red rose," she went on. "It's a cipher for something obvious. I need to understand what it means. You said that you'd stop with all this." I will. I want to know what the red rose is. Then that's it, I swear." "You won't do the ritual? You won't try to bring that thing?" "Go feed the cat," she said. Sam got out of bed. He was naked. There was enough light to see his reflection in the mirror. The devil's name was plain black on his shoulder, mocking him. The cat followed him, skipping down for her dinner. At the living room door, Sam turned and said to Nadia, "You've always got to get your way, don't you?" "Just this time," she said. "Then I'm done." 8. Later, after they'd eaten, he watched her work. She made a promise and he wanted to believe her. She just had to work out what the red rose was, then she'd stop. She'd have enough for her paper. She didn't have to carry out the ritual. But those were his thoughts, not hers. He couldn't concentrate. And he knew she'd prefer to be on her own, but he wouldn't leave her. The cat came and nestled on his lap, purring. Nadia read and made notes. She brushed her long blonde hair away from her face. She sucked on the end of the pen. Nadia hardly looked up. When she did, it was to check he was still there. She forced a smile. At times, she read out strange words from the book. As she spoke them, Sam thought something wicked pricked up its ears. Something, somewhere, heard those words. He was sure of it. Then, Nadia sat up and smiled. I've got it, she said, and that was that. There was no big celebration. Sam could tell she was pleased, but she was hiding something from him. Bathroom break, she said. While she was out, he got up and went to the book on the table. Ashton's handwriting was difficult to decipher at first. Sam didn't have much time to crack it before she came back. He traced Ashton's words with his fingers. He read, "The wise entity is within the stone. The Nazareth imprisoned it in old Atlantis, fearing its power and its evil. But the strong can bend this thing to their will, and then they will have power undreamed of by other men. Any success in business or career will be theirs. To release the deity, I will use the words from the Atlantean language I have reconstructed, and then I will add the red rose. I have a red rose in mind." He was still reading when Nadia came back into the room and caught him red-handed. He felt absurdly guilty. "What are you doing?" she said from the door. Her voice was cold. "Just reading your book. I thought you had no interest in it." He shook his head. "It's all bullshit. You can't believe this stuff, Nadia." She came into the room to the desk and waited for him to move out of the way. She picked up the book and held it away from him. He stepped back. "So, what's a red rose?" he said. She gave a laugh that was conceited and smug, and he hated her for it. "It was obvious," she said. "What is it?" She sat down and picked up the book. "It's blood, Sam. So, to summon this thing, the wise entity," she said, "this thing, you need to sacrifice something." She nodded. "So, what blood sacrifice did Ashton make?" "She was Victoria Gonzalez, the daughter of a fisherman that Ashton befriended in 1926. Sam felt bile rise in his stomach. "The girl I saw." She nodded. "I summoned her. Her spirit still lingered here. There was a spell in Ashton's book." He stood stony-faced. "If you mess with this, you aren't the person I loved." She smiled a mocking smile, her beauty taunting him. "Did you love me, Sam? That's sweet." He looked at her as if he didn't know her. The demon might still be imprisoned in the idol, but its influence was already changing her. The evil words she had recited from the book had left their mark. He took both her hands. He was begging her. "Nadia, can't you see what's happening to you?" "Yes, I see it." "This isn't you." She turned away and put down the book. Then, "Who am I, Sam?" I don't like what you're becoming. This thing is poisoning you. Let's leave. We can go now." "Nothing is poisoning me, Sam." Her voice was sneering. She was looking down on him. "I'm engaged in academic research. I appreciate that's a world you know nothing about." He nodded. "So I'm stupid, so be it. There are worse things than being stupid. If you can't support me in this, Sam, I don't know what you're doing here." "I want to save you." She threw back her head and laughed. "You? Save me? I don't need you to save me. Please, Nadia, come away with me now." She shook her head slowly. "Why don't you just pack your things and leave, Sam?" It was like his heart stopped beating. He was torn between his care for Nadia and the wound she'd cut in him. She'd pushed him away like he was nothing. He stood, his love wanting to grab her and drag her to safety, and his pride telling him to leave. His pride won. He turned and walked down the stairs. Sam opened the creaking front door with his right hand. He shoved the door open and the night wind hit him. It was dark. There were no man-made lights except a boat way out and a house about 2 miles away to the south. The gusts grabbed at him. Grief filled him. He walked over to the car and leaned heavily on it. He had the keys in his pocket. For long minutes he stood there, his head spinning. The lighthouse flashed high above, bringing the country about him into sharp contrast, light and shadow. The tide was coming in, the way it had done twice a day forever. He heard it sucking across the stones and sand, trailing the seaweed, bringing in the crabs. She hadn't followed him to beg him to come back. He gave her a minute, then 5 minutes to realize what she'd done and run after him. He looked at the door he'd closed behind him, and he knew she wouldn't come. She wanted to be left alone to play with her demon. Damn her then. She'd made her choice. Sam squeezed the key and the lights on the car flashed in welcome. He pulled open the door and sat down, closed out the howling wind and fired the engine. He turned on the headlights and the world of water was revealed. He put the gear stick in the reverse and hit the gas too hard, sending stones flying, banging the car against a rock. He cursed. He jerked it in a drive and accelerated down the slip road, down towards the water. He got across all right, and then he was up at the main road. There was no traffic. He turned off the engine and wound down the window. Back there, the lighthouse flashed. He could see the light from the living room window. She was still in there. And he turned north, up Highway 1. He drove too fast for the narrow road, hitting the curves at high speed and almost losing control. The pain in his chest was unbearable. It was like frost burning out his heart. It was the frost of loss and the pain of betrayal. He drove on, and the sobs started racking him. Tears ran down his cheeks, and he could hardly see. Then he pulled over on a rough piece of ground by the road the tourists stopped at to take photographs when it was daylight. He sat there in the car, the engine still running. His stomach turned over. He brought his hand to his brow to wipe away the damp hair that had fallen into his eyes. He was sweating. He was sweating because he couldn't leave Nadia. His fists tightened on the wheel. He hated her, but he only hated her because he loved her and she had humiliated him. He had allowed his pride to make him walk away, and he knew if he left her, she would die as Ashton died and the Mendez family died. When she called the thing, it would kill her. The only mercy was that she had nothing to sacrifice, and so she couldn't call it. He would be in time. He gazed down the coast and saw the lighthouse, his distant flashing. Then he put the car into reverse and turned it. He was going back for Nadia because he had to save her from herself. 9. The tide was in, covering the causeway. Sam's car hit the water with a thump and a flash of spray. He felt the resistance and he felt the current moving against the vehicle, budging it with the tide. Damn, the water was deeper than he thought. He had a choice of going back or going forward, except he didn't have a choice. He held the steering wheel in both hands and peered ahead as he applied steady pressure to the gas. The vehicle chugged forward. Dragged by the tug of the tide, he had to go slow and steady. The car slid sideways an inch as the incoming tide moved it. Sam's foot was square on the pedal. Then the wheels lost traction. The wheels were in the water. His heart flipped over. He thought he would be shoved off the causeway. Then the wheels bit again. Sam was sweating. He willed the vehicle forward, inch by inch, foot by foot. The beams from his headlights were flat on the water. The waves lapped up against them, swallowing the light and then spitting it out again. The water was so deep that the car hardly moved. The brine was up to the top of the hood. Sam heard the hiss of steam as water seeped into the engine. He gripped the wheel and urged the car forward. It moved to the side, but it was still going forward. By willpower alone, he would get over. But the ocean was stronger. The cold sea pushed the car, nudged it off the causeway, and Sam felt the wheel drop, then the whole car incline. Water came into the cab over his knees, cold water all the way from Alaska. He reached for the door handle, missed it in his panic, got a grip on the handle finally, but the car tipped down and seawater flooded in. Soon the water was in his eyes and his nose. He raised his head to the top of the car interior to find a gap of air. He gulped it in, but the car sank. Soon he would have no air. He put his shoulder to the door. The pressure of the water was like molasses. It was so hard to get out. Bubbles escaped from his mouth and nose as his breath deserted him. Sam's hair washed around his face as he floated nose down in the cold water, but he struck out to swim. The clothes hung on him, clogged him, and dragged him downwards. He felt the kelp wrap around his ankles. He could hardly move as the cold numbed his muscles and the power drained from them. But if he didn't move, he would die in the water. And if he died, he couldn't save Nadia. And so, shrugging off his jacket into the tide, he pushed out, pushed off, pushed up. He would live, and he would save her. He wouldn't let her be alone in the lighthouse for that wickedness. And then his face broke the surface and he gasped the air. He sucked it and lived. His lungs burned. On his back now he stroked towards the shore, the tide dragging him out ever to sea, but he fought to keep his course to the lighthouse. The high light flashed its rhythm, slower than a heartbeat, but acting as a beacon. But he fought and he swam, he would not die. The stars were serene and distant as he laid on his back. They did not care if he lived or died, and if he died, the silver points of light among the dark high clouds of midnight would watch the demon enter this world. It was cold, it was bone-numbing, and his mind drifted. He was losing everything. And then he remembered Jean Nygaard dragging him out of that house in Fallujah. It was like Jean was with him there, saying, "Come on, buddy, hang on in there, don't give up." Sam knew that the danger was that he would get confused and thinking he was going to land, he would strike out to sea, and then he turned onto his side and swam hard, even though his strength was fading. The first thing he knew was rocks against his fingers. He had made it. Sam pulled himself up, knees, arms, and then half standing, dripping there. His breath was ragged. His head was down. He looked and saw the light beaming out, warning mariners of this rocky coast, warning him of what lay within. 10. Sam walked, dripping with seawater, to the door of the lighthouse. The door hung open. He called upstairs, but Nadia didn't answer. He would have even welcomed the hungry cry of the cat, but there was nothing. The silence was hollow. It seemed like everything wholesome had been sucked out of the air. He stepped up the stairs, the water dripping from the fingers of his hands. There was no one in the kitchen. Sam went up further. In the living room, the desk lamp was on. The laptop had gone to sleep. Several of the Ashton diaries were on the desk. Where was Nadia? He heard the waves breaking outside. The wind's voice howled, it moaned, keeping company with whatever was being summoned. Sam turned over the pages of the journals. There were 5 volumes of Ashton's diaries there, and he flicked to the last pages of the final one. It seemed that Ashton had become afraid of what he was doing, of what he had done. He spoke of the stone idol with great fear. The entity had been in the stone idol. Instead of the wise entity he hoped would help him, it was a ravenous, cadaverous thing. No longer did Ashton believe it had any wisdom. He had summoned it with a Gonzalez girl's blood, and when he had called it and fed it, it had come indeed. Ashton spoke of how it lurked like a twisted shadow, a black shape in the corner of the room, and how it prowled around him. It had not been satisfied with the girl alone. Now it wanted him. It wanted to come inside him and take over his body, to eat his soul and move into his flesh like a hermit crab does to the empty shell of a whelk. Sam read how Ashton had tried to protect himself from the thing he'd called. Ashton revealed that the thing could not cross salt water. He said salt water burned it and was a barrier. Ashton planned to leave, but the journal petered out, and Sam guessed the thing got him first. After Ashton, the thing, having nothing more to feed on, must have retreated inside the stone idol. It was like a foul eel hiding inside its stone home and waiting for fresh souls to devour. Then, at the back of that journal, Sam saw a folded note. Nadia had not found this. Sam opened it up with shaking fingers. The handwriting was feminine, not Ashton's, and it was written in a ballpoint pen, not Ashton's fountain pen. The name at the bottom was Mary Jones, the librarian. She told how she had come to the lighthouse after the Mendes family drowned. She found the idol on the table, and she found the sacrificed body of a bird. She wrote that Mendes must have called the thing and then tried to escape over the salt water, but he had failed. The Mendes family drowned while trying to escape the lighthouse. Jones put the idol in Mendes's canvas hold-all and flung it out from the tower into the ocean, hoping it would never be found again. But Sam had found it and brought it back to Nadia. He felt sick. He dropped the note onto the table. Whatever happened to Nadia was because of him. If he hadn't brought the idol back, none of this would have happened. Sam left the books on the desk, turned and went to the stairs. He looked up. The light was still on, one electric bulb burning feebly, without a shade in the pale stone surround. Nadia, he called again. He heard a voice. It was a voice, but it wasn't like Nadia's voice. The words were odd. It wasn't any kind of reply. Sam yelled up the stairs. This time, it was more distinct. Sam heard a gurgling noise so vile and unnatural that his stomach heaved. He steadied himself against the wall. But whatever she had done, it was his fault. Despite herself, she needed his help. He had to have the courage to go to her. Slowly, he forced himself upstairs. He checked the bedroom. Nadia was not there. He even went in to check the shower. He went back to the stairs. His wet boots scraped on the stone steps. Nadia. His voice sounded hollow among the damp stones. This time, the gurgling sound was more audible. It was as if someone was trying to speak with a mouthful of water. He went up. The broken door was now still. He saw the rhythmic pulsing of the light from the chamber above. Flash, then pause, then flash. Nadia! Sam knew she was there, round the staircase, just out of sight. And then he saw the flood of blood running down the stairs, dripping, starting to congeal as it came down, step by step. He heard himself grunt and his head spun. He staggered forward, his boots smeared into the blood, and from then, every step left crimson footprints. He turned the corner and saw her. She was standing there, her chest a sea of red. Blood ran from her hands that were clutched to her breasts. Blood ran down her shirt and over her jeans and onto the floor. She was covered in crimson, and the light flashed behind her, throwing her into black and white, then crimson and white. Sam stood there, his breath hanging, words wouldn't come. She was standing upright, and he knew she still lived. Finally, he said, Nadia, what have you done? And then she dropped it. The limp body of the cat fell with a thud. She had held it to her chest, and now it dropped dead to the stone steps. My God, Nadia. The red rose, she said in a whisper. It was what I needed. Did it come? He said, dreading her answer. She nodded. Her face was turned down, and Sam couldn't read her expression. And then he saw it. Behind her, a black shape stood, tall as a man, twisting in place. It flickered and moved like it was projected from a silent movie. And there was the stink of chemicals, sulfur and saltpeter. It wasn't just a shape. It was a feeling, too. It stunk of wickedness and hunger. Sam felt the hairs on his neck rise, and his hands clenched. He swallowed hard, and he couldn't look at it. Come now, he said to Nadia. She didn't move. Help me, she said. He extended a hand, but she didn't take it. Come closer, she said. He shook his head. Come to me, let's leave. Her face was still turned down. His hand was still out. He took a step closer hesitantly, but Nadia didn't move. He took another step until he was very close. She turned to face him, and she beckoned. He shook his head and pulled away because something moved in her eyes. Something flickered like a black candle behind her irises. There was something in her. The thing had entered in. Sam, she said. His mouth was dry. What? Hold me. He still didn't move. Please, he said. Let's get out of here. She was covered in blood, but even like this, Sam loved her. He wanted so much to go and hold her, to make things better. He took a half step, but her eyes were wrong. A primeval urge to run rose up in Sam. She was wrong. It was there behind her eyes, and he backed off. He could swim, and if he didn't drown, he'd be free of it. The salt water would keep it from him, but he would have to leave Nadia. Come to me, she said. Her voice was strange. The demon was already in her like an egg lit by a blowfly. It just needed more blood to pop out, like a maggot dropping free from a cadaver. The entity would walk our world as it had all those millennia ago, when the Atlanteans worshipped its dark kind under hostile stars. It had waited patiently, tricking fools like Ashton and Nadia into opening doors from other worlds to enter in. Sam stepped back toward the door. His fear was winning. We need to get a doctor. You're not yourself. She looked at him and grinned. The black shadow was half in her. She said, I don't need a doctor because inside me, I have a butcher, and he is going to show me how to cut you open. Sam looked and saw she had a knife folded in her hand. It was the knife she'd used to kill the cat. Sam stood at the door. She didn't follow him. She stood unmoving with the knife still in her hand, her hippie bracelet at her wrist. Her mouth opened again, but the voice was not hers now. The thing was taking her over. It was a voice full of whispering snakes and the crepitation of dead leaves. It said, Leave, Nadia. She is mine. Sam's voice shook. Nadia, come to me. I'll take you from here. It can't cross the water. She stepped toward him, knife brandished. I will eat you, Sam, she said in a voice as old as hell. She was close enough to stab him. Sam saw the flickering in her eyes and knew he could flee and save himself, or let it come and fight it for Nadia. 1 step, 2 steps closer. Nadia dragged her feet. Blood was smeared all over her, and all the time, shadows shifted in her eyes. Sometimes he thought he saw her, but mostly it was the thing. Her mouth drooled, and her hands were streaked red with the cat's sticky blood. The knife blade glittered as the lighthouse beamed its warning. And then he punched her. Nadia grunted and slumped back, half falling, and the knife went limp in her hand. Sam grabbed her wrist and with desperate strength bent it back until she dropped the blade. Then he seized her by the waist and picked her up. The thing in her struggled. It writhed and fought. It rippled out of her and came at him. Sam slammed her against the wall and knocked the wind out of her. Then he had her over his shoulder and went down the twisting steps with her slumped over him. Nadia's strength was gone, but the thing inside her reached out. He felt its tendrils coming from her body. They were as cold as the space between the stars, cold as the fog, colder than dreams. The thing came from a place that had been without light and heat so long that it was frigid. He felt its incorporeal limbs creep over him. He felt its thoughts as it tried to enter his eyes and his ears. He felt himself stumble, falling, but he caught the side of the wall with his right hand. His remaining fingers held him up. He stood there breathing heavily and thought he wouldn't make it. Then Sam remembered Fallujah again. Jean didn't give up, nor would he. Every second he lingered there in the stairwell was a second closer to it taking him over. He steadied himself and breathed. It was in his chest now. He stepped down and felt it stir in his stomach, reaching for his heart. Nadia felt heavy on his shoulder. His knees sagged under her weight. She stirred and spoke, but he didn't understand the words. And then he was at the door. He kicked it open, and the sea wind stung him. It woke him from his daze, and the gulls called out in the darkness. The fog was all around like a blanket, and he could see nothing, but nearby he heard the rushing of the waves. He saw the beginning of the concrete road down to the causeway until it disappeared into the mist. He staggered down and thought he would drop Nadia, but if he dropped her, that would be the end. He got a few more steps, and then his knees gave way. He slumped into the damp sand. The fog stroked him with its deathly fingers, waiting like a ghostly carrion bird for him to die. Nadia struggled and tried to get free of his grasp, but he seized her with a grip of iron, and he would not let her go. He was breathing heavily. He had to rest. Just a minute, then he'd be okay. Just a minute, and then he'd get up. But the minute stretched to 5 minutes, and then to 10. Sam's head fell onto his chest, and he felt the monster moving in his viscera. Soon he would be nothing more than a lifeless bag of guts. He forced himself to stand, but he slumped again. Nadia began slapping at his back, trying to break free of him, but he knew it wasn't her. It was the thing that possessed her, so he gripped her tight and prevented her moving. Sam stood, steadying himself and getting his breath. His knees shook, and he locked them so he wouldn't go down again. He was cold and numb. From the landward side, a bird called. Sam couldn't name it. His gaze was fixed on the lighthouse, and between him and it, an arm of the ocean. A current that could take him to Carmel or Santa Cruz and break his bones against unseen rocks. The lighthouse flashed. It synchronized with his pulse. Sam stood on that cold shore one more minute and then stumbled on. He waded into the tide. He thought he'd be used to the cold, but it hit him like wringing hands on his thighs, and then his hips, and then his belly. Soon he stood chest deep into the brine. He felt the ocean tug at him, pulling him away. He knew it wanted to drag him fathoms deep where he would die and drift with the jellyfish and cold-blooded eels. The ocean would take him and drown him if he let it, and if the sea didn't swallow him, the ancient evil inside would devour him for sure. Sam couldn't swim properly with Nadia on his back. He flailed, splashed, and threatened to take them both under. She shouted and fought against him, but he only gripped her tighter. The thing reached spectral fingers and wrapped round his throat. It tightened its grip. The salt water was burning it. It was frightened. The monster didn't want to devour him now. It wanted to kill him quickly to get out of the water. It pulled him down, but he wouldn't give in. He was under the water. If he drowned, he would take it with him. And then it relented. It weakened. Sam felt it withdraw from his body, hissing and resisting. Seizing his chance, Sam struck out into the tide. As he swam, he felt the current pull him. Nadia was burdening him. He had survived the entity, but now the water threatened him. Sam felt his love for Nadia fill him, not the Nadia that the thing had twisted, but the real Nadia he had fallen in love with. He thought of Jean Nygaard pulling him from that house, his ears ringing and his strength gone. Sam would not let the ocean take them. He kicked and he swam, above them the clouded sky, the dark ocean round them. Always in his eyes was the pulsing of the lighthouse. He used that as a marker. He kicked against it, straight back towards the land. And then, after long minutes, he felt a rock hit his back, then another. He felt the slimy weed round his hand. He pushed backward, and then he felt the land rise under him. He half stood and pulled Nadia with him, dragging her limp form. With all his strength, he lifted her from the sea. And there they stood on the landward shore. In front of them, the ocean surged, and behind that, the lighthouse stood tall and dark, its one bright eye flashing a message to the endless sea beyond. Sam saw the haunted shape of the thing that Nadia had let free, standing on the shore by the lighthouse, twisting and turning, waiting for them to return. No one entering that lighthouse would ever be safe from it, but without a body to inhabit, it could never come to the landward side on its own. Sam and Nadia would soon be long gone. Sam held Nadia tight and stroked her blonde hair turned dark from the water. It would take someone again. That was its nature. But at least, it wouldn't be her. Skinwalker. Angela Houghton ran a B&B. The B&B was in the pretty Cumbrian village of Askham, not far from Haweswater. It was October, and business was slack. Her husband Liam, an engineer, was away for the weekend on a project to do with the restoration of a stretch of the Lancaster Canal. The money was good, and though he said he'd rather be with her, she knew both the money and a weekend with the lads were things he relished. They loved each other to bits, but still it was healthy to do things separately sometimes. Angela hoped the extra money could be put to something nice like that holiday in Bali they'd talked about. That would be lovely, and worth spending the weekend on her own. She was having a cream tea with Kath when she got a phone call from Penrith Tourist Information. There was a bloke in who was asking specifically for her B&B, Rose Cottage. They said he'd seen it on the internet and wondered if there was a discount if he booked directly. She grimaced over her fruit scone at Kath, phone to her ear, listening to the woman. She couldn't really be bothered. The summer had been busy with visitors and she was looking forward to a winter rest. She had some bookings for Christmas and the New Year, but she hoped to slack a little until then. Then she thought of Bali. "Okay," Angela said, "but no discount. If he won't come without discount, then that's fine." But the man came anyway, full price. He'd be there at 5 p.m. "I suppose it's all extra money," Kath said. Angela shrugged and reached for the floral china teapot. "Let's finish this pot then, I'll get back." He was a strange-looking man. Long black, spade-like beard streaked with grey, long hair, similar. He could do with a haircut. His clothes were black too, some heavy material like moleskin,
and he had a backpack rather than a suitcase. "Hello, what a lovely place," he said, looking around as soon as he was in the main door. "Just sign in here," Angela pointed to the visitor's book. "Find us all right?" The man nodded as he signed his name. "You can park around the side. You're the only one here this weekend. Staying long?" He smiled. "I don't know yet." He had a foreign accent. "Polish, maybe?" "Well, let me know when you decide. Full English tomorrow? We serve between 8 and 10 on a Monday." Sunday was a funny night to arrive, come to think of it. She hoped he wouldn't stay the week. There was something about him she didn't like. She showed him to his room and he professed himself delighted with it. "I hope you'll be comfortable." He put his backpack on the bed. She didn't like that either. He said, "Do you run the B&B on your own?" That was technically true, so Angela said, "Yes." "You live here alone then?" She frowned. That was a queer question, a distinctly unnerving question. "No, my husband lives here with me." "Ah, but he's not here now." "He'll be back shortly," she lied. She would lock her bedroom door tonight and not make this stranger too welcome. He gave her the creeps, and she shuddered as she left him there. In the makeshift office, she checked the booking. A Mr. Jacob Golyardkin. He was on holiday and gave his last address at a B&B at Cabus near Garstang. He was definitely foreign. The next morning, Golyadkin sat there like a prince waiting for his breakfast. She prided herself on the neatness of her breakfast room with its shiny silver cutlery and starched white linen tablecloths. He was a big bearded mess in it, a blot on the landscape. "Full English, please," he said. He had the works: bacon, sausages, beans, black pudding, mushrooms, fried bread, and hash browns. The hash browns weren't technically English, more American, but that's very similar. They speak the same language, even if they murder it. After he'd finished, she collected his dinner plate and left him with a small plate where he buttered toast. He asked for another pot of tea. She'd rather he just hurried up and went out for the day. "Did you enjoy your full English?" He obviously had. He had bean juice in his beard. He smiled. "Beautiful. My compliments to the chef." "You like our food, then?" She was fishing. She knew he was foreign. He shrugged. "You ordered it, though." "Well, you didn't have a full Russian breakfast." Very sarcastic. Then he said, "I didn't hear your husband come back last night." He was very quiet. "I see." It looked like Golyadkin might say more, but she interrupted. "How long are you planning on staying?" He said, "I'm not sure yet. It's just that we have a group coming in tomorrow. We're full up." "That's a pity. Still, it's good to be so busy midweek in October." "Yes, can't complain." She picked up his plate and hurried off. She really didn't like him now and wished Liam would come home. Liam arrived back around 11 a.m. Angela heard the car crunch up on the gravel outside and she was so pleased to see him. She ran out and they embraced. He looked exhausted. As she helped Liam with his coat and the lighter bag, when he brought his big suitcase from the car, she glanced up and saw Golyadkin staring out of his bedroom window at them. He caught her out lying. So what? Liam was home now and that's all that mattered. As she put the washing on, she saw that Liam had left the door to the cellar open. He always did that. The light was on and she called down, but he didn't answer, so she flicked it off. That usually brought a yell if he was still down there, but no reaction came echoing up the stairs from below, so he must be in their room. She got Liam his lunch. He sat in the kitchen looking dazed. Angela said, "You work too hard." Liam laughed and ate his cheese and pickle sandwich. "Honestly, love, you look dreadful." "Thanks." "I worry about you." "That's nice." "Still, let's look forward to Bali." "Let's." Later, she cajoled Liam into going out for a walk. She told him about Golyadkin before they went out, not that he seemed to be listening. Then they bumped into the Russian in the hall. "Going out, Mr. Golyadkin," she said. Most of their visitors were out all of the time. This bloke just stayed in. He was weird. Golyadkin seemed more interested in Liam. "I understand you're an engineer." Angela tilted her head. How did he know that? Liam nodded. Golyadkin continued. "Working on the Lancaster Canal restoration." "Yeah, that's right." "You're familiar with the Gotha Canal in Sweden?" Liam shook his head. Angela thought that was weird because Liam was obsessed with canal engineering. She thought he knew everything about every canal in the world. "Well," Golyadkin said, "it's interesting because the Swedes used English and Russian engineers, and then, after that, Some of the Russians came over to England and worked on your canal system, including the Lancaster Canal, that tunnel you're working on. You know a lot about canals, Mr. Golyadkin, Angela said. Are you an expert or something? Golyadkin stared at her. I'm a writer. So, you're writing a book about canals? Golyadkin shook his head. Anyway, Angela said, we're off out now. If you do go out, please lock the door. She hurried out with Liam, linking his arm and glad that Liam was 6'2" and a lot meatier than the damned Russian weirdo. Their walk was lovely. Sun broke through the clouds and all the colours of late autumn displayed themselves, reds and golds and oranges. Angela loved the smell of the woods in autumn. They walked down the bank of the River Lowther, and the river was in full flood, the water hurrying busily towards where it would join with the Eamont and then the Eden, before finally reaching the sea. She was grateful that she lived in such a wonderful place. Liam didn't say much. He was really working too hard. He had a sheen of sweat on his forehead. I hope you're not coming down with flu, she said. They walked home through the village. It was Halloween the next week, but the cottages where kids lived were already decorated and had pumpkins outside them. When she got home and went to their bedroom, she knew something was wrong. Somebody's been in here. Liam slumped on the bed. How do you know? I just know. Is there anything missing? He asked, without looking around. She busied herself turning things over, looking in drawers. All her jewellery was there, and 200 quid in cash. There didn't appear to be anything missing. I'm going to call the police. Don't, Liam said. It's a big fuss. They'll ask if anything has been stolen, and if not, it's him, Angela hissed. That bloody Golyadkin. I want him gone. On what grounds? He's a paying guest. I just want him out of here. I don't like him. I bet he's taken something. What? I don't know. Something valuable, something I've overlooked. Angela waited until she heard the door click, and Golyadkin went out. Liam had fallen asleep on the bed. She rushed through to Golyadkin's room. It was locked, but she had the master key. She laughed to herself when she turned it in the lock. He needn't think he was getting the better of her. The room was pretty much the same. He'd been lying on the bed, reading by the look of it. She had a search, and in his backpack there was a bottle labelled aconite, poison. It even had a skull and crossbones on it. She left it well alone, and after all her rummaging about could find no stolen property. Then she turned to the book Golyadkin had been reading. It was titled The Doppelganger, a study by Montague Summers. She leafed through the pages, reading odd bits. It was all occult mumbo-jumbo. She knew he was a freak. In its natural form, the doppelganger resembles nothing so much as an overgrown slug. It has a natural adhesive, so it sticks to ceilings and tunnel roofs, waiting to drop on unsuspecting victims. She sighed. He honestly needed locked up reading this crap, but she still read on. The most famous cases come from France and, of course, St. Petersburg in Russia. And the next section made her uneasy. We do not know how the doppelganger assumes the shape of its victim. We presume it studies the victim before it consumes him, though we are unclear how long a period of study this might require. There are reported cases from Sweden and Poland where the doppelganger apparently researched its victim's life and haunted his steps before finally consuming him and taking his shape. Angela's mind whirred like fruit machine dials and then stopped. That's what this was. Golyadkin was a doppelganger, or at least he thought he was. More likely he was a crazed lunatic, but if he believed he was a doppelganger, then he might do something threatening. She remembered that Golyadkin's last known address was Cabus, not far from where Liam was working. He was stalking Liam. God knows what he intended to do to him. Angela hurried out of Golyadkin's bedroom door, making sure it was locked behind her. She shook Liam awake. He gazed at her out of bleary eyes. What? That Golyadkin, he's crazy. Liam shook his head. I think you're overreacting. You've never liked foreign visitors. No, he's crazy. I think he might be dangerous. We should call the police. And tell them what? That he's crazy. They'll just ask you what crime has been committed. None. Yet. So, don't ring the police. She bit her lip. Well, maybe the doctor. What? Birkbeck surgery? What will they do? They're doctors. They'll know what to do. They're not his doctors. She was exasperated. Liam wasn't taking her seriously. She was really worried this man was dangerous. He might kill them in the night. Then there must be a mental health emergency line. Liam said, "It's the same as the police. What will you tell them? That he's insane, schizophrenic or something? And how are you qualified to make that diagnosis?" Liam was sweating. He looked really unwell. She put her fingers to his forehead. He was burning up. "Liam, you're not well," she said. "Probably a hangover. I had a few rough nights on the drink with the lads." "No, you look feverish." He shrugged. "Probably picked up a cold. Don't worry." "But I do worry." Then she remembered the poison aconite in Goliadkin's bag. What if Goliadkin had poisoned Liam? He could have done it in Garstang, unseen, on the site. Who knows what access he could have? He could have put it in Liam's food or even on his car door handle. God knows how poisonous the stuff was. Angela's heart raced and her mouth went dry. "Liam, I think he's poisoned you." "In the name of God, Angela, you need to calm down, please, or I'm going to be calling a doctor for you." Liam didn't want to eat anything, and neither did she. She guessed Goliadkin had gone to the pub for his evening meal. She heard him come back about 10, and Liam went to bed early and slept, which wasn't like him at all. Angela spent the night Googling aconite and doppelgangers until she'd read every clickbait article on the internet, but there wasn't much real information in them, just a series of cases copied and repeated from website to website, all intended to put advertising in front of your eyes. In the end, she wore herself out and started to calm down. It probably all was in her head. She told Goliadkin she was full tomorrow, so he'd be gone, and if Liam didn't get better, she really was going to ring the doctor. Angela didn't know what woke her. Maybe it was just the absence of Liam from their bed. She turned on the bedside lamp. Liam's side of the bed was cold. Instantly, she remembered the aconite. "Liam!" she called and ran through to the ensuite bathroom. The light was off, and there was no sign of him. Her heart hammered, and her hand was to her throat. The night was cold now as the heating had been off, so she pulled on her dressing gown and hurried out. Goliadkin's bedroom door was closed. She eyed it suspiciously, but her priority was to find out where Liam was. She imagined him lying dead, poisoned by that awful Russian. The house was still, just the ticking of the landing clock. No lights were on. Angela hurried down the stairs, 2 at a time. She couldn't control her panic. She rushed through the house, dining room, living room, office, kitchen, and from the kitchen, she saw the cellar door was open, and the light was on. Cautiously, almost unable to breathe, she stepped down. She didn't care to shout out in case Goliadkin was down there with Liam and her call alerted him so he would hurt Liam further. At the bottom, there was no sound at all. "Liam! Liam!" she hissed. No response came. "Liam, please!" But there was only silence. A heartbeat hammering in her ears and throat, she stepped up the stairs into the cellar proper. The old stones were cold under her bare feet. There was a door in a lath and plaster wall, but through there was where Liam did his little projects. That's where he would be. She stopped and looked through the door. She saw a heap of clothes in the middle of the cellar room. Liam's clothes. The knife fell from her hand and rattled on the flagstones. Oh my God! Both hands flew to her throat as a wail broke from her lungs. In the middle of the heap of clothes were the beslimed remains of Liam's skin and hair. It was as if he'd been opened up from the inside and his skin peeled from him. She rushed over, still not believing what she was seeing. She couldn't breathe. The room span out of control. She thought she'd faint. And then she heard someone coming down the stairs behind her. Goliadkin emerged into the gap of the door. "You!" she screamed, running and snatching the knife. He backed off. "No, Mrs. Houghton, please, this is not what you think. I am not who you think I am." But those were the last words Goliadkin ever spoke. Angela plunged the kitchen knife into his chest, and he staggered back, his lifeblood spouting from the fatal wound. Angela would have stabbed him again, stabbed him 1,000 times, but her grief overpowered her. She went back and stood over Liam, his clothes, his skin and his hair. And then something dripped on her. Involuntarily she touched the cheek and felt the strange slime. Then another drip. Angela glanced up and saw a slug-like thing attached to the ceiling.
Then the doppelganger dropped onto Angela.
He waits. My name is Teresa Schultz. I'm a psychotherapist. One of the strangest cases I ever dealt with was that of Melissa Hall. A friend recommended me to her, and she came for therapy that fall. I rent a consulting room just by Harley Street in London, so my clients tend to be well off. Melissa was a banker. She was stylish and wore expensive but tasteful clothes, understated in the way the polite rich have. I usually open with a simple, so, but sometimes people take a while to talk. She was one of those. She hesitated a long time as if gathering her thoughts or her courage. Then she said, "I know you think me silly," and stopped, almost as if frightened to go on. I felt like saying that I'd heard some very strange things, and I doubted that anything could shock me, or at least I believed that before I met Melissa. Eventually, she said, "It's a dream. I've had it for years, and it keeps coming back." I sat there in the relaxed and interested silence that we therapists practice so hard to maintain, but she still waited. "Go on," I said finally. "I'm interested." And I offered her some water. She drank it, then said, "It's a nice place here, a nice address, near Harley Street." I smiled and said, "I think you're avoiding telling me about your dream." But she kept avoiding. She said, "I'm from London, but you're not. You're American by your accent. From New York. But I've been here several years now." She laughed, a nervous sound, but continued. "Yes, the dream. It's taken me such a lot of courage to come here. I don't want to mess it up by being too scared to tell you." She looked at me as if seeking reassurance. I smiled and shrugged. It was up to her whether she told me or not. "It goes back to when I was at school. I came from a poor area in East London, south of the river. I couldn't always afford clothes like this. My father was a van driver. My mother worked in a button factory. At least we had lots of buttons," she laughed. I waited. "So anyway, my primary school, that dream didn't come until after I'd left. I was about 15 when I first had it." "Describe it." "Well, I'm back at school. There's an eerie atmosphere, as if we know something awful is going to happen. The children are in the classroom standing around, not knowing what to do. The teachers..." She shuddered and put her hand to her face, but she got her courage. "I don't like talking about this." "You're doing fine, but you can stop whenever you want." "No, I don't want to stop." "The teachers are all locked in the staff room. They've locked themselves in. They're looking out through the window into the classroom, but they're locked in, as if they're not going to help. There are 10 of us in the classroom." "You seem very precise about that." "No, definitely 10. I know them all. Anyway, the teachers are just staring at us in some kind of dreadful, helpless horror. They know what's going to happen, but they can't do anything about it. And the kids are there too. We know something's coming, but we're bewildered. We're only kids. How can we stop it?" She was shaking. I put my hand out to touch hers, to comfort her. "If it's too painful, stop. We can talk about it next time." "No, I can't stop. I've stirred it up by talking about it. I can't lock it back up." I sat there in what I hoped was an encouraging and supportive quiet. I wanted her to know I was there for her, professionally, as her therapist. Falteringly, she started again. "And then the door to the classroom opens behind us. I don't see what it is at first, but I'm looking at Tom Morton. He has such terror on his face. I've never seen anything like it. He's looking at the door, looking at what comes in, and everything's slow. The children try to run. I see the teachers turning away, almost embarrassed that they're going to let this thing happen. And Tommy's screaming, but it's slowed down like a tape. I sense something behind me. Something comes in through the door. The other children can see it, and they're screaming, terrified. They try to run, but they're so slow. And there are no doors out anyway, only the one that's opened and the one into the teacher's room that they've locked shut. I sense this thing behind me. And then I see its hands reaching to take Tommy, and then I wake up, and I'm always terrified. I'm shaking, and I put all the lights on, and I'm too scared to sleep again. "So, you don't see this thing?" She shook her head. She was crying, slight, frightened sobs. I handed her a tissue and she wiped her eyes. What about the hands? What were they like? She shook her head again. I don't know. I can't remember. Maybe they weren't hands. It's as if it's too frightening to remember. She laughed. Stupid, aren't I? Not at all. So what happened to Tom Morton in real life? I never saw him again. Remember, I'd already left my primary school by the time I had the dream first. He went to an all boys secondary school. So he's okay. No. That's what made me so scared of the dream. He was killed. When? Shortly after I had the dream first. When he was taken in the dream, his death was in the papers. He was run over on a pedestrian crossing. That's sad, I said. She nodded. It is, but it's just a coincidence, of course. You say there with some hesitation. It must be a coincidence. What do you think? I think it must be a coincidence. She smiled. Thank God. But you had the dream again. I did. I would have it once a year, maybe only once every 2 years or even longer. If there was a long gap, I thought I got rid of it and started to be happy, as if a cloud lifted from me, a darkness. But then the dream returned, and I was turned into the same shivering wreck I'd always been. So it was always the same. Mostly, but not quite. Each time it happened, the children were older. They aged with me, so I saw them as adults eventually. But the teachers didn't age. They were just the same. And you never saw the thing that came in. No, I always woke up. But, every time it came, it took one of us. And you thought the person really died. She nodded. Stupid, but it scares me. And did they die? She shrugged. It's now been nearly 20 years since I first had the dream. I've lost contact with them all. I know that my friend Sarah, she was my best friend back then. She died of leukemia, but that's just a coincidence again, isn't it? I nodded, of course. How could it be anything else? What about the others? Well, as I said, I lost contact with them. Why don't you find out? How? Well, mutual friends, Facebook, friends reunited. There are websites for this kind of thing. I don't think anyone can disappear these days. Do you think I should? I said, I use different kinds of therapies, but one of them, a very popular one, is called cognitive behavioral therapy. In this, if we have irrational thoughts, we challenge them. We look for evidence. Sometimes we can set up little experiments to see whether our irrational fears have any basis. So you think I should try to contact them? I'm not pushing you at all. But it would be one way to show that this dream is just a nasty, scary dream. It's not real. It has no power in the real world. She looked hopeful. Her face brightened. That would be so good. I've let this thing dominate my life for too long. She talked to some other things, her mother, her friends. She had never married, but had a good social life, spending the money she earned on skiing trips and scuba diving in the Maldives. I arranged I would see her the next week. That night, I was home on time for a change. My husband, Michael, made me dinner and we sat down with a nice bottle of French wine. Good day, he asked. Yeah, okay, I smiled. I had a weird case. You know, it's usually anxiety and depression, but this time it's a woman who has a recurring dream. One that bothers her, he said without looking up. Sure, lots. I told him the gist of the dream. Creepy, he said. What's the matter with her? Well, I think she has a psychosis, just it's contained in the dream so it doesn't erupt into her life. The dream's very therapeutic, really. Stops her going crazy for real. Like an abscess, the body keeps all the poison wrapped up in a neat bubble. Michael's a doctor. He thinks bodies, I think minds. Like that, I agreed. So what are you going to do? Well, I'm not going to dig too much. Just stay on the surface and maybe try out some behavioral experiments so she can challenge her fears with evidence. Sounds good. More wine? Always more wine, Michael. You know me. The next week, Melissa came back. If anything, she was worse than the first week. But she didn't hesitate before talking. She accepted the water. And then when we sat down, she said, So, I looked people up. I did what you said. I joined the Classmates Reunited sites and checked out Friends of Friends on Facebook. And I didn't find out about everyone. Of course, some may have left the country. Sure, her complexion was grey. So, did it help? I prompted. Did it show you that when they disappear in a dream, they don't disappear in life? She shook her head. Not really. I didn't manage to find anyone of the 10 who was in that class with me. I waited for her to go on. But I found people who knew about some of them. And what did they say? She looked terrified. They've gone. The ones I managed to trace are all dead. That can't be. It is. And I'm sure that they died just after I dreamt they were taken in that room. But that isn't rational. I began to wonder if talking to me about the dream had in some way unlocked the psychosis. They couldn't all be dead, but it was certain she believed they were and that their deaths were connected to her dream. I considered referring her to a psychiatrist I knew who could prescribe some antipsychotic medication. She blurted, "You've got to help me." Unusually for me, I tend to keep the distance, but I was moved by the emotional state she was in. I took her hand and stroked it like a mother might. "I will. Listen, this'll all be okay. It's just a nightmare. It can't have any effect on the real world. If some of your friends are dead, then it's a sad coincidence. Others of them will be in Australia or California enjoying the sunshine. Don't worry." "But it's worse than I told you," she said. "Why?" I tried to sound comforting, but I was seriously worried about her mental state. "It's worse because they're all gone. I'm the only one left in the room. The next time I dream it, he'll take me." She broke down into horror-stricken sobbing. She was almost coughing with the depths of her sobs. I tried to comfort her as best I could. I'm not a big believer in medication, but I thought a dose of Valium right now would help her. I told her I would get something, and I went over to the landline and rang my psychiatrist friend Martin. He has a surgery just on Harley Street. He is a very expensive doctor, but we get on well. He was free and he agreed to come over. He wrote her up for something that would help her nerves and help her sleep. She hadn't been sleeping until exhaustion dragged her there every night. She was scared of dreaming. As I said, I think medication has its place, but the real cure for these fears is to face them. We arranged to meet in 2 days. She was grateful and thanked me as she left my consulting room. I was going to set up an experiment. She had told me the name of the school, and by looking on the internet, I saw that it still existed. I thought if we could go there in the cold light of day, and she could see it was only a school, just an ordinary school, that would help take away the supernatural dread that haunted her. I learned, in fact, that the school was shut. It was due to be sold off for redevelopment into executive homes, but it was still owned by the local borough council. After spending what seemed hours on the phone and talking to a string of people, I finally got hold of the school's headmistress. The story was that the council was selling off the old building and was using the money to fund a new one. The kids had already moved, but the headmistress had the keys to the old place. I explained who I was and explained Melissa's story. She was interested. I mentioned no names because of client confidentiality. Of course, she didn't know her. She'd only been there 7 years. She was very reluctant. I said, if we could just have the keys so that she can go into the old classroom and see that it's just a room, that there's nothing fearful about it. She hesitated. "I'm not sure. There's no insurance." I said, "We're both professional women. We're not going to have a party. It'll be fine. And of course, if there's anything your new school needs by way of a small donation, books perhaps, sports equipment. Well, the football team does need a new strip. Fine, I'll pay for that." The truth was I was going to be a little out of pocket, but I wanted to help Melissa. She was in such a state, and I must admit I'd become curious myself. I believed in my therapies, and I knew it would cure her. When I was home, Michael had cooked again. He supported me as he always did. "So, what's the plan?" "Well, I want to get the keys and just spend some time there." "Sure." I thought, overnight. "Overnight?" He was incredulous. "Why do you need to go there overnight?" "I want her to sleep there and dream there. And even if she has the dream, especially if she has the dream, it'll prove to her there's no basis for her fears. They call it immersion. It's a technique, and it works." He shrugged. "You know best, but if it was me..." "It's not you. I'm going to cure this girl." "Okay, but keep your cell phone on. Do you have a date for going there?" I nodded. When I told Melissa, she started shaking. I said, "Listen, hon, it's the only way. We've got to get you through this. Trust me. It's a tried and tested technique. You need to be free of this. But to stay there, to sleep there, to dream, to prove it's nonsense. Oh God, I'm so scared. I put my hand on hers. Trust me, Melissa. I'm going to make you better. When the time finally came, I drove Melissa to the school. It was still light. The area was poor and broken down. She said, I haven't been here since my mother died. No reason to. I'd forgotten how dirty it was. It's just a poor working class area. Nothing wrong with that. That it? I pointed to a red brick Victorian building. It was obviously a school, but there was a for sale sign up that had a sold poster pasted across. She stiffened and nodded. Okay, I've got the keys. I parked pretty much outside. The area was quiet. Newspapers blew down the gutters. A stray cat walked across the road. 2 youths stood on the street corner, hoods up, smoking, watching my BMW. Just a sec. I got out, engine still running, and stepped up to the metal gates. There was a heavy chain round them, which I unlocked. I pushed the gates open, then I went back to the car. I drove it through into the yard and locked the gates behind us. At least that would keep them from stealing my car. Melissa got out and just stared up at the dirty windows of the old building. I had some nice times here when I was a kid, she said. See, I said, here, help me with these. I had come well prepared. I had 2 sleeping bags, 2 air mattresses, an iPod docking station, and an electric fire. I had insisted that the headmistress switch on the electricity supply, even if she wouldn't agree to heat the whole school. She agreed and said that was fair enough. Melissa helped me in with the stuff. Lugging it seemed to distract her and help her mood. Where's the classroom? I said. She pointed up the stairs. Up there, first floor. First floor. Then I remembered Europeans call the real first floor the ground floor, so their first floor is really the second. I knew that. Okay, I said, up we go. The classroom was locked, but the headmistress had given me a big bunch of keys. I searched through them till I found the right one. Inside, I switched on the electric light. Jesus, it just looks the same, she said. There were a few desks still in the room, and the kids' chairs pushed up against the wall in a big pile. There was indeed a kind of teacher's observation room with a door leading off and a window so they could see what the kids were doing. I went in. There was a sink and a dead mouse on the floor. The water was still on. I pushed the mouse to the side with my foot. I'm not going to sleep here. I can't, said Melissa. What did I say about trusting me? Anyway, I've come prepared to look. I pulled out the hip flask that Michael had bought me for when we went country walking in the English shires. Brandy, I said. And soon we made the place cozy. I put the heater on, we laid the mattresses on the floor after finding a brush and sweeping it, and we put the sleeping bags on top of them. I put on the iPod, and soon we were listening to silly, happy pop music and talking about places we'd been, and I told her about the old boyfriend I'd really loved who was a painter. That was before I met Michael. And then I noticed her eyes beginning to get heavy. The brandy and my reassuring company were doing the trick. I turned the music off. She was breathing lightly, eyes closed, and then it was just a question of sleeping till the morning. I left the light on in the classroom to reassure her if she woke up. I was making a big enough donation they could afford to leave one lousy electric light bulb burning all night. I went and brushed my teeth in the sink. I would have to do without a shower, but it was for a good cause. As quietly as I could, I got into my sleeping bag beside Melissa. She was flat out, and then I dozed and slept. When I awoke, it had that feeling of the middle of the night. The light was still on. Melissa was deep asleep. I lay there, and I heard the annoying drip, drip, drip of the tap in the teacher's adjoining room. I hadn't turned it off properly. I got up in my pajamas and went to fix it. As I got into the room with its dripping tap and dead mouse, the door clicked shut behind me. It was on a latch on the other side. There was a keyhole this side, but I left a bunch of keys with my stuff beside the sleeping Melissa. I looked through the glass. I was debating whether I should thump it and wake her up or just wait it out till morning. And then the atmosphere grew strange. I got scared. I turned to look at the classroom door. It was opening, slowly but deliberately. From where I was, I couldn't see what was opening the door, but A rush of helpless fear kept me staring, knowing I couldn't help. I watched as the door opened, still hiding what was behind it, hiding who was pushing it. I saw Melissa wake suddenly. I saw her mouth open to scream, but the noise was muted behind the glass panel. I saw her turn and see the door opening. She looked at me wordlessly, begging for my help. I saw her nightmare come into the room and crawl towards her, reaching with its black, twisted hands. She tried to fight it, tried to push it off, but she couldn't. It enveloped her. I saw its pointed fingernails and long, ragged hair flapping in the unfelt wind. I must have fainted or passed out in terror. When I woke, it was day. I was still in the adjoining room. I found an old-fashioned iron, a solid block of metal dating from around 1910, when I smashed the lock off. Melissa wasn't there. Nothing of her was there. I ran round the school looking and yelling in every room and every corridor, but she was gone. It had taken her. I never saw Melissa Hall again. I was investigated by the police, but it was obvious I'd committed no crime. Thanks to Michael's job and my insurance, I could afford to take a year off. After that, it felt better. I even started working again. I don't like to sleep anymore. Not now. Because I've dreamed of it. In my dream, I'm sitting in my consulting room, just like I had been with Melissa, but she's gone. Then I see the door opening. The Derwentwater Haunting. I made a lot of money and retired early. After leaving London, we went up to live in the English Lake District. My wife Annie was from there. We drove the 300 miles there in one day in February, me and Annie and Benjamin in the back. Benjamin, my son, is 5 and the apple of my eye. Also in the car with us was Spot the dog and a mournful Captain Flint, the parrot, in his cage with a cover over it. The rest of our possessions came up with the professional house movers. Our maid, Manuelita, was following us in another car. Though she was tremendously superstitious and highly strung, she was also the best maid I'd ever had. She was bringing her niece Victoria over from Madrid to be our cook for the year. 25 years of foreign exchange trading had burned me out. I'd set up my own company, made it a success, and then sold it for a killing. I was looking forward to the clean air and the beautiful scenery and a chance to rest. I also planned to write my memoirs. Annie was looking forward to being closer to her parents, and I knew they would enjoy seeing more of Benji. When I saw the house, I loved it. Annie said I was being extravagant, but I could afford it, so why not? It was a house on an island in the middle of Derwentwater Lake, near Keswick. There was a stunning view looking down from the front of the house past the lake and into the rocky jaws of the valley behind. The art critic Ruskin called it the third most beautiful view in Europe. A trust owned the house, so we couldn't buy it, only rent it. It was over £1 million a year, but it was worth it to me, and I figured that we could get a regular house after one blissful year in the mansion on the island. Everything arrived from London, as well as some extras I'd had to buy both there and locally. The day came and we moved in. A generator housed in a hut behind the house supplied our electricity, and I arranged with the local firm that they would come as required and maintain that as well as do any repairs and odd jobs. When we first got off the boat onto the island, the dog started behaving stupidly. Old Spot wouldn't go into the house at first. He just stood at the door growling. "What's up with him?" I said. Annie laughed. "I bet a big nasty dog used to live here and he can smell it." With much tugging we dragged him in, but he started whimpering. In the end, I arranged for him to have a kennel outside. That would teach him to be histrionic. There were only 5 of us on the island, me and Annie and Benjamin, as well as Manuelita and Victoria, and that suited me. I wanted peace to write. The town of Keswick was close by, but far enough away over the water so it didn't bother us. There were lots of tourists in the Lake District, but they didn't get to come to our island as there were big keep out and private signs dotted all around the shore. It was so peaceful that we could have been miles away from civilization. Sometimes the weather cut us off too. The winter still hung on, and now and then the lake water was too rough for us to motor over in our little boat. I didn't mind, but Annie had a fear about the water, and she always made sure she and Benji had life jackets on. To begin with, I was very happy there. The first disturbances came from Manuelita, who claimed the place was haunted. Over breakfast one morning, she started going on about the ghost. "But you haven't seen anything," I said. "That's right, isn't it?" I gave her a hard time, and I regretted it afterwards. Manuelita said, "No, I haven't seen anything, Mr. Dugan, but I feel it all the time. It is around this house." I shook my head. "It's psychology, Manuelita. It's an old house. No one can come and rescue us easily on the island. Not that they need to, but that's why you're feeling uneasy. You'll settle." She gave an exasperated Hispanic shrug and walked off. Victoria had come up behind her, and she smiled and made a screwy gesture at her temple. "She's loca, Mr. Dugan. My grandmother, her mother has, the second sight." Victoria shrugged. "But I don't believe any of it." I frowned. "It's important that Benji doesn't get frightened. I don't want her repeating these things to him." "Sure," said Victoria. "I'll talk to her." Annie was late rising that morning. Victoria had taken her breakfast in bed after I got up. I came across her in the conservatory that was at the front of the house. She was sitting there reading among the orange trees in their pots with a blanket over her knees. "Hello, you," I said, bending down to kiss her. She reached up and kissed me back. We have a good relationship. We're best friends as well as being husband and wife. She supported me all the way through my sometimes difficult career. I told her about Manuelita. She shuddered. "I don't want her talking like that in front of Benji." I've emphasized that to Victoria. She's going to speak to her. "You know, I have a thing about ghosts," said Annie. "The very idea of them terrifies me." It surprised me. In all the years we'd been married, I don't think she'd ever mentioned her fear of ghosts, but then I didn't recall the subject coming up. I had taken Benji out on the lake that day, me and him and Spot. He wanted to take Captain Flint too and pretend we were pirates, but I said the parrot would just fly off. He was a mean-tempered bird too. He'd probably savage the ducks. This day it was a Saturday. Benji went to the local school every week morning by boat. Either me or Victoria would take him over, but at the weekends we had him all to ourselves. Instead of the motorboat, I took one of the rowing boats from the boathouse that belonged to our island. Annie hadn't wanted to let Benji go on the lake when we first arrived because he couldn't swim. I arranged for him to have lessons at the local pool in town to put her mind at rest. Rowing was good exercise for me, and though Benji pleaded with me to let him have a go, I wouldn't let him. He just wasn't strong enough. We rowed over to the small rocky islands that dotted the lake here and there. Spot went crazy barking at the gulls that nested on some of the islands. I think he was enjoying being away from the house. Above us rose the mountains. The wind wasn't too strong, just a few little waves to make the boat bob. Benji loved it when the boat lifted her bow to crest the waves. For the time of the year, the weather wasn't too bad. There was a hint of spring in the air, but not enough so that we could take our coats off. We moored at an island slightly bigger than the rest that had a clump of trees and friendly ducks that came quacking round, looking for morsels. I had to tie Spot up so he didn't eat the crumbs we threw for the ducks. The exercise tired me out. I guess Benji was tired too because he didn't protest about going to bed and was soon slumbering. After reading my book about cryptocurrencies, I must have fallen asleep about 10:30. Annie was beside me reading her novel. I dozed off before she did. I woke when she screamed. I almost jumped out of my skin. It was the middle of the night and pitch black. I snapped the bedside light on. She was lying there, eyes wide, rigid and trembling. I said, "What the hell is the matter?" She shuddered. "I had a horrible dream. I dreamt that there was someone in the house, someone who didn't belong here." She was beautiful and fragile. I stroked her hair. "It's just a nightmare, Annie, that's all." "No, it was something evil. It wanted to take Benji and I was fighting it." I made soothing noises. She took my hand and smiled hesitantly. I'm so silly, I know, but it felt real, as if something really was here in the house. "You've been listening to Manuelita too much." She shook her head. "I know you said she'd spoken to you, but she's never mentioned anything to me." "Good, that must be Victoria putting her straight," I said. But Annie still looked uneasy. "Will you check on Benji?" "Of course," I said, wondering why she didn't go herself. Not that I minded, but she was usually so protective of him. overprotective sometimes, and then I realized she was frightened to walk through the house on her own. I got up out of bed and pulled on a t-shirt and jogging bottoms. Then I made my way along the corridor. The house was big, far bigger than we needed. The floor we slept on had 6 bedrooms, though we only occupied 2, me and Annie in one, and 2 doors away, Benji's. We'd put him in this room because I had a lovely view of the lake and just felt nicer. Victoria and Manuelita had their bedrooms on the floor above. The very top floor was the attic, but we'd hardly ever visited it. As I got to Benji's door, I stopped and turned. I had the strong feeling someone was there. I spun round. "Hello?" I said. "Hello," replied Victoria in her distinctive Spanish accent. "I heard Mrs. Dugan scream. I just wonder if everything was okay." She was standing at the bottom of the stairs up in just her nightie. Her hair was tousled, and it looked like she'd just woken. I laughed. "Yeah, just Annie having a nightmare. Don't worry. I just came to check it didn't wake Benji." I looked into Benji's room. He was sleeping soundly. Victoria lingered there. She seemed on edge. "What's up?" I said. "It's Manuelita. She got me scared now." I smiled indulgently. "How come?" "She says there's a thing in the house. When I heard Mrs. Dugan cry out, it made me think maybe she'd seen it too." "Who? Annie?" She nodded. I shook my head. "No, she hasn't seen anything. There's nothing to see." I tried to reassure her. "Listen, it's the middle of the night. Things will feel fine in the morning. Is Manuelita awake now?" Victoria nodded. "She's sitting up in bed with her rosaries, calling on Mary and Jesus and all the saints to protect her." She stifled a sudden giggle. At least we'd broken the lingering heavy atmosphere. "Okay," I said, "sleep tight, and remember, there are no such things as ghosts." Then things were okay for a couple of days. The next time a commotion above our bedroom woke me. It woke Annie too. "What's that?" she said with a tremor in her voice. "That banging." "I don't know," I said, getting up and once again dressing. It was weird, but I was convinced there was a normal explanation for the sound. Annie said, "Make sure Benji's safe." The way she said it was like a command. I nearly told her to check him herself, but could see that she was frightened, so I just went. I scooped Benji up and took him to his mother. He was sleepy and grumpy with his hair all mussed up, but she took him. And then there was another bang and the sound of furniture being moved about. "For God's sake," I muttered. I hurried out of the room and jogged up the stairs, flicking the lights on as I went. Victoria's door was open, but Manuelita's was closed. I knocked on Victoria's room, but there was no answer. She didn't seem to be in there. Then I knocked on Manuelita's door. A frightened voice said something in Spanish. "Manuelita, it's Howard. Are you okay?" There was a shuffling and the sound of someone getting out of bed, and then the scraping of furniture being moved just behind the door. It opened, and there stood Manuelita in her nightdress. She had barricaded the door with the chest of drawers. To my greater surprise, there also was Victoria, huddled in Manuelita's bed with a look of fear on her face. "Please tell me what's happening here," I asked stonily. Manuelita said, "Victoria heard it. She heard it just outside on the landing." I looked to Victoria for confirmation. She was obviously terrified. "Victoria, what's going on?" I could see her eyes were filled with tears. She said, "I woke up. I don't know why, Mr. Dugan, but I was very frightened. There was an atmosphere in my room, but there was nothing there. Nothing I could see. Then I heard something outside. For a minute, I thought it might be Benji sleepwalking. So I went to the door. Hang on a minute, Benji's sleepwalking. Benji doesn't sleepwalk." Both the women nodded. "Yes, he does. Not every night, but he comes up here and he is asleep. We just take him back to his room." I was astounded. "You've both done this?" They said they both had. "Why didn't you tell me?" Manuelita shrugged. "Mrs. Dugan is very nervous and protective. We thought he would grow out of it, so no need to tell you." My brow furrowed. "Okay, I'm not happy about this. But why the hell have you barricaded yourselves in the room?" Victoria continued. "So, I went to look outside in case it was Benji walking. But," Manuelita said, "she saw it, the thing. I have felt, but she saw it." "God give me strength," I turned to Victoria. "What did you see?" She shuddered, then she said, "It was like a black shape. It was moving outside. The temperature was very cold and the feeling very bad, very evil. It was a fantasma. "A demonio," said Manuelita. "You expect me to believe this?" I said. I was angry, but I could see that they certainly thought it was true. They were nervous as hell. Okay, I said, it's late. We can talk about it again in the morning. I turned away and Manuelita closed the door, and I heard her move the chest of drawers in front of it again. I shook my head in disbelief at their stupid superstitions and credulity. But as I walked down the stairs, something caught my attention. I couldn't say what, but I spun round. There was nothing there, of course, but a strange feeling of anxiety came over me, as if there was some threat in the house that I wasn't aware of. Then I dismissed the weird feeling and went back to Annie. In the morning, Manuelita told me she couldn't stay in the house anymore. "You're a good man, Mr. Dugan, but this is una casa poseída. There is something wicked that lives here." "So where will you go?" I said. I was mortified at the idea of losing Manuelita. "I can get a lodging in the town. I will come every day, but I will not sleep here. And you should not also, not with that little boy. Leave Benji out of this," I snapped, suddenly angry at her for bringing him into her stupid fears. Instead of being upset at my tone, Manuelita came and held my hands in a gesture of comfort. "Please, think on what I say. Leave, and we will all be safe." I turned to Victoria and said coldly, "And what about you?" Victoria looked sheepish. She looked first at me and then at Manuelita. She said, "I will stay." Manuelita exploded in a torrent of angry Spanish. I guessed she was telling the girl not to be so stupid, that she was putting herself at great danger, and all of that baloney. With lots of hand gestures, Victoria explained herself right back. I was glad that she was staying. And then I had to explain to Annie why Manuelita was going. We sat in the library and drank coffee that Victoria had brought us. Benji was at school. Behind us, Captain Flint squawked his usual inanities about Pretty Polly and Pieces of 8 that Benji had taught him. "I don't understand," said Annie when I told her. "I thought she liked us." "She does," I said soothingly. "She's just a crazy middle-aged woman." "So why is she going?" I sighed. "She thinks the house is haunted. She thinks she saw something, or rather that Victoria saw something. I mean, she didn't even see it herself." "Where did she see it?" "Doesn't matter. Up on their floor, but there was nothing there, really." A cloud passed over Annie's face. "I've thought I've seen something here in this house," she said, finally. I was exasperated. Annie too now. I exhaled. "It's nothing. We're all getting a little crazy. It's an old house. It creaks. It's big. It makes noises. The wind and rain make you think you hear things, but you don't." She nodded. "I know, it's irrational. You're right." "Thank you," I said. I loved that house on the lake, and I didn't want my year of bliss to get spoiled by the crazy imaginings of a Spanish maid. "But you know, I am scared of ghosts," said Annie. "Yeah, you told me." "Do you know why?" "No," I said, taking a sip of coffee. She laughed, but it wasn't a convincing laugh, almost as if she was trying to make herself feel better about something. She began, "Did I ever tell you about my twin, Amy?" I nodded. "I knew you had a twin who died." "That's right. We were about Benji's age. She drowned." "I think I knew that." Feeling I'd been a bit of a dick and insensitive, I squeezed her hand. "I still miss her. After all these years, odd, isn't it? But twins are close. It felt like a part of me had died. And I still think there's a hole in me where she should be." She started to cry softly. I stroked her hand. "Yes, but that's nothing to do with ghosts. There's no connection with this house." "Well, it wasn't a ghost, really. It started off that she began to sleepwalk." My heart froze. I hadn't told her about Benji. I certainly wouldn't now. My mum and dad would find Amy wandering all over the house, but mostly she went upstairs. She appeared very disturbed by it. She couldn't remember afterwards, but she kept talking about grandfather. "Grandfather?" Annie nodded. "When we were little, my dad's dad was still alive. He was a lovely man, but my mother's father was dead. Naturally, my parents asked Amy to describe this grandfather she claimed to see around the house. Her description matched with my mum's dad. But surely her grandfather wouldn't want to hurt her. Surely, if it was a ghost, he'd want to protect her." Annie smiled thinly. "My maternal grandfather was a nasty man. He beat his wife and..." She paused as if finding something difficult to say. "And what?" Her mouth wrinkled in distaste. She said he was into black magic, that he had some kind of occult room in his basement. They lived in the marshlands of East Anglia. The basement was often flooded, so that it was his excuse why he wouldn't let people in there, but they say he spoke to the devil. What a freak, I said. Annie nodded. He was a disgusting man. Kids went missing in the neighbourhood. They never proved anything against him because he died, but people thought he'd taken them. I felt suddenly sick. But how was this related to Amy? The sleepwalking got worse. My parents would find her upstairs in the attic. She said that grandfather had told her to go there, that he wanted to play with her. He was already dead at this time, she nodded. Amy sleepwalking, how long was this before she died? I felt awful asking her the question. About a month. They tried locking our bedroom door to keep her in. I would usually sleep through it, but sometimes I would wake up and see Amy standing in the room. I tried to talk to her, but she was asleep. Did you ever see anything yourself? She shook her head. Then why didn't he come for you too? She laughed again. You make it sound like you believe he really did come back from beyond the grave. Of course I don't. And then one night I woke, and Amy was gone. The door, which my parents had locked, was open. I got up and saw that the front door was open too. Our house wasn't very big. I woke my dad up. He was frantic, beside himself, as was my mum. They both went outside with torches and shouted for her. The neighbours helped them search, but they didn't find her. She went quiet. I said, so who found her? The police the next day. She'd gone to the river. She was dead. Annie broke down in sobs. I went to comfort her. Don't worry, my love, that was then. This is now. Nothing bad is going to happen to my family. I won't let it. I didn't like to admit it, but I was unnerved myself. The whole atmosphere of the place changed. From being my getaway dream, it started to feel like a heavy, sullen place. Spot still wouldn't come into the house, and I wondered if he had always sensed something here. I brought Benji's bed into our bedroom so I could monitor his sleepwalking. I didn't tell Annie why I'd done it. One Sunday, Benji wasn't at school, and he'd been talking to Captain Flint in a library trying to teach him new words. Manuelita had come over, even though Sunday was normally her day off, because she and Victoria were planning to go back to London in the week for a break. Annie was watching Breaking Bad on Netflix. At least our internet connection was fast. And telling Benji off when he was trying to teach the parrot to say bum and we. I was half aware from the radio that played in my study that there was a storm brewing. When it hit, it came suddenly, blowing up the lake, and the treetops round the house thrashed around. The grey waves started to break against the rocky shore of the island. I heard the wind push against the window in wild gusts, and it started to rain heavily. One of the windows in the library hadn't been fastened properly, and it blew open with a huge rush of air, scattering papers and making the parrot shriek. When I heard, I ran through from my study to see Annie trying to pick up the newspaper she'd read earlier. Benji was clapping his hands in delight at the parrot's terror. The rain was coming in. I closed the window, creating a sudden calm inside, even while the tempest blew outside. What an awful wind, said Annie. Where did that come from? It was forecast, I said. I heard it on the radio. Still, we've got everything we need. Annie said, but Manuelita won't be happy. We won't be able to take her back to the town jetty, not with these waves. Well, she'll just have to stay here. You never know, she might have got over her silliness by now. Will the dog be okay outside? Asked Annie. I guess he'll just hunker down in his kennel till the wind stops. I hope he's not scared. I'll go out and see him, I said. I put on my coat and got a handful of dog biscuits as a treat. I pulled up my collar against the rain and I went over to the kennel. Spot didn't like bad weather, and he was a bit of a coward, so I'd fully expected to find him cowering in his kennel, but he wasn't. A mystery, I said to myself. I knew he couldn't get far on the island, and certainly not in this rain. When I got back, Annie asked if Spot was all right. Couldn't find him, I said. What? She said, sounding concerned. It's an island. He'll be somewhere close by sheltering. I hope he hasn't gone into the lake. Spot's not exactly clever, I said, but he's not stupid either. The weather didn't improve. The day was so dark and heavy that soon we had to put the lights on. As predicted, Manuelita was very unhappy about having to stay in the house. I do not want to stay, she said. I can't take you over in the boat in this weather, I said. It's not safe. I'll take my chances, she said. But I won't, Manuelita. That's the end of it. Sleep in Victoria's room. Victoria came and put her arms around her aunt, cooing to her comfortingly in Spanish. It's okay, Mr. Dugan, said Victoria. I will make sure she is okay. Of course she'll be okay, I said. What do you think could happen to her? Victoria shrugged, and the two of them went back to the kitchen. Benji was now watching TV with his mother in the library. We got our signal from a satellite, but the rain was so heavy that the picture kept breaking up. Giving up on that, we put on a DVD of the Disney hit Frozen. That kept him quiet. He and Annie watched it while I was looking up stock prices on the internet. Old habits die hard, I guess. Even Captain Flint was quiet for a change. It was about 8 p.m. and very dark outside when the next thing happened. I heard Spot barking outside. What is that bloody dog doing? I said. Go and get him in, Howard. It's horrible out there, said Annie. I got up. Silly bloody animal, if he'll come in. I went to the front door. Manuelita was already there, staring out into the dark. The rain was running down the glass panel. I could still hear Spot, but couldn't see him. I opened the door, and the wildness of the wind hit me. I strained to hold the door from being blown back. Spot! I shouted. Spot! But I couldn't see him. He sounded like he was barking at something. There is a man out there, Mr. Dugan, said Manuelita from behind me. A man? An evil man, she said. I shook my head in disbelief. Then I ignored her terrified eyes and shouted for the dog louder this time. I thought about going out looking for him, but the rain was horizontal and it was dark. I wouldn't see him. If he wanted to stay outside and play silly buggers, that was up to him. I closed the door. I feel frightened for the dog, said Manuelita. I just looked at her, then walked past and went to hang up my dripping coat. Frozen was nearly finished. It's time for Benji's bed, I said. Annie nodded. I'll put him in the bath first. She got up. Manuelita, who had been sitting watching the movie, said she would go with her. Where's Victoria? I asked. She's in the kitchen baking, said Manuelita. Then they all went out, leaving me and the parrot. I swear Captain Flint was skittish too. He kept running up and down the wooden pole in his cage and clashing his beak against the metal bars. Can you pack that in? I shouted at him. But he just kept running up and down. In the end, I put his cover over the cage to make him think it was night. But even then, I could hear his sad squawking from inside it. I got up and poured myself a whiskey. What a night. The weather was making everyone crazy. And then the generator failed. The whole house was suddenly plunged into darkness. I pulled out my phone and used the flashlight function to light my way to the kitchen. Victoria was standing there fumbling around to find candles. She looked terrified. It's only the generator. Get the candles, and then, when I make sure everyone's okay, I'll go and see what the problem is. We found some candles, and there were plenty of candlesticks. I guessed that power outages were pretty common on the island. Don't leave me here, said Victoria. I sighed. Come on. By the light of the candles, we made our way upstairs. I could see the light of a torch, and Manuelita flashed it in my face as I came upstairs. Nombre de Dios, she said. Silence, Auntie, said Victoria in English. It's only us. Benji was sitting in the bath being soaped by his mum. He was enjoying being bathed by electric torchlight. He liked the candles too. Okay, I said, I'm going to fix the generator. Okay, said Annie. As I was going out onto the landing, Manuelita grabbed my arm and came part way with me. What? I said tetchily. He has been here, she said. That was the last thing I needed. For the love of God, Manuelita, can you please keep all this shit to yourself? But she looked scared. Her eyes were wide. I saw him on the landing just before the lights went out. I shook my arm free. I'm going to fix the generator, I said. I went downstairs and back into the kitchen. There was a heavy-duty flashlight in the drawer there that would give me enough light to work. I wasn't relishing going out into the weather, but it had to be done. There were tools in the hut beside the house that housed the generator. The wind howled and the rain poured down as I went out of the door. At least the dog was quiet, I thought. I took a look at the kennel as I went past. Spot still wasn't there. If he had any sense, he'd found somewhere to shelter. I made my way round to the hut. The door was banging in the wind. I shone the flashlight in. It wasn't broken, just loose. Then I went in. The generator was dead. I checked the fuel. There was plenty. I tried to restart it, but nothing happened. I cursed, I kicked it. I had a basic understanding of how it was supposed to work, but that was it. I would need someone who actually knew what they were doing. It looked like tonight we'd have to make do with candles. And so I turned back into the wind, bending almost double to make my way. Just to the side of the house, I stumbled over something. At first, I thought it was a log, half hidden in the grass, but it was softer than that. I shone a light on it. It was Spot. I knew at once that he was dead. A great rip of grief tore through me. My poor little dog. I leaned down and picked him up. He was heavy in my arms, and he was still warm. He wasn't bleeding. In fact, I couldn't see how he could have died. He hadn't been struck by anything. There wasn't a mark on his body. I hugged him to me and took him to his kennel. I placed him in it and wrapped his blanket round him as if he needed it. I wished he would just have come in and lived in the house. Then none of this would have happened. But he wouldn't. There was something about the house that scared him, but it was outside that he died. I stood by the kennel. There were tears in my eyes as I said good night to my little buddy, and I promised I would come back for him soon. I went back in by the front door. Everyone must still be upstairs, I thought. I took off my coat, and with the torch still on, I mounted the stairs to the bathroom. They had obviously finished in there, as it was empty. I turned and saw my own bedroom door was closed. That was odd. I pushed it open and saw the three women standing there, wide-eyed and shaking with terror. "What?" I said angrily. "There was someone there," said Annie. I would have expected this of Manuelita, but not Annie. Victoria said, "We all saw it, the shape on the landing outside." "Honestly, Howard, I'm really frightened," said Annie. Manuelita was beside herself. I could see they really thought they'd seen something. I tried to comfort them. "Listen, it's just a storm," I said. Then Benji piped up, sitting there in his pyjamas. "It was Grandfather," he said. Annie spun round. She was trembling so much I thought she was going to break down. "What did you say?" she said. He smiled. "Grandfather. He lives in this house." She grabbed him and put a hand over his mouth. "Don't say that, my love, please." "Annie, this can't be what you think," I said. "If I could only keep everyone together until morning, then we'd leave. If that's what they all wanted, we'd leave." I closed the door behind me and locked it. "There," I said, "it's locked now. Let's just wait until daylight." This seemed to calm them a little, as did me being there. The one thing I wasn't going to tell them about was Spot. They had decided that the three women would sleep in the double bed. Benji had his single bed, and they found me an extra blanket to cover me while I sat in the chair. They wanted to keep the candles burning, but I put all of them out except one, so we didn't run out of light. I also had the flashlight beside me. As we sat there in a nervous silence, Victoria and Manuelita holding hands for comfort, the storm raged outside. At times the wind was so wild that I feared the window would come in. Time went on. I saw that Benji had dropped off, and also Annie. Manuelita was the last to fall asleep. She kept staring up at me with her eyes as wide as a spooked horse, but eventually these too grew heavy and closed. It was all too crazy, but it was late, and I was emotionally exhausted. My head too began to loll. I don't remember falling asleep, but I must have. When I snapped awake, the candle was nearly dead. It was just a flickering yellow flame and a pool of wax on the saucer I'd stuck it to. The three women breathed rhythmically from the bed, Manuelita's breathing deepening to a slight snoring. I lifted my head up and looked for Benji. His bed was empty. Where I'd expected to see him, there was only an indentation and disturbed bedclothes. I jumped up. Annie stirred at my movement. The door was open. I hoped to God he hadn't gone sleepwalking. All the women woke suddenly and looked around them. "Benji's gone," I said. I could hear the panic in my voice. Victoria said, still half asleep, "He's probably sleepwalking again." Annie turned on her. "Sleepwalking? Since when does he sleepwalk?" Victoria was quiet. "Apparently he does," I said. "I'll go and find him." But memory had jumped up and snared Annie. "No," she shrieked, "it's happening again." I had to focus on Benji. I could comfort Annie later. "I've come to look for Benji," said Manuelita. "You don't have to," I said, but I was glad of any company. Victoria sat up in bed and swung her legs out. She bent over Annie, who was sitting, hugging her knees and rocking. The tears were running down her face. "Victoria," I said, "you look after Annie." "Vale," she said, "sure." Manuelita and I made our way out of the bedroom onto the landing. She held onto my arm for dear life. "Upstairs," she said. "He always tries to go upstairs." So we went up the stairs to the floor where Victoria's bedroom was. There was no sign of Benji. Then I saw that the door to the attic was open. Manuelita saw it too, and I thought a grip was going to break my arm. We went to the bottom of the stairs, and I heard voices. I could hear Benji's voice. He was talking to a man. It was definitely a man's voice. I felt my stomach turn over. Manuelita suddenly sobbed and started reciting the Lord's Prayer in Spanish. I was shaking, but I had to go up. I heard the sound of someone running upstairs from below. I turned and saw it was Victoria. "I heard my aunt," she said. "I thought something was wrong." And then she too heard the voice of the man upstairs. Her face froze. Manuelita thrust a crucifix into Victoria's hands, and then she fell down on her knees and began to pray fervently. I took a step up. "Don't go, Mr. Dugan," said Victoria. "That thing up there is from hell." "I've got to go," I said. "My son is up there." I could still hear Benji's voice and the voice of grandfather talking back to him. I mounted the stairs slowly. Each tread was an act of will, my body shrieking against where I was sending it. But I had to go to my son. To her credit, Victoria came up behind me, and as we reached the top, I saw Benji sitting there in the middle of the attic, sitting on the knee of a sinister old man. They both turned to me. "Get off my son!" I screamed. I could see grandfather's teeth were filed to sharp points, and his eyes were black. He looked like the burnt soul of a warlock when all the human flesh is stripped off. "Get the hell off my son!" I roared, but I still couldn't force myself to step forward. And as grandfather met my eyes, I saw into pure evil. Benji didn't even look at me. He was playing with a toy train that grandfather had given him. And then Victoria screamed at that wicked thing, whether she was cursing him with the most foul words she knew, or whether she was calling holy names to drive him away, I couldn't tell. I ran forward and covered the ground between me and Benji. Victoria was holding up the crucifix like a weapon. I grabbed my son and I held him in my arms. When I looked up, the thing was standing in the corner of the attic, and with its foul mouth it smiled at me. Then it vanished. Victoria came to me and stroked Benji's head, muttering and crying. I held him as tight as I could. I thought I'd never let him go. Slowly and carefully I made my way down the steep attic stairs, Victoria behind me. Manuelita was there at the bottom. When she saw Benji was safe, she wept and thanked God and the angels for his deliverance. We all stood there feeling such relief, such a sense of liberation. Then I said, "Where's Annie?" In our rush upstairs, we'd forgotten that Annie was still in the bedroom. I handed Benji to Victoria and I ran downstairs. When I got to our bedroom, Annie wasn't there. I was in a blind panic. I started shouting out her name. Manuelita and Victoria followed me down, still with Benji. Benji said, "I know where Mummy is." I turned to him. "Tell me where she is, Benji." He nodded wisely and said, "She's with grandfather." I felt terror like I'd never known. I ran downstairs. The front door was banging in the wind. The rain had come in. I looked out into the howling night. Without putting on my coat, I ran out the front of the house. I needed to find my Annie. And I did find her. I found her face down in the frigid water of the lake. She was soaked, and her hair streamed out on the turbulent waves. I went into the water up to my waist, and I pulled her out. The water drained from her mouth and lungs, but she was already cold. There was no hope. She was dead. And then I understood. Finally, after all these years, grandfather had come back to take the second twin. The Woman of Wasdale. The sun was still high in the west when we parked up the camper van in the rough gravel car park by the trees on the eastern edge of Wastwater. High summer up in the north, and the daylight lasted practically forever. Most day trippers were gone, and that left the car park to Sally and me to be our home for the next 2 days. After parking up, I stepped out of the van and dropped onto the gravel. I walked across the narrow lakeside road onto the springy turf towards the lake itself. I glanced behind to see our camper van sheltered by a stand of larches still in full needle. Behind that, the height of Yew-Barrow loomed. The larch trees stirred in the slight breeze, and a blackbird sang from on high somewhere, duetting with the deep croak of a raven that flew along the cliff line behind and above. The lake was quiet. Wasdale is truly an awesome place. When I say it's awesome, I mean that it inspires awe, not that it's just okay. Wastwater is little visited compared with the central lakes and so much emptier, wilder. There's a small settlement with 2 pubs at Nether Wasdale on the seaward side and the famous Wasdale Head Inn way up at the narrow head of the valley. Dawdling, Sally followed me over the road to the lakeside, and we stood, hands on hips, craning our necks to look up at the foreboding mountain on the far side, with its steep, apparently unclimbable sheet of scree plunging precipitously down into the dark water. The lake water was indigo, almost black. Wastwater is the deepest of the lakes, and the lake bed continues to plunge down into the inky depths at the same gradient the mountain wall enters the water. Sally said, "It's almost scary." I laughed. "It was you who wanted to come here." Sally had done the research into where in the Lake District we should visit. I just drove where she told me to go. We stood in silence for 10 minutes, then Sally walked to the edge of the water. "You can see where it gets deep." She pointed at an abrupt change in the water's colour about 20 yards out. Turning, she said, "I read there's this little shelf and then it drops down really deep to the bottom." "I wouldn't fancy swimming down there," I said. "You could always swim back up." "Not if your leg got snagged on something." "Like what?" A tree branch, some weeds." She shook her head. "I think nothing grows down there. There's no oxygen." "So you wouldn't rot either, you'd be preserved forever." She frowned. "You're morbid today." I laughed. "I'll get the barbecue on." So we ate our sausages and burgers and sat outside with cans of lager watching the night deepen, wrapped in our warm fleeces until it grew too cold and we retired into the van. Sally was fine with me during the day, full of smiles and light-hearted as she's ever been, but she never wanted to be intimate with me anymore at night. Even when I attempted to cuddle into her, she stayed rigid and unwelcoming. I'd grown used to it over the past few months, and I suppose after 20 years of marriage, things can get a little stale. But I'd always treated her well. She acknowledged that. She even used to joke that I was worth more dead to her than alive, what with the hefty life insurance policy she'd talked me into taking out. Still, it was only right. Men die before women, and I needed to provide for her when I was gone. Thinking it over, I tried to reach out for a cuddle again, but she wasn't having it. So I rolled over and listened to the owls in the trees outside, and I fell asleep. It was pitch dark. A sense of someone outside woke me. I couldn't say it was a sound, and I certainly saw nothing, but I just had a sense of cold, an intense chill like someone opened a freezer door. I sat bolt upright, with Sally still gently breathing beside me. I was on the window side of the bed and flicked the flimsy cotton curtain so I could see. It was pitch black outside. Clouds must have rolled in to cover the sky because now it was a heavy, dense dark. If you live in a city, you never see a night this dark. It was so murky I couldn't make out anything outside the window, but weirdly I knew there was someone out. It could have been a fox, but it seemed bigger than that. I got scared because it was so weird. We were so far out in the wilds with no one about. Maybe it was a sheep nosing around in the dark, but it was altogether colder and darker in feel than any sheep. And I had the weirdest sensation like electricity connecting with me, like someone had just put a buzzer to my forehead, but it didn't stop at the skin or the skull. It came right into my mind. Somewhere inside, a voice said, "Marcus." My name. I admit I panicked. Sitting up, Sally muttered, "What? What time is it?" But I didn't answer. The voice said, "Marcus." That was all. And then the cold was gone and the presence vanished. I'd felt nothing like it in my life before. I'd never heard a voice in my head before. "What's the matter, Marcus?" Sally snapped. "You woke me." "Nothing. Go back to sleep." "Did you have a bad dream?" "Yeah, I'm fine, don't worry." And with that, she turned over and went back to sleep. But I didn't sleep. That cold thing, whatever it was, didn't come back, but My mind started racing about how maybe I was getting schizophrenia or something. But it felt like someone was calling me, like someone had something urgent to tell me. It felt real. And then I thought it felt real to mad people too. That was the problem. Their insanity seemed like reality. I lay there sweating, my heart racing. But my fear couldn't last. I was dog-tired. Eventually, I settled, and I fell asleep just as dawn light seeped into the van. Sally wakened me moving about. I became aware she was doing her makeup. She always looked good. A lot of women in their 40s don't bother, but she kept her figure. She started going to the gym 3 months ago and was watching her diet with the result that we'd both lost weight, which I couldn't complain about. What was all that about? She asked, applying some cream or lotion to her face. What? You jumping up in the middle of the night? I was groggy. Nothing. It's just a bad dream. What about? I knew she was squeamish about ghosts and stuff. Either that or she'd think I was a loony, so I didn't mention the thing outside. It wasn't real anyway. I'd convinced myself that by then. I said, nothing. I can't really remember. Thanks for waking me. It took me ages to get to sleep again, she said sarcastically. In fact, it hadn't at all. I knew because I'd heard her deep breathing minutes afterwards. Sorry, I said. You better get up. We're going up Scawfell today. Yes, sir, of course. But I want breakfast first. I swung my legs out of the bed. Sure, I'll put the bacon on and black pudding, but first make the coffee. I smiled, of course. She was grumpy with me because I'd woken her. She hated not to sleep, but more than that, she was terrible before her first cup of coffee. It was in my interest for an easy life if I got coffee and breakfast sorted first. I pulled on a t-shirt and some shorts. It was going to be a hot day. I opened the van and felt the warmth in the morning sun. I set up the barbecue and got cooking. And then we went up Scawfell. It was a long hike up the mountain, further and steeper than I'd expected. But we made it, even though Sally lagged a bit and I had to wait for her trudging up after me. There was a fine view from the summit. Because the day was so clear, we could see all the Lake District, but also over to Galloway in Scotland, Snaefell on the Isle of Man, the mountains of North Wales, and even over to the mountains of Mourne in Ireland. At the top, Sally's phone rang. I was sitting down with a sandwich and a flask and had just handed her a cheese and tomato butty. I thought it was probably one of those calls saying that you'd had an accident that wasn't your fault or did you want to trade on the stock market, but she immediately stepped away from me and walked several paces. She lowered her voice and the call took a couple of minutes for her to finish. Then she walked back. Who was that? I asked. Wrong number. Wrong number? You spoke to them for a bit. She smiled. I like to be polite, not just cut them off. And that was that. When we got back from climbing Scawfell, we were dusty and tired and sunburned. We walked back via the Wasdale Head Inn and I had a pint of Jennings and a burger and chips. No barbecue for us tonight. Outside the van, we sat again with our books. I like science fiction. Sally reads romances. She didn't really talk much, and I thought she seemed preoccupied. Most likely I'd upset her again, though I wouldn't be able to figure out what I'd done unless she told me. And the fact I didn't know was also usually a cause for complaint. Tentatively, I said, You okay? She nodded, but didn't look up. I waited a while and said, I haven't upset you, have I? No. Why? What do you think you've done? I shrugged. Nothing. I just don't know if I have. I never meant to. No, you haven't upset me. But she was definitely keyed up. Probably she'd tell me the next day. Then it would turn out I had done something. The night fell. The owls called. Another beautiful day. We planned to stay at Wastwater one more night after this one. Before that, using this as our base still, the next day, we were going to walk over to Ennerdale over the mountains, stay here again in Wasdale, and then, after that, drive south to Broughton-in-Furness and find somewhere to camp there at the bottom of Dunnerdale. That night, I fell asleep quickly due to the exercise of climbing up Scawfell and the beer, no doubt. Again, Sally refused to cuddle me, so I was sure I'd upset her. In the middle of the night, I woke again and instantly knew it was back. I hadn't thought about it all day, but instantly filled my mind. There was definitely something outside the van, something moving. I felt the same fear zap through me. I sat up, Sally woke. What is it? She didn't wait for me to speak before saying, Not again, Marcus, for God's sake, I need to sleep. I leaned and lifted the tiny curtain at the window. Tonight, at least, there was a moon. I could see the car park and the trees bathed in its baleful light, but all seemed quiet.
Marcus.
The voice came in my brain.
Marcus.
The voice came in my head. The same feeling like an electric buzzer in my brain. I slammed the heel of my hand into my forehead to shut it up. Jesus, I moaned. What the hell is the matter with you, Marcus? Sally was irritated, half sitting up. I'd certainly upset her now. Did you hear that voice? I said, and that second it came again, ringing like a glass bell in my head. Marcus. No, there's no voice. What is wrong with you, for God's sake? You've really woken me now. But I wasn't listening to her. I could feel the cold radiating through the metal wall of the van. I had to see whether there was something outside. Even though I was terrified of finding something out there, but even more terrified of not. And then I would know I truly was going mad. I grabbed a kitchen knife as I went past the galley and opened the door. It was cool outside, not cold, but cool. Nothing stirred. I stood for a second with the door open to the night air. Sally was standing behind me, looking at me like I was a crazy person. There's somebody out there, I said. No, there isn't. You're an idiot. No, there is. Marcus. It said nothing but my name. I stepped down the metal steps, the cold triangular struts cutting into the soles of my bare feet. I brandished the knife. Who's there? I yelled into the dark. There was no sound. See, Sally yelled, you stupid. Now come in, or I'll shut the door and leave you out there. I wasn't ready to come in because I felt it. I walked out from the camper van. I couldn't see it, but I felt the cold. Not a physical cold, but an intensity as if something had been so cold for so long it could never get rid of the chill. I had the knife pointed out in front of me. Where are you? I cried into the dark. And then she appeared from nowhere. She was a woman, normal height, but in a nightgown, and water was running off her. She was drenched. Her soaked nightgown clung to her, and she looked so cold. Black hair plastered her face, and her eyes were white like those of a boiled fish. Her skin shone in the moonlight like she was shaped of cold wax. I thought, what the hell has happened to her? Did she fall in the lake? Then she said, Marcus, and vanished. I was shaking like a leaf when I went back to the camper van. True to her word, Sally had closed the door against me. I half thought she might have locked it in spite for me waking her up, but she hadn't. I put the knife down where I got it. She was back in bed when I got back in the van. What the hell is the matter with you, Marcus? Was there anyone there? She didn't wait for me to reply before spitting, of course there wasn't. I stood supporting myself on the sink. For God's sake, Marcus, you're such a wimp, scared of the dark at your age. I said, there was someone. Her brow furrowed. Who? Don't be dull. There's no one else camping here. But there was something in her voice when she said that, like she wasn't sure if it was true. She sounded worried, and I thought, at last, here was some care for me. I said, a woman. A woman? Are you sure? Could it be a man? No, I don't think so. She vanished. Vanished? You're making no sense. How could she vanish? I think she was a ghost. She let out a long, cruel laugh. I always knew you were a simpleton, Marcus, but you've surpassed yourself with this. I was wrong. She didn't care. I usually bite back on my tongue, but now I didn't. You may think I'm stupid, but you still like my money. She stopped laughing. Now she tried to be kind. Don't be silly, Marcus. You're giving yourself a fright. Come back to bed. I did, but she still wouldn't let me hold her. We went for our walk to Ennerdale the next day. It wasn't as sunny, which was actually a good thing, as the climbing wasn't as hard as it had been in the heat. On coming back, I said we should go to the pub. She seemed ill at ease, on the lookout for something, scanning the lakeside as we walked along the road. We had a meal at the Wasdale Head Inn, and I got talking to the old bloke in the corner. He had a thick Cumbrian accent, so he was hard to understand at first. I guess he was a retired farmer or something. It annoyed Sally that I was talking to him, but she ended up talking to a couple from Newcastle. Eventually, after asking about him and his life in the valley a bit, I asked if there was a ghost around the lake. He cackled. You seen her, have you? Who? The drowned woman. That was a shock. That was exactly what I'd seen. I took a sip of my beer, then I described her. He nodded. Aye, that'll be her, Margaret Hogg. Margaret Hogg? Aye, a woman from Surrey. Her husband choked and then drove up here and put her in the lake. That was 1976. They didn't fin her until 1984 when they sent divers out looking for a French girl that went missing. Otherwise, she'd still be there. How did they know it was her? Water's so cold and lacking in oxygen she didn't rot. Mind you, he just missed dropping her on the deepest part. He waited to do 'em, but she only went on the ledge, 100-foot down. If he'd got it right, she'd have sunk right till the bottom, and nae Jan would ever have fun her. And have other people seen her? The ghost? He nodded. Jan too. I've never seen her myself. But I knew a lad frae Nether Wasdale saw her. That was a couple of years back now, but now and again people say they've seen her. It can be anywhere around the lake. I sat back. In one way it reassured me I wasn't going mad. In another it was horrible because I'd really seen such a thing. I was trembling. The pint glass in my hand was shaking, so I put it down. I think he saw it. She'd got you shook up, wasn't she? I rubbed my eyes. It was just so weird. He laughed. I wouldn't bother. She can't jeer you in arms, son. She's dead. I sat back. But what does she want? I asked. What does she want? He seemed to ponder that. Eventually he replied, well, they do say she has good intentions. She comes out to warn you some terrible thing that's going to happen. That was worse. A terrible thing like what? He shrugged. Oh, I didn't know. It's all nonsense anyways. Just stupid ghost stories. He could see he'd scared me, but I wouldn't give up. What happened to the lad from wherever, Nether Wasdale, was it? Jimmy? I don't know. Aye, Jimmy. Well, what terrible thing happened to him? He grunted. It's just superstition, you know. But what happened to him? It took him a long time to answer, eventually said, well, he died in a motorcycle accident. How long after? Not long. Days. So how was that a warning to him? She paid 2 or 3 times by his bike. Did she speak? Oh, I don't know. It's just a coincidence. I took a drink of beer. It didn't help. Maybe, I said. He gazed at the table. Didn't pay it any mind. I shouldn't have said nought. No, it's okay. But I couldn't concentrate on him anymore. I was just thinking about the drowned woman and what she was warning me about. Why did he kill her? I asked suddenly. Whoa. Margaret Hogg's husband. Oh, I didn't know. Something to do with an affair. Best forget about it now, lad. Honest. It'll do you nae good going on about it. I didn't speak to him any more about the drowned woman, and I said nothing about it to Sally. As we walked back from the pub, it was still daylight, and even as preoccupied as I was, I couldn't help but see how beautiful the place was. Wild and remote, but beautiful. A light breeze ruffled the water of the lake, and the waves were very dark because the lake was so deep. I shuddered when I thought about Margaret Hogg being dumped in the depths. Ghost or no ghost, that had happened to a real woman, killed by her husband. As we walked along, there was a bloke camping by the side of the lake. It was wild camping, and he wasn't supposed to do it. He had a one-man tent and a van parked up next to it. As we got close, Sally seemed to stiffen up. She kept walking, but it was like she was forcing herself to act normal. That was weird. I couldn't understand it. Then she started talking about the view. The bloke nipped into his tent before we got too close. It was only about 100 yards short of our camper van. I said, he looks like the fellow that runs the gym at home. She shook her head. No, he doesn't. Did you see him? I said. I turned as I walked to stare back, but he was gone now inside his tent. No, stop staring. It's rude. Can't see me. He's in the tent. Marcus, stop embarrassing me. I felt a flush of shame. It seemed I was always an embarrassment to her. Sorry. Well, keep on walking then. When we got back to the van, she was nice to me. I have no idea why, but then I never do. She's not nice as much these days, but even so, it was welcome, whatever the cause of it. Do you want a drink? She asked. We sat on the camp chairs outside, watching the last golden light of the sun in the west. No, I'm okay, I said. I'm having one. She poured herself some of that Parma Violet gin and a feverfew tonic. No, I'm okay. Truth was, I was still thinking about that woman. She came out from the van with 2 glasses. I poured you one anyway, she smiled. She gave me the glass and I thought I didn't fancy it, but it might relax me. It relaxed me so much that I had another. Sally was so nice to me, it was just like old times. But I'm not a spirit drinker, so I'd forgotten how strong gin is. After 2 or 3 of those, I was unsteady as I climbed back into the van. I didn't bother to wash or clean my teeth. I felt drunk. Sally got into bed beside me, and as I lay there, the van started spinning. At least I would sleep, I thought, and not see her, the drowned woman. Much later. Marcus. The voice was inside my dreams now. I felt sick and cold with fear. I struggled to wake up. I felt drugged. I felt heavy. My arms and legs felt tied down. Marcus, she said again. I wasn't sure if it was inside my head. I wasn't sure whether I was awake or dreaming. But there were voices inside the van. From the depths of my sleep, it sounded like a man talking to Sally. I must be dreaming. I let myself fall back into slumber. It was easier.
Marcus.
I felt her cold hands on me. She was shaking me awake. But I was only dreaming. I needn't listen to the drowned woman. It was much easier to sleep. From far away, another world, I heard a man talking to Sally. She said, "Do it then." He said, "Here? Where else?" "I don't know. I thought we'd get him outside." I thought I should get up, but I honestly couldn't move. And then the drowned woman started shaking me again, violently rocking me awake.
Marcus, Marcus, Marcus.
"What the hell?" the man said from somewhere. "He's awake. You said..." I did. I gave him a double dose. That stuff you got." "Rohypnol? Not enough then." And then I sat up. The woman was saying,
Marcus, Marcus, Marcus.
in my brain, buzzing like an alarm. She was summoning me out of my sleep. My head was heavy, woozy. I was still drunk. Everything was dark, but the lights of the van were on. It was deep night.
Marcus, Marcus, Marcus.
The drowned woman wanted me to go outside the van. She seemed urgent about it. My head was so woozy, I blinked. There was a man in the van standing next to Sally. They both stood there watching me. He had a rope in his hands, a blue polypropylene rope.
Marcus.
The drowned woman was like cold water washing over me. I jerked up. They both looked shocked. "Do it!" Sally screamed. "Now! Before he gets up!" But I was out of bed, still doped up, but I was moving. He snatched at me as I went past, but I tugged myself out of his grip. "Do it!" Sally yelled, but I yanked free towards the door of the van. Then he said, "I can't. Use a knife." Sally had the kitchen knife in her hand. I thought she might hesitate, remembering the years when she had loved me, but she twisted her face with hate. I was just an impediment to her now. My life stopped her getting what she wanted. She wanted both him and my money. So she yelled and lunged. The knife stuck in the top of my arm. I felt like she'd punched me, but instantly blood spouted from the wound. She pulled the knife back to stab me again, this time somewhere vital, but I stumbled to the door of the van.
Marcus.
The drowned woman said. She was standing in the van between me and Sally. Water dripped from her. Her cold, dead lips formed my name, Marcus. But Sally and her boyfriend saw her. They couldn't help it. She materialized right in front of them. Sally screamed and dropped the knife. As the woman stood there in front of her, Sally put her hands to her face and screamed again. The man backed off behind Sally, away from the drowned woman. She just stood there, accusing them, and saving me. I grabbed the door handle, still bleeding like a pig from my arm wound. I grabbed it, turned it, and leaped out. I ran, sprinting up the road alongside the dark lake, and didn't stop until I got to the pub. I hammered on the door and they let me in. They saw the blood and called the police. Later that night, the police stopped Sally and her boyfriend on the A66 near Keswick. They arrested them for attempted murder. It turned out at the trial that Sally had thought she'd have him choke me and dump me in the lake. They dumped me in the deepest part, never to be found. But the drowned woman warned me. I guess she tried to warn Jimmy at Nether Wasdale about his bike, but he hadn't understood. The drowned woman warned me and saved my life, and I guess it was because she didn't want someone else to go the way she had. That was nearly a year ago. I'm with another girl now, someone who's nice to me, someone who hasn't once mentioned life insurance. The Hitcher. The snow came down like somebody emptying buckets full of frozen goose down way up high. A glance to my left showed the sun had disappeared from the west behind the mountains, and what light remained drained by the second from grey to blue to black. I'd been a fool to come this way, I knew, but it was the quickest way to get back on Christmas Eve, and I wanted to see the kids' faces before they went to bed. The quickest route normally, though now I regretted not taking the longer route by the motorway, which they'd at least keep clear. Working on a Christmas Eve is the curse of being self-employed. I'd worked previous years, but this Christmas Eve was snowier than any I remembered. The windscreen wipers flicked back and forward, struggling to clear inches of snow as I peered into the gloom. I was in a rural area, but just going through a village. Christmas trees sparkled in the windows of the houses I passed, and the people had hung snowdrop-style lights along their eaves. I got glances of warmth and family gatherings as the atmosphere of Christmas deepened. It deepened for them, but all that deepened for me was the snow. I knew I had to climb up to the pass, and there was a chance I was going to slip and slide. I needed to be careful not to come off the road because hardly any traffic was passing now. No one as foolish as me. I was out in the country now, leaving the lights behind me, cotton wool blizzards illuminated by twin tubes of light from my headlamps. The strain of concentrating was giving me a stiff neck and a sore head. If someone ran in front of me now, I wouldn't see them, and if I hit the brakes, I'd slide. Then I saw a figure to the side of the road thumbing a lift. I did a double take. Was someone really out there in this? Where the heck were they going? But maybe they'd miscalculated the time and the weather just like me and wanted to get home for Christmas. Luckily, I was going so slow that when I pumped the brakes, I slowed at a steady rate rather than skewing off to the left or right. The car stopped, the indicator lights winking harshly, the engine idling. Where were they? I twisted my head and peered right. I hit the button to wind the window down, and with an electric whir, cold and the wet came in. Feathers of snow invaded the car interior. Winter ghosts had vanished as soon as they arrived. Still no one. Hello? I craned my head and shouted again. Hello, is there anyone there? I was just thinking I'd mistaken a snow-shrouded gatepost for a person and about to set off when there came a rap at the driver's side, not the passenger side with its open window. I felt a jolt of panic. The snow billowed in from the left as I wound down the right window, causing a cross-draft of frigid air. Someone stood outside the car. I shivered. Whether from the cold or from some primitive fear of winter ghosts, I don't know. It was a man. I think it was a man. The figure stood tall and dark, with snow flurries blowing around his hooded face. Thanks, he said. His voice was deep and the accent local. That reassured me he was a mortal man after all, one of my own people. Where are you going? I asked, wishing he'd either get in or leave me to my journey. Just up the road? Farther on than the pass? He nodded. I could hardly see the gesture with the dark and the hood of his coat up. I was getting cold and keen to be on my way. Get in if you're getting in. The dark figure walked round the front of the car, his legs lit up by each beam in turn. Then the door opened and he sat in, bringing chill with him. I set off, pulling the car slowly back into the main carriageway. Not that you could see it now, the snow was so deep. Nothing had passed me while I sat pulled up waiting for the stranger, and it was weird too how he knocked on my window, as if he was expecting to get in and drive. I got up to maybe 20 miles an hour. It was going to take me all night to get home at this speed. You live locally? I asked. Yeah, not far away. Ah. Then he was quiet. As we progressed slowly up to the start of the pass, he said nothing, and I began to feel there was something very odd about him. After 10 minutes, when we were starting to climb, and the wheels had already slipped and shifted once, he said, Would you do me a favour? I hesitated, cleared my throat, and said, Sure. Then I laughed. Depends what it is. Would you take a message to someone for me? Well, I need to get back home, really. Sorry. He paused. You're going there anyway. What? Despite the intensity of my concentration on the road ahead, I twisted my head. What? He was staring straight ahead, his hood still up. It's just a card, a Christmas card. I directed my stare back to the road. I couldn't lose concentration on this high, windy road or I'd wreck the car. What do you mean I'll be going there anyway? I have to get home. I felt him stuff the card into the pocket of my coat, uninvited, with a muffled, Thank you. Then, a minute later, he said, When you see him, tell him I miss him. See who? Can you let me out here, please? I looked at the whirling snow in the dark outside the car. Here? You'll freeze to death. Here, please. I can't go where you're going. Sorry. The guy was clearly crazy. I was glad to be rid of him. I thought he was foolish, but I wasn't going to fight to stop him. How could I? He would have to bear the consequences of his action. I started to break. Okay, I don't think... He interrupted me. Thank you, stranger. I'm sorry it has to be you. You're kind. I really needed him out of the car now. He was starting to freak me out. He might even murder me out here if I didn't let him go. I would stop, let him out, then set off again, home for Christmas. The door thunked shut, and he was gone. vanished into the blizzard. Maybe get a lift from somebody else. Maybe I should call the police. Not that I had any mobile signal among these hills. Best I just get home. That was going to be enough of a struggle. And so I drove on. The snow lessened slightly, but it was dark. I saw the entrance tracks to lonely farmhouses set way back down their drives, but then even they grew less frequent as I climbed up into the truly wild country. I crested the pass top, went by the cairn I knew was there from previous journeys but couldn't see now. Then I started to descend. If anything, this was the more dangerous part of the journey. The bends in the road looked unfamiliar, and I couldn't tell where I was. Then a sudden twist loomed in my headlights, and I stamped on the brakes. The car slid and swerved like a bronco as I tried to get control back. It gathered pace, and fear shot through me. If I went over the edge here, it would be the end of me. The car began a lateral slide, and there was an enormous bang. The next thing I knew was silence. The engine had died, and it was cold. I must have lost consciousness briefly. I blinked and shook my head to clear it, but I couldn't stay in the car. I'd freeze to death, so I struggled to get out. I unbuckled the seatbelt and shoved the door. It opened easily, and that was amazing because when I stood outside with my fingers in the dark, I felt how buckled it was. It was a miracle I'd survived at all. I pulled my coat in tight and turned up the collar, but weirdly, I didn't feel the cold. My plan was to walk down the road until a car came, so I walked. I walked for a long time, and the night was so dark, it was as if I was the only person in the world, alone in a realm of snow and shadow. And then I saw a lane leading off to the left. The sign on it needed painting, but it said, Greenside Farm. It was incredible I could see to read because there was no obvious light source. I figured I could keep walking on the road, but to be honest, who would be out driving in this weather? Or I could walk down this loning to Greenside Farm. Farmers were bound to be in, and so I left the road and walked the stony path. My feet didn't slip on the snow-covered rocks, and soon I saw a lone farmhouse ahead. There was a light in the window. No Christmas decorations, but a light there as if to guide travellers. It took me a further 5 minutes to get to the farmhouse, and once there, the snow blowing round my ears and face, I knocked on the door. No one came. I thought maybe no one was in despite the light. Then I reasoned that they really wouldn't be expecting visitors, so I rapped again, and this time there was a sound of movement deep within the house. The rattling of bolts and opening of latches came muffled from behind the front door. Then it was thrown open, not cautiously, but as if in welcome. An old man stood there. "You're here. I knew he'd send someone. He always knows." "What?" Shivers ran up my spine. Something weird was happening. Come in," he said. He looked and sounded like a normal farmer. They're so down to earth normally, but this guy sounded as crazy as the man I'd given the lift to. "Look," I said, still standing at the door with the weather behind me. "I just need to use your phone, and then I'll be gone as soon as the rescue people come to tow my car." The farmer looked at me sadly. "The phone won't be any use to you, but come on. The cold's getting into my bones, even if it doesn't bother you." And he was right. The cold didn't bother me. But at his request, I stepped in. The house was old-fashioned. It looked like it came from years ago. I scanned around for the phone. I persuaded him to let me use it. I'd pay him if I had to. "Do you have the card?" he said. My hand went to the pocket of my coat. I did have the card. He saw me move to it and said, "Could I have it, please?" Without speaking, I took the card out of my pocket and gave it to him. It said Dad on the front, in rough, male-looking handwriting. Fear rose through my throat and mouth and eyes like a cold flower. I heard my voice falter. "What's going on here?" "My son, David, sent you. He always knows who it's going to happen to. That's why he gave you the card. He's never forgotten me, even after all of these years." My mind whirled. I remembered stories about the myth of the ghostly hitchhiker. Maybe this was what that was. Except the guy hadn't vanished. He'd got out like a normal person. I heard my voice waver. I couldn't ask this, it was too weird. But the farmer smiled. He looked kind, and at the same time sorrowful. His card was in his hand. I saw tears in his eyes. "It's lovely," he said. Was there any other message? I brushed back my hair with my hand. He said he missed you. The farmer nodded. And I miss him too. But it's just for a while. Until then, he must use you and people like you to deliver messages. I finally worked up my courage. I had to know, I asked. Your son? The farmer kept smiling. I cleared my throat. Is he... I felt weird, but I finished my sentence. Is he dead? The farmer looked at me with a sad smile. No, son, we are.